Whoa! Hold on. Hold on. Welcome to the top secret, highly sensitive security chat. Okay. Okay. Whoa. That's a very dim light. Looks brighter. Fast and bulbous. Thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Okay. What are we doing today? We have a lot to do today. Weird I didn't open Signal. Okay. Was Hamdan in a stone fight? I thought he was lynched. He was attacked. I don't know if that counts as lynch. I thought lynching was when they kill you, but I'm sure. I wouldn't split hairs. He looks like they roughed him up pretty bad. And he's been released just recently. Was he released by soldiers or by settlers, though? I thought he was kidnapped by... I thought he was kidnapped by soldiers. I haven't actually read the story. All I've read about it is stuff on fucking social media. So I'll wait to see if an article comes out about it and all the details are there. There's a combination of both. How is it a combination of both? Like the settlers take him and give him to soldiers. That's not unheard of. That's actually probably quite expected. That's the kind of thing that they would do. Wait, where's the... They each took half. Okay. Okay. Let me share this with Discord. That's what I read in a few articles. It's all just eyewitness accounts at the moment. What, the eyewitness account said that he was arrested by soldiers or that he was throwing stones? What? I mean, if you're a Palestinian and you're like at a settlement or near a settlement, it's in a group, it's usually because you're either protesting or fighting. Usually protesting. The being arrested part. But it's not untoward for settlers to just move across the road and go into a village and bring the fight to them, so. We need the geolocators. Fucking Discord. Live? Live? Didn't the IDF release a statement saying that they arrested him? Did they? I don't know. I told you, I've only seen it on social media. My understanding of the story is that the settlers were attacking him and a few other people around them, that they... And then the IDF, at some point in between that event, grabbed him and arrested him. But I don't know if the settlers, like, did the thing where they kind of apprehend you and then hand you over to the soldiers, or if the soldiers intervened and arrested the Palestinians involved, regardless of who started it. It all depends. Late notification, big wow. What's wrong with a late notification, man? I'm sorry, but if you're not getting the YouTube update, you deserve to be late, okay? I like coming in waves. It lets me gauge the impact of bothering with the Discord announcements. Security Council meeting on Syria in a bit. That would be good. That might be helpful. Because I think maintaining the peace in Syria is quite important to many people in the region. It's important to Israel as well, despite the fact that they are acting the opposite. They can't just keep fucking bombing every military site they see. Pete Whiskey Leaks Hexeth. There's confusion over the meaning of lynching. I don't care. Let them fight. I got here without Discord announcements, if that helps you at all. Not really. Israel bombed my village today. What, they bombed Kfar Qasim? What? Why? What? Or is that a joke? Would you... What? Wait, what is this article? Where's that article I was reading yesterday from Why Not? Ryan got mad at people making fun of Whiskey Pete yesterday. Wait, why? Because he's also a drinker? Is that why? Noah did a response. Oh, I know. I don't think I'm mentioned in it. I was in the thumbnail for like a minute when I saw it go up. I don't even know why I saw it go up though, because I'm not subscribed to him, I don't think. Or maybe I am from ages ago. Who knows? Hour-long Noah video ain't worth it. No, it's really not. I'll probably start watching it anyway, just until I get triggered and then stop. I just want to get it out of the way, you know. We'll just say we gave it a pop. If he says something insanely fucking stupid, we're just gonna drop it.
On video during this
God! Why is he speaking like that?
Since I released my video, the YouTubers who backed a genocide,
Hey, that's me.
there have been some developments. Ethan Klein responded to the video with an Instagram story shortly after its release, where he wrote, "God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats.
Oh,
when
no.
the fuck did I ever support a genocide? I criticize your idol Hassan, and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15 years on YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserves better representatives." Soon after this post, Ethan brought my video up during his live show where he threatened to sue me.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny in a thumbnail and said the YouTubers who backed a genocide. This is fucking disgusting. And I'm not okay living in this world where these little fucking punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide,
it is kind of it is kind of defamatory. I'm sorry, like of course it's fucking defamatory. If you know anything about Ethan Klein's statements, or if you bothered to look, it's just that I don't know. You'd have to show damages, I guess, if you're in America. Whatever.
we throw this term around a lot. That's one of the most. I mean, can you say something more fucked up about somebody than that? Sounds pretty defamatory. And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit, this little scumbag.
So he is threatening to sue me for defamation on the grounds that accusing someone of supporting genocide is messed up. I can think of something even more messed up.
Defending genocide, whoa!
And accusing someone of supporting genocide, which is, you know, actually supporting genocide. I can't imagine that it's pleasant to be confronted with the idea that you might be supporting a genocide genocide. So the instinct here to deflect and deny without even offering any sort of actual defense against the points is an entirely predictable response. This is how the liberal media class will operate in the coming decades when it's time to answer for their crimes of manufacturing consent for a genocide. They will simply say,
what do you mean answer for their crimes? Bro, do you think you guys are going to have any power or any influence over these mainstream media outlets and like what, holding them accountable for not doing the narrative in the way that you want them to? Which is basically like Al Jazeera, but more extreme. I wonder if anyone, when people talk about manufacturing consent, to this day, again, there's no evidence at all that the IDF had any plans to actually not do a ground invasion to take over Gaza before October 7th. The biggest thing that they were prepared for was 70 people crossing the border, maximum. There's been no whistleblowers that said anything to the contrary. There's no indication of anyone thinking anything contrary. There's no evidence on the ground of there being anything contrary. So when you talk about manufacturing consent, if you believe everything about Israel that these guys believe, which is that they wanted to wipe out Gaza all along, they just waited for the opportunity. Okay, even if you believe that, then I'm sorry, but no one manufactured more consent for Israel to go into Gaza to fight with Hamas than Hamas themselves. Hamas manufactured more consent than any Rabbi Shmuley or anyone could dream of. They went across the border in the middle of a ceasefire. They went across the border. They murdered like over 1,000 people, took a bunch of hostages, went back in to their tunnels underneath the cities, and just said, "Yeah, we want to do that again. Give us any chance, and we'll do that again and again and again and again." They never announced it. They just said, "Yeah, this is like necessary. Yeah, we like this. This was a victory. Good." And they filmed it, and they filmed a bunch of their atrocities. They filmed themselves murdering people. They filmed themselves outside the Nova Festival, realizing that they just found hundreds of civilians basically caught in a trap in a field, and they were like, "Yeah, lucky day, nice, let's go." I'm sorry, but like no one manufactured. You cannot outdo that in terms of manufacturing consent. But okay.
Say, "No, I didn't," if they say anything at all. Most of them won't. It's happened throughout history. It happened with the Vietnam War. It happened with the invasion of Iraq. And it'll happen again with Gaza. What makes Gaza a bit different, though, is that unlike prior US-backed atrocities abroad, we all know what's been happening there the entire time. Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been called the first ever live-streamed genocide because we've seen the entire thing as it's happened with high-definition cell phone video. The mass destruction, the ruthless attacks on the healthcare system, the deliberate targeting of men, women, children, medics, aid workers, the intentional starvation used by Israel as a weapon of war, and then the massacres that followed that starvation when Palestinians crowded around aid trucks trying to get what little food Israel was allowing into the Strip, the 20,000 slain children, many of them slaughtered with their entire families, the IDF terrorists recording and posting their war crimes, acts of humiliation, degradation, their torture and rape of Palestinians, the full support of Israel throughout all of these atrocities, the vile, dehumanizing racism that is required to uphold a project like this.
I just think we need to kill them, every one of them, and that's it. And if not that, because the country will not let that happen, the government. Just the least we can do is just kick them out of our land, because this is our home, this is our land, and we deserve it.
What do you think about Palestinians?
That I hate them, and I wish they all died. We didn't stop, and we killed everyone.
You're gonna kill everyone?
Yes, yes!
You guys are animals. You guys are f***ing animal terrorists.
You killed 10,000 kids.
10,000 terrorists that would grow up to be the next. 10,000 kids that would grow up to be the next terrorist. That's what it is.
Really?
Because it's Palestine,
But I'm Palestinian. Does that mean I'm a terrorist?
yes.
Holy
I'm a
shit.
terrorist. Do you want Palestinians in Gaza to
Wait, am I being really like quick to profile here? But do these not look like Mizrahi? When I was in Sderot and I interviewed a couple of fucking Mizrahi teenagers. My God, they were so mental. Oh my God. These were the people who had fucking like who had been growing up in the rocket-proof playgrounds and shit, because that city got really, really fucked up by. Again, it's just like you're just a left-wing traveling Israel. You're just doing the exact same shit, but traveling Israel does it by assembling his fucking Ask Project compilation and TikTok videos of Palestinians saying they want all the Jews dead. Like, it's just You don't get to be racist against Mizrahi Jews if you're not Mizrahi. Well, what I was told, okay, and I'll hold this standard. They don't. These guys, Israelis are not very politically correct. Okay, you can go there and be like, yeah, it's not unusual to say that Mizrahi Jews are like clearly fucking more extreme than the Ashkenazi ones in Israel. That's just true. It's just facts.
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh my god.
We've seen all of this, which is why the whole "no, I didn't" defense doesn't hold up because, you know, yes, you did. We have you on video during this genocide that everyone saw, spreading propaganda that's been used to justify that genocide.
It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
My friends, defeating our...
So you're pro-genocide if you think rapes happened on October 7th? Is that... Okay. Bro.
brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. And these monsters, they rape women, they burnt babies alive. Many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas.
Oh, when they talk about burning babies alive, was it because it was a child who was burnt, but not a baby? There was the mother and child that were, I think they burnt to death in their home or in a bomb or in a shelter. You could tell because the guy, like in the autopsy, they're in the forensics, they're talking about how they had soot in their lungs, which suggests that they were still breathing when they were on fire. But he said babies, so shit, cringe, wipe them out.
They stand with rapists and murderers.
The Gazan Health Ministry, which, by the way, Gaza Health Ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization. I think a lot of people are all too happy to not look too deep into these things, but again, Gaza Health Ministry is Hamas. There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
How is any of this? Is it not true to say that the health ministry is run by Hamas? What's wrong with saying that?
During the Nakba.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the only groups in...
More Jews displaced from, what, the Exodus? Again, that's true. Yeah. Especially when you take all the ones that were displaced from not just 48, but you add on the 6-Day War, Yom Kippur. Does he deny that as well? They were displaced in different ways. You can say they were pushed out more so than expelled, like they were with Israel. He said during the Nakba. I think during the Nakba, it was like, wasn't it 800,000? Isn't that the most commonly cited figure? The Jewish exodus from the Middle East and North Africa. That's true, isn't it? The Nakba was from 47 to 49. Yeah, in which about between 710 and 750,000 people were displaced. For the Jews, though, around that time, from 1948 onwards was, or 1948 to what, 51? Or 1950? It depends on your timeline, because some of these Jewish movements happened even before the Nakba. Like Libya was basically emptied of Jews before 47, because they were having pogroms throughout the 30s as well. Iraq was most of them left after the Nakba, although some did leave before. Hard to know how many were expelled versus chose to leave in both Nakbas. It's not that hard, actually. The thing is that chose to leave is very loaded, because it's, in both cases, people are choosing to leave with a gun to their head. But if you're talking about directly expelled, as in like soldiers turned up to their town and to their house and said, leave or we'll kill you, that happened to about 15% of the Palestinians in the Nakba. About 15%. The biggest one being Lida and Ramla. For the Jews who left the Middle East, that happened to basically none of them. They left out of fear. They were chased out rather than actually any state or military coming to their house and saying, leave or we'll shoot you. I think Egypt expelled like a few hundred people directly, but the rest of them were like pushed out. But he said displaced, so displaced is a much more broad term than expelled, so...
in the world militarily resisting that genocide, with arguments plucked directly from the US State Department, the #1 material supporter of the genocide.
Wow.
Terrorist groups.
We have you on...
sorry, the US State Department said it must be false. See, I personally thought that it was bad to kidnap civilians who have nothing to do with the conflict and keep them hostage for over a year. I thought that was bad. But now that the US State Department's saying it,
video attacking and delegitimizing the most prominent media figures in the YouTube space who have been advocating against the genocide and breaking down the propaganda used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists.
We have you on video running defense for the primary architects of the genocide.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired
Israel's Heinrich Himmler. God, you're so fucking dense, man. What an unbelievably stupid cunt. What the fuck, man? Israel's Heinrich Himmler. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? I'm sorry, what does Noah know about Heinrich Himmler that's going to contribute to this analogy? What the fuck? Is he just picking a random Nazi now? Well, we said Goebbels, that's like Elon Levy, right? Well, Netanyahu's obviously Hitler. Goering, we can wait. Himmler, okay, there we go, yeah. Why? The context that they're saying this, by the way, for Yoav Gallant is that they're saying that he was a more moderating voice because he wanted to end the war early. He believed that Israel had achieved all they could militarily in like June or July. Sometime around then. Who's Hagari going to be? He can be Reinhard Heydrich, for sure. Israel's Heinrich Himmler.
him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
Which is completely true. But we're going to use the quote that he said from the beginning about the total siege. We're not going to talk about anything that he was saying during the conflict as it carried on. Again, this might actually be the reason Gallant got fired, was the fact that his moderations he was a little bit incoherent. But if you look here, Yoav Gallant was actually one of the ones, interestingly, who said that, who pushed this idea that there needs to be 500 trucks a day into Gaza. He said, we're going to flood Gaza with more than 500 trucks of aid per day. Even though we know that this 500 trucks thing, that stat from pre-war Gaza comes from excluding weekends and also from including the majority of imports before the October 7th, which was not humanitarian aid, but like concrete and electrical supplies and building equipment and things like that. For food aid, the average was about 70 odd per day before October 7th. But okay, I guess we can never say that Arafat was a moderating person either, because he, oversaw like murders and shit.
מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
We have you on video attempting to portray the perpetrator.
Oh, he's not even going to say why they said that about Gallant. Oh, he's just going to ignore it. Okay. He's just going to ignore why they said that about Gallant, even though he was objectively, what about the good guy? Teuton, you know this, so I'm just going to say it quickly and never bring it up again. Ela said, after seeing the original quote about the total siege, and then she said, I wouldn't have said that if I'd known he said that at the beginning. And then she disowned it, which is more accountability than any of these fucking retards will ever hold for being wrong on anything ever. Hassan still thinks Israel bombed the Al-Ali hospital. Sorry. Thank you for confirming, though, that like as far as being part of this ridiculous like purity test club, that it's like you can even admit you were wrong about something and they will still just hold you to it for the rest of your fucking life. Like there's no point. It's because it's not about being correct or being morally like accountable or being willing to grow and learn from your mistakes and all that shit. It's not about that at all. Or coalition building, whatever Hassan calls it now. It's not about any of that. It's about just it's a team sports game. That's it. That's all we get to hear about Golan. Okay, I'm bored. Triggered. Waste of time. What a fucking piece of shit. Jesus. What else? Are we doing more hate scrolling? Are we doing more hate watching? I thought History Speaks was supposed to... I thought History Speaks was supposed to be ignoring me now. But apparently he still has some little gooners. Slater, I think I banned this guy ages ago. Continue watching the video. Why? Houthi leak when? We read it yesterday, but we'll do more. Ooh. What's this? Loaderbox is finally realizing that he may have made an oopsie with his coverage of the, quote, war. I hate it when they do it. It's so dumb. It's like, you realize that Hamas still believes that they're at war, right? Just because it's asymmetrical doesn't stop it from being a war. He read the article about how Netanyahu demanded them to find thousands of targets, said it 180'd his opinion on Netanyahu being genocidal. Okay, measured response. Send a clip. It's good if he's admitting he's wrong. I generally disdain identity politics, but in the context of a genocide, I'll defer to members of the affected population as to whether and to what extent LB should be forgiven for spending over a year whitewashing. What a fucking LARP. Fuck off. Oh god, it's so cringe. Notice, though, how he frames this as Bibi is genocidal while suggesting, with no evidence, that the IDF disobeyed the orders. The results of the October 2023 bombing, the bloodiest month of bombing for civilians in any war. Oh yeah, this is because he still hasn't learned his lesson. He still hasn't learned his lesson from, even despite it took him like over a decade after Cass led to realize that those police stations were not full of civilians. But okay. But this time it's different. You know what? I think actually... I think Netanyahu should be put on trial for inciting genocide. Fuck it, man. If he said this, it seems like the officers didn't...
It's been quite some time since we had a 30-minute segment uploading new emotes. Anyway, please make smug emote happen for YouTube chat.
Smug emote? What smug emote? Thanks for the $20. I need memberships. You need more memberships to open more emotes. Would it be inciting genocide, or would it be conspiracy? Because he said it as an order, ordering to commit genocide. I don't know. I don't know if they actually acted on this order. It sounds here like they're saying that he. It sounds here like they're suggesting they might not have, but like this is fucking insane. There's no excuse for this. Like this is just telling you to target civilian. I don't care about targets. Kill whoever the fuck. Bro, if you got officers and a chief of staff who's going to testify to Bibi saying that, literally just asking your chief of staff to kill like fucking anyone. You know what? I think okay. Suggesting with no evidence that the IDF disobeyed the orders. Oh, you could. I said I don't know if they disobeyed it. It just sounds like they might not have done it because of, what was it said there? For quite a few reasons. But... is it somewhere here? In practice, it was not the cabinet that ran the war, but the army. Yeah, there's no suggestion that they actually carried out what he was saying with like 3,500 more arbitrary targets. Okay. But you can just read the article, fucking moron. Also, contrary to what Boxlearner, whose mental illness prevents him from leaving apologist mode, interesting. The crime here is not incitement to genocide, but genocide. Incitement would be a public speech dehumanizing Gaza, and it's not a private order. Again, I don't know if saying this to your chief of staff counts as like the act of genocide, because the act of genocide would have to be one of the 5 listed things in the Genocide Convention. That's why I don't know if it would be conspiracy or an order, but is this really what he's... Okay. This guy is supposed to be like the fucking pinnacle as well. Like, these guys laud this guy as a great fucking researcher and everything. Like, fuck me. When was the last time you and him talked? He's still obsessing over you. Yeah, the guy's just, he's got a problem. It's the fucking pettiness of it as well. It's like, okay, whatever. Wow, someone might adapt his opinion to new information. Crazy, chat. But it's not perfect enough. Don't care. I am not adjusting my fucking rhetoric and my positions to like what you consider to be morally acceptable. Jeez. Does anyone have a link to the article? The article is quite good. It does really show Netanyahu for the... it's probably the most scathing anti-Netanyahu piece you'll ever get. Because it's coming from people who were very, very close to him. Three $5 donations. Why do you give so much good grace to the IDF? 10-7 was awful, but it's clear the IDF's indiscriminate killing way more people on a higher scale, and it's happening right now. Shouldn't that be the priority to focus on? I discovered you and the conflict from your videos about a year before October 7th. For my understanding of the conflict, now you always give benefit of the doubt to Israel, and don't focus on who's doing the indiscriminate murdering now. Come on, man, I'm so disappointed. Sorry, it's not my fault that some of us learned more and got less fucking stupid in the last year than you did, but... Ugh. I don't even think it's good grace. It's just knowing the fact that like in previous wars, when Hamas did a very, very good job at hiding their dead, and the entire international community thought that the majority of people or that like a far larger number of civilians proportionately were killed in XYZ war than it was actually the case, and you only find out because Hamas admits it like 1 or 2 years later, after the UN have made all the reports. Like when that happens with Cast Lead or Protective Edge, like, yeah, I'm sorry if we're just going to reserve a bit of fucking... The problem is that people just want to believe every single like insane atrocity piece that they get, and if you doubt them, then suddenly it's good grace to the IDF, when it's not. It's just it's just having a higher standard of evidence. There's a Haaretz article about the guy who got kidnapped. Okay. Come on, man. I don't even know why. You can find like... There's no shortage of creators who will just believe every single atrocity that comes out of either like Gazan journalists or the health ministry or Al Jazeera or even the UN. Like there's no shortage of people who believe all of those things, regardless of what, how much or how little evidence is given. So go there. You don't need me. Two articles and stream suggestions. Is it? Lawyer says Palestinian co-director of No Other Land to be released. The lawyer for an Oscar-winning Palestinian director who was detained yesterday by Israeli forces after clashes between Palestinians and settlers in the southern West Bank of Susia says he will be released. Yesterday by Israeli forces after clashes between Palestinians and settlers. Was he there like reporting or something? Maybe he might have been part of a protest. Palestinian reports and eyewitnesses said dozens of settlers attacked the village. Oh, so their attack... Wait. They attacked Susia, which is a West Bank village, which is a Arab village. Yeah, okay. So this was a settler attack. Okay. Throwing stones at residents, cars and houses. According to the police, Palestinians responded by throwing stones back. I mean, bro. You can throw stones back. That's one option, okay? But I'm sorry, like if settlers are attacking Palestinian villages in the West Bank, like, despite the fact that they're already settling on land that's not theirs, that's not really the answer. Throwing stones, fuck that. There's better resolutions, okay?
Airstrikes. Bomb them.
Anyway. Footage that emerged shows Palestinians behind barricades made of tires and throwing stones at settlers. IDF said the violence began after a number of terrorists threw rocks towards Israeli citizens and struck their cars near Susia. Oh. Uh-oh. Footage from the village showed a masked individual throwing stones and attacking Palestinians, hitting the car of activists who had come to assist the residents. No Other Land chronicles Israel's demolition of Masafer Yatta, a Palestinian West Bank village in a designated IDF live-fired training zone. What resolutions remain?
Bomb them again and again.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you want me to say. I've like fully 100% on the side of the Palestinians on this one. It's like, you shouldn't be there. Wait, where is this settlement? I just wonder. Is this one of those security settlements that means that they can't mortar Tel Aviv? Is it? Is that what this is? Is that what we're looking at? Let's have a look. Let's investigate. What the fuck? Hey! That's Gaza. That's not West Bank. Where is this place called? Susia. Village. Bro! Where's the settlement? Is it this one? Oh yeah, this is the real barricade. This is the barricade between those terrorists and Tel Aviv. What the fuck? What are they defending here? This is not... Fuck these guys. This is, I'm guessing it's Area C because it's right on the edge there. Isn't it inside Hebron, basically? No, Hebron's all the way over there. I know it's small, but it's not that small. Fuck's sake. There's only one person to ask, okay? If we want to know how valuable this settlement is to Israeli security, all you need to do is consult the goat, okay? You have to consult the baldy goat. Look! Wait, what's this? This is a settlement that they wanted to annex. Look, they're so confident here that they're land swapping all this shit. Probably because it's Negev, right? It's right south of Hebron. So there's a settlement. Is it Rafat settlement or? Apparently there's one settlement here that they want to keep. That might be unmovable or whatever. But yeah, I mean they're all movable. It's just. Is that it? It's here. Right south of... Yeah, is that it? So they wanted to keep this one. But Susia is not... Yeah, that's Palestinian area. There's none of this. Israel doesn't need any of this shit. None of this. It's all a waste. It's all just conquest fucking psycho shit. Man, I can't believe an Israeli prime minister was willing to deport every single cunt in this area. Fuck me. Why? We could have been so lucky. We could have been blessed. All right. You'd be out of work. Okay. Where did the settler attackers come from? Don't know. All right. Do I want to keep watching? Since we're in IP mode, might as well.
As some kind of beautiful, free, diverse, democratic state.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy,
I love this trick though. I love this absolute fucking base trick. Don't read the report. Don't actually just blast through it. Don't make the arguments.
Like Jim Crow style of society. I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
These people all seem to believe that in order for someone to back a genocide, they need to look into the camera and say, I support genocide. I think it's good. More of that.
What does liking Israel, its internal, just domestic life, have to do with supporting attacking Gaza? Calling Israel multicultural, which it just is. It's just a fact. It has mixed communities. It's what? It is insanely multicultural because, Jews came from all over the fucking world to be there, and not to mention local fucking Palestinians and Druze and Bedouins and shit. The fuck? Yeah, it's pretty multicultural. In the UK, everyone shits themselves because the Muslim demographic has gone up to 6.5%. It might be 7 soon. In Israel, it's fucking 21% Arab, bro.
Please. And while we do have examples of certain parties to the conflict here doing just that, like Destiny and Asmongold.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place.
The most common and effective way to back a genocide doesn't look like that. Mainstream Western outlets don't say those Palestinian kids deserve to be killed. No, they say that some kids died when bombs dropped, that Israel says it was dropping on Hamas, which is a US designated terrorist organization. The mainstream Western media doesn't say that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. They simply quote the death tolls as being reported by the Hamas, aka terrorist-run health ministry, and then report uncritically the IDF saying that most of them are soldiers actually, and soldiers are terrorists by the way, so who's to say what's actually true? The mainstream Western media doesn't say that Yemeni children deserve to die because they're all Houthi terrorists. They simply cite the Houthi-run health ministry, aka terrorist-run health ministry. So when the US and Saudi Arabia kill those children, it's a sad event.
So you shouldn't call it the Houthi-run health ministry. You should just call it the completely fucking impartial health ministry. Is that what you... Okay.
And the overall morally righteous fight against terrorists. Terrorism is bad, remember, and terrorists are the bad guys. So if some kids died while they were going after terrorists, I guess that's just war. We saw the same response of "no, I didn't" from Mutahar of the large YouTube channel Some Ordinary Gamers. When Hassan Piker shared my video on his Instagram story, Mutahar responded to this post writing, "I get watching other people's videos is all you're really good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting. I have never defended or backed the Israeli genocide on innocent Gazans, never will I ever." Following this, there was a bit of a back and forth. Hassan responded to Mutahar on Twitter, writing, "In your only video on Gaza, you admit to not knowing about politics, you try to cover Israel-Palestine as drama slop for a centrist audience, you defend Asmongold for his inferior cultures and genocide comment, then attack pro-Palestinian voices." Mutahar wrote back, "Yes, I do admit to not being an expert on the topic. I didn't cover it as a drama since..."
Why this fucking immunity? It's so stupid. It's like, I'm sorry, when Hassan is comparing a fucking pro-Houthi kid who wants to impale all the Zionists on spikes and bragging about taking over ships and weaponry and shit like that, comparing this guy to Anne Frank, I'm sorry, people are going to comment on it. And you don't get to hide behind Palestinians like the ultimate fucking human shielder every time that you get called out on it. People attack Hamas for using human shields, but it's like people don't understand. Like Hamas have got nothing on these guys. These guys use fucking Palestinians, like stack them up like fucking sandbags.
It isn't one. Syria.
He tweeted nuking Israel. Who did?
Situations with dead people and attacks happening every day. I just don't downplay rapes and sugarcoat violent organizations like you. Also didn't defend Asman in vid. Later, Hassan wrote, "We were a year into the genocide here. This was your only video on the topic. It downplayed and ran defense for Asmongold's takes, while the bulk of your commentary revolved around how evil the pro-Palestinian streamers were from clips you compiled off of Snark Reddits." Mutahar's final response was, "It's almost as if the bulk of the commentary matched what the video was titled and centered about, Twitch allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric from your camp on its platform. The clips were actually sourced from the creators who streamed them." So what do we make of this exchange? Well, first, Mutahar denied covering the genocide as drama, but that's exactly what he did. He has never once uploaded a video covering this topic, except for when that coverage was filtered through a smear campaign that was making the rounds in the commentary community about a content creator they all don't like. You know, Hassan bad. He denies defending Asmongold in his video, once again making no effort to actually defend himself on that point, but that's also false. Mutahar whitewashed Asmongold's comments further than anyone else, really. He went so far as to change the content of what Asmongold actually...
Isn't this a drama video too? No, it's not a drama video because he's got the amnesty report where he just kind of like scrolls the entire report at 100 miles an hour without actually saying anything about the content. Yeah, that's it's not drama when you've got an amnesty report scrolling past at 1,000,000 miles an hour over the person that you're covering for drama. Yeah. That's not drama. No.
said to make it seem like he wasn't talking about Palestinians when he was.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion.
Even Asmongold himself admitted that that's what he said when he apologized. This is why he was banned. Now, whether Mutahar stands by...
What did Mutahar say there? Even if you were being charitable. Is that what he said? What did he say exactly?
Said to make it seem like he wasn't talking about Palestinians when he was.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability...
If they were to extend the charitability. Okay. So if you were to extend the charitability, you'd say that. Yeah. Okay. And? What? Okay.
Could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion.
Even Asmongold himself admitted that that's what he said when he apologized. This is why he...
I wonder what he said after the cut. Don't know. Did I even watch this full video? I might have, but...
Hello, guys
actually,
and gals.
I don't remember watching the whole video, but... Let's see. Oh, he actually makes a shitload of videos. It was about Twitch, wasn't it? Twitch is an evil
Hello,
platform.
guys and gals.
Hello, Mutahar. And Frank, relevant persons. Okay. She sure is.
Aggressive. So, in this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion, and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right? As you all know, religious fundamentalists, whether you're in Islam or any religion, probably don't take too kindly to people that are gay, and that's probably what Asmongold was going for. Now, obviously, his idea of conflating this was probably not the smartest way to handle the situation, and that's pretty much how the situation ended up going. Now, he earned himself a 14-day ban, and what this did was basically show people that, hey, listen, this is wild stuff being said. This is some insane shit going on Twitch. But down the road on Twitch, there were plenty of other commentators known as Hassan Piker, and a few people in the politics sphere. I'm a fat Indian guy whose background is computer science and cybersecurity. That's all I know, okay? That's where I come down to. It's either that or playing video games. I'm not a global expert on anything, which is why I really don't talk about these situations. So obviously Asmongold walked it back, apologized, and said, my bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things, or have views I find regressive. So, in this situation...
Oh, the Palestine thing. Okay.
If they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion, and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right?
This is apparently a pro-genocide take, which it isn't in the slightest. This is I have set up the most impossible ideological purity test, and you haven't met it, mostly because you've made fun of people I like for saying stupid things. Yeah, these guys they're cultists. It's just, they're cultists. Wow.
He was banned. Now, whether Mudahar stands by this characterization of Asmongold's genocidal rhetoric or not is a different question, but he did do that, and the record shows this. His video is still uploaded on his channel, you can go watch it. Denying this seems to be just indicative of a lack of reflection on his part. Entirely predictable, but worth noting nonetheless. The "no, I didn't" defense is the expected response.
Ultimately, they're just not very bright. No, these guys know what they're doing. These guys are, like, this is a very deliberate fucking mental gymnastic to basically just create the in-group and out-group, because again, these guys, Noah doesn't do this because he actually wants to find a solution to the conflict and he wants people in the region to live in peace. He does not do, like, there's no, that's not really what he's interested in. What he's interested in is just finding, like, the most morally pure, self-aggrandizing fucking position and just using it to browbeat other people, and I guess making money off of it. Unless he sincerely believes that Israel is actually the Fourth Reich and can only be eliminated the way that we did the Nazis, which is military. You know, you don't BDS the Nazis out of existence. This isn't like South Africa where there's a leader on the other side offering to share the land and live in equality and peace. That doesn't happen with Palestine. Anti-Semitism in the Middle East is slightly more concerning, a more valid concern, than anti-white racism in South Africa. It's not happening through BDS. So, I mean, he talks about coalition of resistance factions in the middle, like helping Palestinians defeat Israel. Yeah, I'm sorry, if maybe he sincerely believes that they can just militarily overwhelm Israel and then somehow afterwards the Israeli Jews who live there will be okay, but I don't know. I believe super Holocaust is the next term they'll say. Oh yeah, because he calls this the, oh no, he keeps changing the title. I don't know why they do this. Maybe it's an algorithm thing. He called it the US Israeli Holocaust backers before. Didn't he say that about Zionism, that has to be destroyed from the outside? Yeah, peacefully, obviously, but peaceful resistance. Yeah, it's like, this is just not someone who gives a fuck about caring to understand anything about, like, how this conflict works and how to resolve it in a realistic way. And also, he signal boosts people who think no Israelis are civilians. So, which is funny because that is more genocidal than anything I've ever said. It's more genocidal than anything Mutahar's ever said. It's kind of close to what Asmongold said. Like,
from centrists and liberal Zionists alike, but I don't know how well it'll hold up in court. I didn't back genocide. How could you say that? I just sat silently the entire time it happened, except for the one time I spoke up, which was actually to attack pro-Palestine activists with bad faith smears that originate from a community of openly genocidal.
Isn't conquering Israel militarily a non-starter because of their nukes? Kind of, but not really. There's a kind of complex interaction with the way a nuclear defense works, especially somewhere that's as small as Israel, because the problem is that if Israel ever uses its nukes defensively, it's either going to be too early or too late. So they'll either use it when they didn't need to, like Yom Kippur with fucking Moshe Dayan, or they would use it only after the IDF has been defeated and all they're really going to manage to do is take out a few people with them. The nuclear defense is not as robust as people make it out to be. A good example of this would actually be if you watch what Sinwar said about what, when he's kind of alluding to October 7th. I don't know if I can find it. But when he was talking to those Al Jazeera journalists, I think in 2022, he's talking about some kind of like, if you desecrate Al-Aqsa, this is what'll happen. And it sounds a lot like Al-Aqsa flood, what he's describing. But what he's expecting from it is so much more than what happened, obviously, because they kind of launched it unilaterally, expecting other people to just kind of spontaneously join in. But where is it that he said this? Oh, God. Yahya Sinwar? Yeah. I believe he said this. Memory. Propaganda. Let's go. Where's the Al Jazeera 1450?
من غرفة العمليات التي كنت أدير العمل فيها أن أحضر الجزيرة بصورة خاصة. يمكن هذا خلى لها شوية خصوصية. وبين الإعلام الهابط دون أن أذكر أسماء الذي حاول أن يسوق لرواية العدو وحاول أن ستنطلق غزة بمقاومتها بكل قوة وستنفجر الضفة الغربية بكل ما أوتيت من قوة. سيهاجم شعبنا كل المستوطنات مرة واحدة وسيقف لكم أبطالنا حتى من رجال الأجهزة الأمنية في الضفة الغربية على كل المفترقات وكل الطرق الالتفافية، وسيهاجمونكم في كل المستوطنات على كل أرجاء الضفة الغربية، وسينتفض أهلنا في الداخل المحتل 1,000,000 متظاهر أو أكثر سينزلون إلى الشوارع يغلقون الطرق. وأنا متأكد تماما أن لدينا في الداخل المحتل ما لا يقل عن 10,000 استشهادي إذا ما تم المساس بالمسجد الأقصى. سيجد كل واحد منهم إما سكينا يطعن به أو سيارة يدهس بها أو زجاجة حارقة يشعل بها قلوبكم أو جالون بنزين يحرق بها هذه الغابات المترامية. بدوا يضحكوا على إنه 100 كيلو.
I'm just saying, like, if all of this actually happened, he's talking about the security forces in the West Bank. I don't know if he's talking about the PA there or if he's talking about, like, Jenin Brigades and Lions Den and those people. In any case, if all of this happened, that people in the West Bank all did this in unison and 1,000,000 Palestinian Israelis joined in, running people over in cars and stabbing people and blocking roads, and if Hezbollah joins in with that and then the Houthis launched a bunch of fucking missiles, yeah, I don't think nukes are going to save you if all that actually happened. How would a nuke save you from all that? That's like happening in your country and right next to it. Who are you gonna nuke? That's not a Roman salute. Of course, that's not a fucking Roman salute. He's just waving, bro. Shut up. Elon Musk is destroying your brain.
Zionists.
I'm pro-genocide.
They're terrible people.
Best of luck to you in your legal endeavors should you pursue them. I don't know how well that'll hold up, but have fun, I guess. In his last tweet, Mutahar seems to deny his participation in the smear campaign.
He's just stimming, man. I feel like I don't know. I really wish that Sinwar like kept a diary or something. Like he's a very fascinating figure. But I guess we're never going to know. Yeah.
Writing, the clips were sourced from the creators who streamed them. This is false. Mutahar did not source these clips from Hassan's stream. He sourced these clips directly from the smear website. He cited the website out loud and said, go check it out, guys.
Now, there's a website known as DanClancySucks.com, where it goes through a treasure trove of some of the most popular streamers on the site. One of the most popular.
Dan Clancy, it's so fun. This website is like, it was like a, this is like how 11-year-old nerds bully each other. They make websites like this about each other.
Political streamer Hassan Piker.
As we went over, this website is a compilation of out-of-context clips and arguments attacking pro.
Yes, out of context. By the way, here are some out-of-context clips from everyone that I'm attacking. Let's go. Again, you can call it out of context all you want. Just explain the context for at least one. Come on.
Palestine creators that openly embraces the support of genocidal Zionist organizations like the ADL and genocidal Zionist politicians like Richie Torres. The community from which all of these allegations originate is that of a content creator who says things like this.
He is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess, not cover concealment?
Oh, this is the guy who got shot in the guy in the safe zone waving the white flag, because they said they were separated from their family members who were outside of the safe zone. That's an actually unhinged Destiny clip. Yeah, I don't know why you would make that judgment. So what's happening here is it seems like these guys over here are walking very, very slowly with a white flag up to here, which is, I think, outside of the safe zone, because they're saying that their family was on the other side and they wanted to get their brother back or something.
Context is for
Context for the week. Thanks for the $10. Then you argue with Destiny on this. Yeah, because the most charitable interpretation you can give of his position, which is not what he said, is that they do look like they're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing. Like, you're not supposed, like, they look like they're walking into a direction that they're supposed to be going. Yeah, the brother might have been arrested. I don't know if they were arrested, though. I think they just said that the brother was stuck on the other side. Or they kept him there. Maybe they said that. But yeah, they're going, like, it seems like they're leaving the safe zone. They're trying to go outside of the perimeter of the safe zone, which is why they're walking so slowly. And then it sounds like there's a warning shot fired. And then a couple of shots afterwards, or like a clip afterwards, then someone's on the ground because they've actually been shot. The problem is that to suggest that they were doing this to do like a fucking stunt is just really bizarre, because we have no idea. Like, how could you prove that from just looking at them? Like, how could you prove that from watching what they're... What if they were actually... What if they didn't know why their family member was being held on the other side and they wanted to go and like try to communicate to get their release or something? Like, they didn't even say how old the family members were. What if they were children? What if they had, like, there's a minor left behind and they wanted to try and fucking plead their case to get them back, which is why they're walking so slowly. And maybe they think, well, since we are like approaching the military, we might get shot, so it's probably better to have cameras ready in case they commit a workout. Like, that's just as plausible as them trying to get themselves killed intentionally so they can make propaganda. Like, it's suspicious that, but again, it's not suspicious at all if you consider that there's like, that they have a legitimate reason to go in that direction. Then you would film, because if you're going to go to a position when the military says don't approach, you don't approach. But you don't know why they decided they wanted to approach, because they said something about having family members on the other side, okay? That they were separated by the IDF. So if those family members are vulnerable, or if those family members were held on the other side for the wrong reason, and they might think that if they go and have a word, they could get them back, like, you can say it's naive or you can say whatever, but like, that doesn't mean that it's immediately suspicious. It doesn't make sense.
Right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like... and fatally wounded. They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy down? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag so we can put that over the bleeding part, assuming he got shot in his actually, right? Flag and then this guy, what is
if
this?
Only Hamas had uniforms. This has nothing to do with Hamas not having uniforms, though. Generally, generally, it is obviously going to be safer to not approach a military that's saying don't approach. Like, obviously. I keep saying this, like when I was in Lebanon, even as a teenager, like the age of 13, it's like I didn't even need to have an adult explaining to me that I shouldn't be approaching like Syrian military positions or the Israelis at the border. Like, obviously you don't do that because they might shoot you. Yeah, it's like very normal. But again, we just have no idea why these guys wanted to go in that direction. We don't know.
This guy running back to grab...
The explanation they gave on the camera before they actually started walking forward isn't even that implausible. That they'd been separated from family and they wanted to get their family into the safe zone.
The wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
And then, like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got
To
fucking
me, as a Westerner, this does seem a little wild. Like what?
killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, not these people, I mean these people, actually, yeah. Like,
oh, God. Jesus Christ. Uh-oh.
Suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more. It would require me to make a lot more assumptions. But it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we even know if that's his wife? These are a whole bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. Right? It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake, but they're doing it to themselves.
Speaking of that guy, Destiny, the genocidal Zionist sex criminal video game streamer, he also had a crack at responding to my video where he made some interesting points. Destiny criticized my characterization of the 2018 Gaza border protests as being overwhelmingly peaceful by citing instances of violent actions that protesters took part in during the 2018 border protests or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful.
Overwhelmingly peaceful. Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peaceful March of Return. All of this is like
the problem with this is it was overwhelmingly peaceful, but the overwhelmingly peaceful part was where people got fucking wasn't where people got shot. But okay.
Peaceful Great March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the peaceful Great March of Return.
Now, when I used the word overwhelmingly in my video, I used it as the word is meant to be used, which is to mean overwhelmingly, which means what the word means.
It's like saying January 6th was overwhelmingly peaceful. It is, because most people didn't actually enter the Capitol building. The amount of people who were outside of the Capitol grounds who were just protesting and shit, it far exceeded the people who stormed into the building. But you would never say it was overwhelmingly peaceful. You just wouldn't.
Means, which is to a very great degree or with a great majority.
Overwhelmingly.
Some instances of violence during these protests do not contradict my use of this word. The protests were...
It's a deceptive framing, though, because you would never say it for January 6th, obviously. Like, that's not why they were shooting. They weren't shooting people for being... Because the Great March of Return was, again... I don't even know why you would defend this, because the civilian organizers literally said, don't cross the fucking road. On day one, they said, don't cross the road because you might get shot because it's a buffer zone that's separating two parties of an armed conflict, right? So why do you disagree with them? If they understand that it's a bad idea to cross the road, and especially to fight with the fucking military, even if you're doing it with slingshots or burning tires or throwing stones or trying to cut the fence or trying to rip the barbed wire away, why do you disagree with them? They understand why it's a bad idea. They're not stupid. That's even from the Human Rights Council report. The Jaka Road, don't cross it. I don't know how you say that word, but where is it here? 30th of March. Preparations. Got it all here. Context and background. It would be Israeli preparations. Where is it when we're talking about the... Oh, this is the full one. God, I actually summarized both the summary and the full one. Whoop. Where is it where... Background and principles. Commission was told that Hamas security officials checked the protesters for weapons at the entrance of some sites. Facebook post by Artima. This was the guy whose idea it was. It was his Facebook post that launched the idea. The posts reiterate the importance of preserving the peaceful nature of the GMR while also calling on protesters to cross into Israel on the 14th of May. We're not talking about 14th of May, though. We're talking about pre-14th of May. The organizers are keen to affirm that this is a new form of resistance different to confrontations and throwing stones. It is preferable to start a sit-in 700 meters away from the separation fence. Now, the buffer zone for context is 300 meters. To prevent a clash of young people with the occupation forces. Progress will be gradual and in accordance with the discretion of the committees and national bodies in charge, which can be done in stages. So the stages they're talking about is every 2 weeks, they wanted to move the tents forward. That's what they wanted to do. So on day one, they wanted to start 700 meters away. Okay, they did not want to move. They even had sandbags up to protect the tents. They didn't want people to cross the road. But unfortunately, day one, 30th of March, people ran across the fucking across the road, started throwing stones, started burning tires, started trying to advance to cut the fence open, and 18 people died. 6 of whom were claimed directly by armed groups. Al-Qassam brigades claimed 5, and Islamic Jihad listed 1. DFLP member was killed as well. I don't know if he was a soldier, though. And potentially an Al-Aqsa Martyrs guy. And this was why the shooting happened. The shooting didn't happen because of people standing... Like, if people had listened to what the civilian organizers said, and Hamas hadn't fucking tried to make it into their own little dipshit project, then this wouldn't have happened. The civilian organizers were really clever on this, actually. The idea that they had would have... It would have been so difficult for the IDF to justify shooting anyone if they'd done this the way that the civilians the civilian organizers actually wanted to practice it. But alas. Some martyrdom seeker activities. I mean, if you look at some of these obituaries, particularly 14th of May was when Hamas just like launched their fucking balls to the wall. This was like the biggest, the deadliest day of the March of Return. 62 people died. Hamas claimed 50 of them. I think 31 of them were Al-Qassam brigades fighters. 19 of them would have just been members or affiliates. Islamic Jihad claimed 3. But yeah, this is where you've got people in their obituaries talking about how like they knew they were going to die. Almost, yeah. Like the mother begging her son here, this guy, Mohammed Hassan Abu Farhana, dying in the first row of his died of his wounds like a month later. His mother begging him not to go. And he just says, I'm going because I want the right of return. I want the right to return. Oh, what? Oh, for fuck! No, wait. No, wait. They have not gotten rid of my... Thank you, God. Okay. We have all these archived, so... Are these notes public? I believe so, yeah. What is it they say here? Yeah. Before our martyr left for the million-man march for return on 14th of May 2018, his mother asked him about the reason for his departure, and he replied, the right of return, mother. As if his mother's heart made her feel that she was going to lose him, she insisted that he not go out, but he preferred to answer the call and said to her again, the right of return, mother. Then he headed to the Al Farhin checkpoint. He was in the first row, but he was injured by an explosive bullet in his stomach. He remained in the hospital for about a month and then went to Jerusalem and was martyred there on 20th of June. But the civilian organizers did not want them to do this. You can even there's even like one video where the people are like behind one person who's moving forward and they're even saying you're going to get shot. Like there was one bone I picked with this report because the way that they interpret engaging in hostilities is so strangely loose. Where was it where they say, yeah, one incident? They describe one incident of these killings as someone who they think may have been directly participating in hostilities, like militarily targetable, and there may have amounted to participation in hostilities was someone who was firing a rifle. The commission investigated an incident that occurred during the demonstrations in the early afternoon of 14th of May that may have amounted to direct participation in hostilities. Near Al-Shahada Cemetery, a person in civilian clothes, meters away from a sizable group of demonstrators and cheered on by them, fired a rifle towards the Israeli side of the separation fence of distance between 70 and 50 meters amid the thick smoke of burning tires. May have been participating in hostilities. Quite weird, bit silly. They undercounted the militant deaths here as well, the number of Al-Qassam and Al-Quds brigades. There were also definitely clear instances where people just did not deserve to be shot. There's one journalist who I looked for quite a while through their, like, what they were talking about during the March of Return. It didn't seem like, there's one video where they literally pick out a journalist from the crowd and shoot him right in the fucking, like, just like here almost, like between their neck and chest. And he's like clearly picked out from the crowd quite far back. But there's not really any evidence of him doing anything, like, because incitement would be a threshold. If he was inciting people, then that would make you targetable potentially. But he wasn't even doing that. He was just like propagandizing, but you can't be targeted for doing that. There was also when they just lied about this person, Razan Al-Najjar, the paramedic who, the IDF, first of all, they lied about having aimed shots in her direction, and then they clipped her out of context to say that she was volunteering as a human shield, even though the full context of the clip is her talking about being a medic, about trying to treat people who had been shot. So yeah, they just flat out lied about this person. But it does not mean that you would say that, like, framing the whole protest and the reasons people were shot as mostly peaceful is just, it's dishonest. It's just not, it's very intentional, like, dishonest framing. Have the IDF made reports of all the kills? No. The only people who do that are people like Mir Amit Intelligence Center, I guess people like me. The UN report did write about a few deaths, mostly the non-affiliated ones. A few of them as well are just people who were shot, like, clearly outside of the buffer zone. And it doesn't look like they were retreating or anything. They were just... But I managed to find, I think in total, about just under 30% of the people who died in the period of the Human Rights Report were Al-Qassam, PIJ, or other militants. Lots of affiliates, but I don't know. Affiliate doesn't really tell you that much, because lots of people just get buried with fucking Hamas flags over them, even though they had nothing to do with the movement's objectives.
Overwhelmingly nonviolent, which is exactly what the UN report found.
The protest camps set up along the fence can make you do...
Yeah, remember, the UN report also found that the only one person they considered might be participating in hostilities was someone who fired a rifle. So,
a double take. In parts,
you got maybe if you fire a rifle.
Community festival, a carnival, a fair, like a distant cousin to Burning Man. Women prepare falafel sandwiches. Barbers give haircuts and trim beards. Lip syncers and dancers perform in the shade. Actors ham it up playing cruel Israeli soldiers.
Jesus.
Families come with their children.
Ultimately, though, regardless of how the protests were characterized overall, the reason I brought them up in my video was as evidence that Israel has a history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. That's what the UN report found. Israeli snipers intentionally targeted medics, journalists, men...
Why did they say this here? An imminent threat of death or serious injury. Why are they using those parameters? You know that you can attack military targets, and that can also count as participation in hostilities, right? I think the whole problem with this report, I believe, is that they just don't really even entertain the idea that the border fence is a military target, even though, I mean, surely after October 7th, it'd be quite clear why that fence is there, but they just don't even humor it. And they also, they mentioned the fact as well, though. They mentioned some of the intentions, because they even talk about people who were passing out fucking maps of the Israeli communities, mapping out how to get to them, how to approach the kibbutzim. Like, why would you send people? And how Hamas had literally like organized different units into, like, on Facebook, they had like a stone throwing unit, and they had a unit for burning tires so they could screen the people going forward. They had people who were equipped to cut down the fences. Like, the idea was to try and get a border penetration, and the fence is not as secure as a lot of people think. The problem is that there was also even someone who designed the fence who spoke about this, is that if that fence gets breached sufficiently enough, then you would have less than 120 seconds before you could potentially have thousands of people crossing into Israel. That's why they prioritized defending the fence, even if it meant shooting people who were getting close to destroying it. Like, that was the whole purpose. Because if you have 1,000 people crossing into Israel, a lot more people are going to die. And it's not like this intention was veiled in any way. What I guess Noah probably won't mention is they'll talk about the festivities, okay, which most people were doing, but they won't mention the minority, as in the people who were attacking the fence. Say Sinwar. This was Sinwar 1 week after the first march, April 6th.
خرجنا اليوم وسنخرج على مدار الأيام القادمة وسيفاجئ شعبنا وشبابنا وسيفاجئ شعبنا وسيفاجئ شبابنا العالم كله بما في جعبته ولينتظروا زحفنا الكبير سنقتلع الحدود وسنقتلع قلوبهم.
So I feel like it's not the peaceful part that gets you shot. It's the people trying to do this shit. No? Okay. Easy. All right, fuck. Doesn't mean that everyone who was shot deserved to get shot. Doesn't mean that even some of the IDF snipers didn't commit war crimes. It's just the way you characterize it is fucking stupid. All right.
Women, children, elderly people, and disabled people. Cite whatever instances of property damage, tire burning, flag planting, rock throwing you want. These are irrelevant to the fact that Israel intentionally targeted thousands of civilians with sniper fire. The commission interviewed an international journalist covering the demonstrations at the Malika site who described the scene that day. What was notable was the amount of injured people and the slow, methodical shooting. Every few minutes, you would hear a shot ring out and you would see someone fall, and then another shot and another person fell. It went on for hours. I saw
really thousands. I think 6,000 people were shot to injure. Yeah, they were injured from gunshots. Yeah, mostly shot in the legs. Yeah.
A man who had been shot in the throat. I didn't see it happen, but I saw the immediate aftermath. He was covered in blood. I saw a man who had been shot in the head. There was a constant stream of bloody bodies being carried back towards the ambulances.
Again, you can even just like. There's a very consistent position on this. Like, if a settler tries to expand into the West Bank, like, are we really against Palestinians shooting them? Even if they do it with rocks? Like, the settlers' #1 fucking favorite weapon is rocks and blocking roads and fucking Molotov cocktails. They use that shit all the time. But you don't think Palestinians should be allowed to use lethal force to defend themselves against that behavior? Even if, like, 1929 Jews, like, Jewish descendants wanted to go and reclaim Gaza or, like, march to the fence so they can get their old home back because they were kicked out after the riots in 29. It's like, yeah, they're probably going to get shot, bro.
It was surreal and endless. It became almost normal. It was happening so often.
The IDF doesn't think so. Yeah, they're wrong. Fuck them.
A shot, a person falling, people carrying the body away. The number of wounded was astonishing. I couldn't say how many people I saw who were shot because it was so high. I have covered wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya, and I've never seen anything like this. The slow, methodical shooting. It was just shocking. Presenting this fact is only a one-sided history if you think intentional civilian targeting is somehow warranted due to other unrelated instances of violence, which definitionally cannot.
The way he keeps framing this intentional civilian targeting, I'm sorry, but like, why does he keep on saying, if it was intentional civilian targeting, why was the like overwhelming majority of people who were shot the ones who had actually crossed into the buffer zone? Where the tire burning and the Molotov cocktail throwing and the incendiary kites and the incendiary balloons and the handful of people had rifles and maybe some people had IEDs and the people who were slingshotting, which again can kill people, right? Like,
not be true. This is, of course, if we're taking international law into account, but Destiny's a Zionist, so that's not high on his priority list.
I'm pro-genocide.
Destiny has had similar Israel glazing-induced English language difficulties in the past. He had this same response when Norman Finkelstein brought up the 2018 border protests in the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate early last year.
In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent. Along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. There were snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right. Because, hey, laugh. It's hilarious. The story is so funny.
You're lying about
it's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects of violence to it.
Okay.
According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't
I can read from the UN website itself. In regards to the Great March of Return, they said, while the vast majority of protesters have acted in a peaceful manner, during most protests, dozens have approached the fence attempting to damage it, burning tires, throwing stones, and Molotov.
The problem is like, okay, here's this. Again, I don't know why I'm playing this game, because no one knows what he's doing. Finkelstein knows what he's doing. If I say the vast majority of them were peaceful, a bunch of people got shot. It's like, what am I trying to say there? Am I trying to say that peaceful protesters were the ones who got shot? No, because there were tens of thousands of people, maybe even hundreds of thousands if you count the entire year that it happened. If they were all mostly behind the road, and they're the ones who, for the most part, did not get shot, okay? The overwhelming majority of people who got shot were the ones who were involved in the fighting. Then it does sound kind of dishonest when I say people were shot at an overwhelmingly peaceful protest. Even though it's true, it's obviously framing it in a way to suggest that the people who got shot were, like, that Israel was just shooting random fucking peaceful protesters for no reason, which is not what happened.
Cocktails towards Israeli forces and flying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage to agriculture.
Again, they know what they're doing. I don't even need to explain it. It's so fucking obvious. Unless you want to call it, it's just, so people got arrested and shot and beating the shit out of them at the January 6th protest, even though the protest was overwhelmingly peaceful. That's all that happened. Ashley Babbitt just walked through a window. What's wrong with that?
Cultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli civilians.
The Israeli response was mostly peaceful. There were tens of thousands of protesters and only 6,000 shot. See, that would be very cheeky if you said it that way, wouldn't you? It's also like saying the vast majority of settlers are peaceful. That's true as well. Most settlers are not the ones who are running around fucking throwing stones and blockading roads. But again, why the fuck would you... Obviously, when people talk about settlers in the news, they're talking about the violent ones. It doesn't matter that the majority of the 500,000 of them are like living in their houses and still, I guess, peacefully occupying land they shouldn't be occupying. Is it really vastly peaceful? Then why were thousands shot? Because the ones who were shot were the ones who deviated from the peaceful elements of the protesters, mostly. That's the point, yeah. The point, and the civilian leaders of the protests understood this. Because on day one, they said, don't cross the road. Don't go into the buffer zone. Stay 700 meters away, which is actually double the size of the buffer zone. They want it to be really far away because, again, they're not idiots. They just have, like, I guess Gazan civilian protest organizers just have, like, 500 IQ, where they understand that if you move towards an armistice line that's separating two parties of an armed conflict with a military on the other side, you might get shot.
And explosives also
talk fast, so people think that you're coherent.
Notice Destiny's retort to Norm's description of the protests being overwhelmingly nonviolent is that there were actually aspects of violence. This is not a contradiction. Overwhelmingly means overwhelmingly. And now the only elements of the protest that Noah wants to talk about is the innocents who were shot. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that Hamas literally, on the deadliest day of the Great March of Return, Hamas claimed 50 out of the 62 people who died. And PIJ claimed a few as well.
تاريخ 30/3 يوم الجمعة كنت على الحدود الشرقية في رفح. كان في آلاف المتظاهرين والمتظاهرات، شباب وفتيات ونساء وأطفال وشيوخ. وصلت على الساعة 9 صباحا. بدينا إنه أول ما وصلنا قعدنا شفنا وين رح نقعد وبعديها رجعنا.
Hey, thanks for the $49.99, Joan. I really appreciate that. That's so generous. What the hell? Again, there's not really... there's no point having this argument, though. There's no point, because... Again, Noah doesn't actually think that the majority of people who got shot were the ones who were just, like, part of the festivities and everything like that. He knows that most of the shootings happened in the buffer zone. If he's read that report, then he knows that it was the ones who were attacking the fence, mostly, who got shot. The problem is that we're not actually having the same argument. The thing is that what Noah actually thinks, and he can correct me if he thinks I'm wrong, is he actually thinks it was justified for the people to try and break through the fence and approach those kibbutzim. Like, he thinks that, like, the right thing to do would be to just allow, like, tens of thousands of Gazans, not knowing which ones are civilians or not, to actually just go through the fence and allow them to go into the kibbutzim and just, like, the people who live there hope for the best. That's actually what he wants. Like, so the fact, even if it was, like, a Hamas militant with a gun getting shot, that probably still just makes him sad, because he wants Hamas to win.
صلينا الجمعة ورجعنا أنا وصاحبتي. لما وصلنا لقينا كل الشباب راجعين كلهم لورا، ما حد متقدم. فمسكنا أنا وياها إيد بعض ووصلنا نقدم قدامهم، وأجوا باقي البنات صاروا يمسكوا إيدينا والشباب صاروا يهتفوا لنا ويشجعونا أكثر مشان نقدم أكثر. كنت أمسك الأعلام وأغرسهم وأقرب أكثر وأكثر. غرست العلم ومسكت علم ثاني وصرت ألوح فيه. فالاحتلال يعني ما عجبه هالمنظر يعني. طبعا يعني كنت انا محروقه يعني من جوا، كنت بغلي يعني. تعرف شوفي كل الظلم يعني انت بتعيش كل يوم. كنت من الاقليه الموجودين يعني، كنا بنعد على اصابعي اللي قدام. وانا قدمت كثير وكنت بعيد عن اليهود اقل شيء 20 متر. لما لوحت في العلم سمعت صوت طلق، صابت صدمه يعني، كابوس. أول ما شالوني وقعت على الأرض، بعدين شالوني ثاني مرة ودوني على الإمبلاس. كنت يعني بدي أنا.
So she kept pushing forward with a group. They say that in the Human Rights Report as well. They talk about how women went in front of the men because they thought that they were less likely to get shot, which kind of like allows cover for the men to go behind you. Yeah. Where's the... They were doing that with kids as well. There was Hania who was literally like rewarding a kid for moving into the buffer zone. The onion kid, they called him. What did they call him again? The onion mask. Well, they still have it. The hero in the onion mask. Yeah, there was this kid who went into the buffer zone. The point in this is that it's supposed to neutralize tear gas, I think, having an onion in your mask. This kid is clearly like fucking like less than 10 years old, right? And rather than saying, hey, don't go into the buffer zone where people are getting shot, the Hamas leaders gave him a fucking massive key and a little award and celebrated him for... Like, it's so gross. What the fuck, man? I don't know if one day we want to go through all the fucking videos of like these Hamas guys and how much they love to encourage kids to fight with soldiers, but yeah. Does that even work? I have no idea. I don't think it does, but...
Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the UN investigation find? Brace yourself. You thought it was funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found... Go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that only one or two of them were justified killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics.
I thought he was actually going to make the point there, but I think, if I remember correctly, Even with the cuts, Finkelstein talks really slow. Yep.
And here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
Zionism's crazy because it kind of backs you into a corner of having to defend the indefensible. And I don't know if you're as shameless as Destiny is.
Bro, you think there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian? I'm sorry. What the fuck is wrong with you? Defending the indefensible. You think like half the Jews in the world are fucking military targets, and you support a streamer who says it openly. Meanwhile, we're talking about people trying to break a border fence that is separating two sides of an armed conflict, where leaders like Sinwar are literally saying, break through and rip their hearts out, where people are stating their intentions to break through the border and kill people, and you're wondering about the ethics of defending that fence with lethal force. Meanwhile, this guy thinks it's valid to say that there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. Fuck off. I believe Finkelstein might have lied about this march as well, because March of Return. When he talks about the start of the protests. She said Yahud, Jew, not soldier. Yeah, I know, people like to flip that a little bit. Oh, it's here. Yeah, I think Finkelstein actually lied about this as well. Or maybe he didn't. Let's see.
It's wrong. You got the months wrong. We're talking about the
Tails towards Israeli forces and flying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage to agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli civilians. Some incidents of shooting and throwing of explosives have also been reported.
Talk fast.
I'm
so people think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but
I know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you, though.
You got the months wrong. You got the months wrong. We're talking about the beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that march as mostly peaceful.
Okay, allow me to finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now you find it so far-fetched.
Yeah, when he's talking about March at the start, is he suggesting that the beginning of the marches were less violent and Hamas only were present later on? Even that's not true, though. A higher proportion of Hamas fighters died on the first day than in the rest of the marches. Al-Qassam's website has 5. I think 18 people died total. These are all from March 30th. Where is this one here? Yeah, March 30th. Unless we're suggesting that a third of all Gazans are militants, it's almost as if this approach towards the fence was disproportionately carried out by soldiers. Obviously in civilian clothes, you know, because that's what they... just a regular old civilian protester. Nothing to see here. But again, Noah's not upset that Noah isn't upset that he thinks this was just like a random shooting of a bunch of peaceful protesters who were far away and not doing anything. He's upset that these guys didn't actually make it across and into the kibbutzim. That's why he's sad. He's not sad about innocents dying. He's sad that these guys didn't get to go into fucking kibbutz Kfar Aza or whatever. Fun fact about the UN report is they name some of these guys. This guy's a PIJ, an Islamic Jihad soldier. UN report doesn't mention that, though. Faris al-Rakab. Where do they tell you this guy's Islamic Jihad? Nowhere.
that's not really an issue.
They're doing it to themselves.
But for most rational human beings, you see someone arguing that and you say, oh, that's an insane person. And that's the high ground we have on Zionism. The more people understand the truth, the less people are going to be publicly willing to defend these crimes. Destiny later nitpicks my comment about the media's use of terrorist designation in articles. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's US designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished.
Relying on a U.S. terrorist designation is retarded. But you don't need to do that.
Whoa.
You could just know what Hezbollah is, which is like a paramilitary militant group that's funded by fucking Iran that now has like seats in the Lebanese government.
Don't care. Don't care. No, I talked
Or the reasons why this terrorist designation is to him not illegitimate. It only reinforces the circular logic of the terrorist label. You don't have to call them terrorists to know that they are terrorists. Just look at what they do. They kill civilians. They violently overthrow governments. They take over entire countries. Okay, well, the US does all of those things, but it isn't on the US designated terrorist list, is it? Israel is US backed, the US being, by the criteria we just looked at, a terrorist state, but they're not on the list either. It's almost like these designations are selective and used to reinforce U.S.
What did he... We're going back to the Contras now?
To call them terrorists to know that they are terrorists. Just look at what they do. They kill civilians.
1960s. Okay.
Civilians. They violently overthrow
Contras.
governments. They take over...
This is the human death toll of wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Yemen, and Somalia.
Entire countries. Okay, well, the
Are we saying that U.S. policy in these wars was targeting civilians?
They violently...
I know Trump relaxed rules of engagements in Afghanistan, which meant that they were willing to accept more collateral death for airstrikes. That's not the same as targeting civilians.
They take over entire countries. Okay, well, the US does all of those things, but it isn't on the US designated terrorist list, is it? Israel is US backed, the US being, by the criteria we just looked at, a terrorist state, but they're not on the list either. It's almost like these designations are selective and used to reinforce US imperial hegemony. Oh my God, no way. What?
Whereas Iranian hegemony is fucking base, isn't it? We love Iranian
US
hegemony.
imperial hegemony.
We love that Iran-backed militants in fucking Lebanon can go and help Assad stay in power whilst he fucking murders hundreds of thousands of civilians, more than Israel has ever committed in the entire history of the conflict, by the way. The axis of resistance that this fucking idiot supports, but okay. I'm going to talk about that. Why you might see Hezbollah as an extension of imperialism and also as terrorists. Okay. Whatever. Spent too long. Too long! Waste of time. Waste of time. It's never a debate about war conduct. It's a debate about Noah is being upset that the axis of resistance lost. I hate when bad words are first political analysis. These people are so smug about it too. Yeah. You should watch the last 5 minutes of the video. Why? It's just the same fucking arguments over and over and over again. It's boring. It's boring. Why? What are you talking about? 5 minutes. We're here? All right.
Israel blew up a cancer hospital, the Turkish Friendship Hospital, the only hospital in Gaza specializing in treating cancer patients. They just blew the entire building up. It's rubble now. The IDF said that the hospital was a Hamas compound, but it was actually an IDF compound. They raided it at the start of the genocide, kicked everyone out, and have been using it as a military base for the past 16 months. If we're gonna make this about good and bad, generally speaking, the people blowing
It's not usually like the IDF to stay inside those buildings. Usually they clear them and then they leave. That's why they keep on doing a raid, then they leave, and they come back, and then they do a raid, and then they leave, and then they come back. It's cancer hospital, Gaza. Israeli army is investigating the officer who ordered the destruction of the cancer hospital. Okay, so apparently they didn't want to do it. Apparently this might not have been ordered. Okay, let's see. What are these guys saying? This is the same article he used, isn't it? Can't remember. Blew up the only specialized cancer hospital in the war-torn territory. It was always in Netzarim, so they would have been occupying it. Yeah. Apparently they visited it during the ceasefire, found that it was damaged, but some facilities remained in good condition. Turkish Foreign Ministry condemned the hospital's destruction. Hospitals can lose their protected status under international law if they are used for military purposes. Any operations against them must be proportional. So it looks like they just demolished it. Yeah, if it still had functioning equipment in it, that's completely unjustified. Noah said it was all rubble 2 seconds ago. I mean, it is. They demolished it. That's why are they saying here that this is Middle East Monitor? Israeli army is investigating the officer who ordered the destruction of the cancer hospital. Oh, it's this guy. It's this fucking prick who should have been fired and jailed a million fucking years ago, by the way. This is the settler. This is the settler who's in charge of Division 252, right? Yeah. The guy who was telling people in the Netzarim corridor to fucking shoot people without asking questions. This guy's a settler. He's fucking nuts. Yeah. People have complained about him in the past. Like that Haaretz, the Haaretz report speaks about how officers, because he's a division commander, and the division is big. Divisions are like tens of thousands of soldiers. He's had complaints against him from lower level commanders in the division, and people have had to work under him. I know that some people just don't listen to him. So when he says fucking shoot anyone who enters the corridor, shoot to kill without any warnings or anything like that, people still do warnings. Some of them, obviously, some of them don't. But yeah, this guy is fucking. This guy should not be anywhere near any weapon ever. This guy's or let alone in charge of 10,000 plus soldiers. Apparently, he unilaterally downgraded the building's classification as sensitive, thereby circumventing the need for high-level approval. Oh, that's what they do, isn't it? They do the fucking skip around. The incident's being examined. Yeah, this guy should be in jail. This guy is fucking nuts. He should have been let go of fucking ages ago, because people have been complaining about this guy for months within the IDF.
Up cancer hospitals are not the good guys. So if this is what's gone on in the first 3 days of Israel's full breaking of the ceasefire, why am I, instead of talking about that, talking about what some idiot Zionist influencer thinks? And there's a few reasons, but first, look, the last time I framed a video about Gaza around a YouTube drama, it got over 700,000 views. That's 700,000 people that came in expecting me to talk shit about a YouTuber and left with a video that was mostly about Gaza. But when I released a video the following week with an explicitly political topic, media coverage of Israel's ceasefire violations, it barely broke 100,000 views. My perspective right now is that over everything else, we need reach. We need people to know about what Israel is doing, people that don't already know. Israel, or at least aren't seeing updates on Israel's genocide, which is a lot of people. The media is not covering it. They weren't covering it a lot before, but over the past 17 months, that coverage has dwindled down to almost nothing. And as we've seen, the majority of it is just straight up manufacturing consent. This includes that record-breaking child-killing massacre from Israel. How many of you heard about that, described in those terms, the terms of what actually happened and not just another new, quote, Israeli Gaza offensive with some catastrophic record-breaking death toll that doesn't even make it into the headline? The best way, I think, to get more...
What does he mean by record-breaking death toll? Is this the first war that he's seen where 50,000 people died? Has he seen what the estimates are for Mariupol alone in Ukraine, where the higher estimates are 75,000 in one city that was besieged for a few months? What's he talking about? Record-breaking. Okay.
For people to know about this stuff is by using the algorithm for what it's meant to be used, which is views. And in this case,
what the Syrian civil war would like a fucking word. Jeez.
That looks like is farming drama. I could be wrong about this approach, and if you think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but a non-profit, so that I can just cover more things more consistently and not have to choose between, you know, a US-backed child massacre and Ethan Klein. But until then, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. Regardless, it doesn't matter what you think.
What's your goal, though, Noah? You want Israel destroyed by resistance forces, like Palestinian resistance and neighboring resistance forces. I guess that means Hezbollah, the Houthis, everyone else. What? How are you? I'm trying to wonder what the through line is from his YouTube videos achieving that.
Of these creators. It's not about them. It's not about anyone being good or bad or what your YouTube subscription feed says about your morals. It's about a genocide that's happening right now, that's unfolding in front of our eyes, and that most of our countries are actively supporting. If these creators are giving people rhetoric to support the genocide that's happening, then we need to talk about that. That's something we need to discuss, especially
I'll just say it one more time. No one manufactured more consent for a war in Gaza than Hamas themselves. If you believe everything that Hamas seems to believe about Israel, that they just go in and use any, well, because the idea is that these guys think that Israel was just waiting for any excuse to go and do a ground operation and take over Gaza, right? Even though there's no evidence that the IDF was preparing for any of that before October 7th. The most they seemed to be prepared for was a border penetration of 70 people. That's the most the IDF was prepared for, which is why they spent, like, now that they've even gone into Gaza, even the task of like destroying the tunnels that Hamas built is like a whole trial and error process, because they haven't got preparation to do it. They gave up on a lot of their intel gathering from Gaza quite a while ago. They used to have moles in Gaza, but they deactivated them in 2010. There's a lot of, like, there's no evidence that they were preparing that they had any pre-designed plans to go and do what they're doing in Gaza right now. What they're doing now happened because as a response to October 7th. 70 soldiers, yeah, maximum. That's how much they were ready for. No one manufactured more consent for Israel to go into Gaza than Hamas did, because Hamas turned Gaza into a military base, okay? What they did really was an act of military genius, and people will talk about that for like hundreds of years. The fact that they built like a higher concentration of tunnels than the Paris metro underneath the city, the fact that they work in civilian clothing, the fact that they are very effective at making sure their civilian population stays put when evacuation warnings are given, the fact that just because of Egypt and Israel's actions, like no one can leave the strip unless they pay extortionate amounts to Egypt, so civilians don't really have a safe area, the fact that they've managed to booby trap, even according to Sinwar's words, they've managed to booby trap like thousands of buildings and houses and everything else. The fact that they literally put up videos bragging about doing like IED fucking operations in civilian houses. The fact that they have tunnels in civilian houses, as has been verified by international journalists. The fact that they weaponize the civilian infrastructure and the entire urban layout to their military advantage. Hamas did all that. They built that battlefield. They went into Israel. They filmed themselves murdering civilians and bragging about it. Went back into Gaza with 250 hostages and said, yep, we want to do that again. October 7th, that's what we want to do over and over and over again. If you give us a chance to, if you let us build up again, we are going to build up for that. And if you want to stop us, and if you want to get us and make sure we don't do it again, you have to rip through the entire city to get to us. That's what Hamas did. No one manufactured more consent for that war to happen than Hamas did. And even if Israel didn't commit any war crimes, if they behaved like the most ethical soldiers on earth or whatever, with their airstrikes and everything else, you would still have a massive amount of civilians dying. Because that happened with ISIS in Mosul. And ISIS in Mosul had far less time to prepare, far less time to build tunnels. There were evacuation routes that let hundreds of thousands of people leave the city. ISIS, I think by US estimates, only had between, I think, like 5,000 and 10,000 fighters in a city of a couple of million people. There was much less worry about tunnels or anything like that, so they could use lighter explosives and everything like that to get to their targets. And the Americans and Iraqi coalition, they still managed to kill 10,000 civilians, despite ISIS only being a fighting force of, like, I think it was between 5,000 and 10,000. I think the Americans initially estimated 5,000. It might have gone up to 10,000 during the war, during the battle. So even if you get rid of like all of Israel's war crimes and all of their disproportionality and all of their like murderous fucking rampage rhetoric from Netanyahu and the like, if you get rid of all that, you still have a war that no one would call a genocide. Because these guys don't even think the pager attack was an acceptable level of proportion. The fact that like the overwhelming majority of people who were taken out by those pagers were soldiers. The overwhelming majority of deaths were soldiers. But the only thing they don't want to talk about that. They just want to talk about the civilians who died, the 2 kids, which is tragic. But that doesn't tell you about the intent of the strike. Given that Hezbollah fights in civilian areas, given that it's not that easy to target them, or it's not impossible to target them without hurting civilians, even the pager strike was too much for them, because they're not upset about war conduct. They're not upset about collateral being too high or anything. It's that they think Hamas should win. They want Hamas to win. So what can you do? Yeah, same with Hezbollah. Yeah. They're not upset because they think there was like a cleaner way to target Hezbollah fighters than the pagers, right? The pagers is about as low collateral as you're going to get fighting a group like Hezbollah. But that's not what their problem is. Their problem isn't that it was disproportionate or anything like that. Their problem is that it's just that their good guys didn't win. That's it.
Person is claiming to be an ally to the cause. And if other creators are fighting against it, then that's worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis and breaking down propaganda that's being used for the genocide, or giving an honest voice to its resistance, then that content is important and should be shared and supported regardless of how you feel about the individuals involved. Unfortunately, we're sort of stuck in a media ecosystem that cares far more about influencer drama than it does about Palestinian lives. Part of the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully doing something to try and stop it. People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places, but really
nothing, basically, because you've basically set up an unattainable goal. Again, I'll just keep reiterating. His goal is that he wants Hamas to win. He wants Israel destroyed. You're gonna have to do a little bit more than that than protesting to achieve that, or boycotting. This is not South Africa. Boycotting is not going to get you what you want. Boycotting can stop settlements. Boycotting can stop certain actions. It's not going to stop Israel from existing.
Politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
Wait, what? Tell us what to do, you fucking cowardly cunt. Don't just leave your audience with all this fucking build-up. Come on. You're going to tell us what to do, right? We're fucking mad. Tell people what to do. Are you going to lead by example? What the fuck did that? What?
If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
He's going to tell us. He's got 30 seconds to tell us what escalating is. Apart from that, that's all I'm saying.
So anyways, yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab your heads and slam them against the screen to show you what Israel is doing. And if you don't like that, tell your favorite influencers to stop using their massive platforms to back a genocide. Tell them to stop spreading genocidal propaganda, lying about the resistance to it, and silencing and deplatforming advocates against the genocide. Do that, and then I'll leave you all to your slop. It's very escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, Western media history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes, I will keep using influencer drama to—
What kind of escalate? What the fuck? What a vague motherfucker. Like, the problem, 7.75 million people watching videos like this. Escalate how? Okay, so there's genocide, okay? It's backed by the United States and US politicians and US creators. And genocide's like the worst thing you can do. That's a Holocaust, okay? People are backing a Holocaust, these creators. Israelis, they're all fucking mental. They're all Nazis, okay? Israel's Nazi Germany, okay? Israel's doing a Holocaust. All of the entire nation is bloodthirsty. The people who support them are bloodthirsty. Boycotting's not working. Divestment's not working, obviously, because you didn't boycott and divest the Nazis out of existence. What do you want people to do? What do you want people to do? Escalate. That's all I'm saying. You wanna, after you, soldier, because we all know, I mean, we know what that means. The problem is I don't actually, I'm saying I know what it means because he's obviously saying violence, but it's a problem that I don't really know what kind of violence he wants to do. Does he want people to target politicians? Does he want people to go to Gaza and take up arms? Does he want people to, what, escalate?
grab your raising awareness, sure, divestment, yeah, in some places, but really politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history.
What's saying the
supply chains, okay. Access to the politics, are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are.
We have direct access, physical access to the supply chains, the propagandists. We have direct access to the propagandists, the supply chains, the weapons manufacturers, the politicians, the propagandists. Well, they're the ones you mentioned in this video? And we need to escalate. That's all I'm saying. Okay. What a disgusting, cowardly fuck. And obviously he's got no problem with like promoting Bad Empanada in his last video. Quite widely promoting. And Bad Empanada does just say take up arms and kill people. He says that on his Twitter account. That is a threat of violence. It's not a threat of violence. This guy's not going to do shit. That would, what, get in the way of his cushy life? No, he wants other people to do it for him. He wants other people to escalate for him. With a conveniently vague call, which basically means that people are, it's just up to the interpretation of the mentally ill fucking psychos who are convinced by all this shit. You've got direct physical access. Physical access. Who are you under attack? The propagandists. So what, YouTubers? What a horrible, what the fuck?
To the politicians, the prop of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical to try and stop it. People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, you know, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places, but really politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyway,
no, it's just he's just calling for a very unspecified fucking like call to violence. That's what it is. If you wanted to, because if he wanted to escalate in a way that's actually like legal or not TOS and not violent, he would say it. He would specify. The fact that he hasn't specified is because he is a cowardly terrorist inciting fuck. That's why. He wants people to, because they got physical access to politicians, arms companies, businesses, I guess, who, because that list of BDS businesses is quite long, and also the propagandists. And if you're Noah Samson, it's not difficult to get called a pro-genocide propagandist. You can tell, because you can call it a genocide and you can oppose it, but you're still a pro-genocide propagandist to Noah Samson. Jesus. It's incredibly dangerous language to use. It's stochastic terrorism is what it is. That's what it's a dog whistle for violence. That's all it is, yeah. And it's also the brilliant kind of dog whistle where, like, you don't really, whatever he means by escalate, he's not doing it himself. He's just not doing it. Nope. He wants other people to do it for him. He wants other people to get their lives destroyed for it. He wants other people to, like, alienate their fucking friends and their family and, like, destroy their entire, like, the one chance that they've got in this world to live a fulfilling life. He wants them to abandon that and to hurt someone else in the process, most likely, for his own cause, while he makes money off of it. Fuck's sake. It's so disgusting. Oh my God. I love it that his introduction to the internet sphere was like this kind of nice boy bread tuber. Jesus. And now he just wants to be like some kind of cult leader. Ugh. The fuck am I watching? He wants to be Hassan real bad. He doesn't want to be Hassan, bro. He wants to be fucking Sinwar by the sounds of it. First I thought he wants to be bad empanada, but no, he wants to be Sinwar. That's what he wants. Maybe slightly more optical. The Sinwar grind set. This is surely ban-worthy, or was it vague enough? Veiled incitement is still TOS. It's still TOS. If you combine this with him saying that Israel needs to be destroyed through like resistance, like the Nazis were destroyed, then yeah, it's all part of the same. Like he clearly likes resistance groups. And what's their MO? Their MO is violence. Their MO is fighting civilians, targeting civilians. Yeah, he supports it. He likes it. Makes him happy. Maybe he's trying to make a case for the US doesn't deserve 12 billion. You mean Israel? No, straight shot, you incredibly naive. Actually, no, you're not being naive. You know what you're doing when you said that. He would have called for that. He would have pushed for that. When you're saying we need to escalate, we've got physical access, that's all I'm saying, bro. No. He actually wrote off divestment and protests. He said like, it's fine, but it hasn't worked. It's done nothing. He wants more. He wants escalation. What the fuck am I watching, man? They're doing a hearing about the chat signal right now. The signal chat. Oh yeah, for sure. Massive wink nudge energy. It's so... how do you live with yourself, man? I guess it's like he lives with himself fine because in his head, it all makes sense, right? Like it's the Israeli-American Holocaust and people support it. And it's like, and it's Nazis. And well, what did we do to Nazis? We defeated them militarily. Yes, the problem here is Noah's stance and words and not an active genocide. Flankosaurus, I'm going to ban you because your brain is too small to think of two things at once. Go away.
Yes, I will keep using influencer.
But that's the thing, that if you believe everything Noah's saying, it makes sense to escalate in a very vague, definitely not violent way. It would make sense. No one's like lighting any candles for the fucking Nazi diplomats and people who were fucking assassinated in Germany, are they? Or even for things like fucking Dresden. No one really lights much of a candle for that either. Like, it was still an indiscriminate attack on civilians, but it doesn't, like, yeah, it was fucking Nazi Germany. Like, God, people just don't give much of a fuck. If you want to see him cover Ethan, you should do 28 minutes. Why? Why am I watching this? Why am I just watching this guy, like, basically gambling with the lives of, like, the most vulnerable fucking people in his audience so that they can go out and escalate, bro. Fuck me. You already had a guy setting himself on fire over this shit. A guy who also, by the way, did support October 7th and thought there was no such thing as an Israeli civilian. It's that weird correlation, isn't there? There's this weird correlation between, like, destroying your own society and destroying your own life and wanting to destroy Israel. I don't know. Seems like it's quite hard to do one without the other for some reason. Rip. Waste of time. Wasted too much time. Palestinian lives are a sacrifice he's willing to make, I guess. This is the Sinwar logic, wasn't it? It's the same logic as, what'd you call it? It's the same logic as what he's saying to America. He said people in the West need to escalate. We need to escalate. We. I'm right behind you. About 100 miles behind you, but you got this, soldier. God is with you. Not just escalate the fact that he said protest was ineffective. It's the most obvious build-up. If you understand how January 6th was an incitement to violence, then you understand how what Noah did was an incitement to violence. I'm sorry, that's it, done. And these guys are the masters of finding dog whistles. And that there was a fucking dog air horn, okay? Ugh. Okay. What's this? Jordan proposes exiling 3,000 Hamas members from Gaza to end Israel's war. $3,000 members and it's of Hamas and the military wing. And I'm guessing it's Palestinian Authority. Jordan mentioned. Disarmament of Hamas and other resistance factions in Gaza, according to a scheduled timeline. I'm listening. This would end Hamas's rule. So ethnically cleanse Hamas members. What? Israel escalates its bombardment of Gaza just days after violating the ceasefire. Fighter jets launched dozens of airstrikes, killing 400 civilians, including nearly 200 children. Ministry of Health, 50,000. I think they released a full list, didn't they? Steve Witkoff deal. I'm guessing, well, I know, I'm not even guessing. Netanyahu doesn't even want PA in Gaza. He's like, he thinks that's Fatastan. Because he's a cunt. I mean, it's good that the Middle Eastern countries are making proposals like this because it's like, I think this is, of all the ways to pressure Israel to stop, I think this is probably the best way. Because Because when Israel and Israelis keep saying like they don't want Gaza to be left in the hands of Hamas when Israel leaves, well, if you have Middle Eastern countries that are saying, yeah, well, we can make that offer, we can have people running Gaza that are not Hamas, like it's on the table. And when Israel says no, fuck them, yeah. Exile them to where? I don't know. Does it matter? Tunisia? Stick them in Tunisia. Qatar? Does Qatar still want them? Or would it be Turkey? Iran. Put them in Iran. Yeah. Put them in Noah Samson's house. I mean, the boy wants to escalate. Yeah. Boy wants to escalate, go for it. Stick him in there. He'd get along with them. Okay. I bet Eastern Poland would take them for transit. Don't know, man. No, we've already solved it. Put them with Noah Samson. Has Bibi tried to do authoritarian moves within Israel? Yep. That has been discussed for quite a while now. Okay. Whatever. I want to watch
Off
longer
topic,
video.
but it will forever stick with them that these lefty types manage to wave the flags and aid links of a dozen countries and yet not a single iota of that energy is spent on Ukraine emoji.
I mean, if people have a specific interest, I don't care if they talk about one thing more than the other. It's just that I don't think that's why Noah doesn't talk about Ukraine. Same with Sean. I think a lot of these breadtubers didn't talk about Ukraine because they knew their audience was split on it. Because they knew that half their audience believed in all the fucking like excessive control of the Azov battalion and that Crimea should be Russian or that NATO actually provoked Russia. Or I think they all believe that shit. Or that there were Ukrainians were like fucking persecuting Russians in the Donbass. That the Maidan was an American coup. That's probably, and Ukrainians are white. Like, yeah, that's why they don't give a fuck about Ukraine. It would divide their audience. Azov was a thing, you can't deny it. That's exactly what I said, Chop Stewie. I said the Azov battalion doesn't exist. You're very fucking intelligent, yes. Go outside and tell everyone how fucking useful that contribution was, you fucking inbred moron. What the fuck? What did I just say? What did I just say? Military. Oh my god. Oh shit. When I say excessive control of Azov, okay. Oh, but they did exist though. Wow. True. Well, I suppose since Azov existed, that's a totally fucking valid claim then, isn't it? Straight shot, that's the $5. Would you support the US implementing this type of border policy? What, as the Great March of Return? Probably not, no. That's more like the kind of border policy you have with countries that like don't recognize each other and are at war with each other. That's usually what you go for. It works both ways. Like, say if fucking some Israeli dipshits tried to go into Lebanon, right? Yeah, I don't think they should do that. That shouldn't be like a US border patrol. Especially given that, you know, like the kind of Israelis who would want to actually cross the border into Lebanon are the settlers, the 5 settlers in Israel who want to claim the country. Nah. For them, it's a completely different resolution.
Airstrikes. Bomb them.
Charles Oberon, thanks for the 6 shekels. You make my evenings better in these trying times. Shit. Calimac, thanks for the 11.99. Off topic, but it will forever stick with me that these lefty... Oh, I just read that one. Sorry. Whoops. The box off battalion. Very real. Incredibly real. Being critical of Azov is totally reasonable. Why are you doing a Mott and Bailey in real time when there are logs of your chat, Chop Stewie? Really? Being critical of Azov? Is that what I said? Did I say that the problem with the way people talk about Azov is that they're critical of them? That's what I said. You shouldn't criticize the Azov battalion at all, actually. God. Purity test the resistance. Hell no! No. What we do is we whitewash them. That's what we do. We whitewash the resistance in here. Wow, thanks for hitting the goal, guys. Cute. Beautiful. New goal. Huh. Okay. Oh yeah. Are we doing a palate cleanser? There's quite a lot that I wanted to do today. There's a lot. I just want to have my little daily tabloid binge. OnlyFangs might be getting their characters restored after the DDoS attack. That's so cool. That's good.
Guys, look at this right here. I'm going to read this to you. Pay attention right now. This is massive. This is insane. Greetings.
That's crazy.
Recently, we have experienced unprecedented distributed denial of service attacks that impacted many Blizzard game services, including hardcore realms, with the singular goal of disrupting players' experiences. As we continue our work to further strengthen the resilience of WoW realms and our rapid response time, we're taking steps to resurrect player characters that were lost as a result of these attacks. Unlike the many other ways characters can die in hardcore, DDoS attacks are intentionally malicious effort made by third-party bad actors. And we believe the severity and results of DDoS attacks specifically warrant a different response. Wow.
Wow!
Guys, they might res players that died.
Bro.
From what just happened.
That's huge.
In the raid. In the future, Blizzard may elect at our sole discretion to revive hardcore characters that perished in a mass event which we deem inconsistent with the integrity of the game, such as a DDoS attack. Wow.
Wow.
That's it. Dude, they're gonna revert it. Sardako moved his character? Wait, so all of a sudden I emailed them and I fixed everything. Are you kidding me? I told you guys I had pull, bro. I told you.
They can bring back Loner's character. My character's still alive, bro. What are you talking about? I have not died yet. Never died in hardcore. Never happened. Asmongold reacts. Oh no. Mutahar. 100k. We saw that yesterday. They are amazing. Oh, Ballal on Hassan's stream.
That a group of settlers just lynched Hamdan Ballal, who was sitting right here only a couple weeks ago, as you remember. as they were in Los Angeles because they were nominated for an Oscar for no other land. Settlers lynched him. They beat him, and he had injuries to his head and stomach, and he was bleeding. Soldiers invaded the ambulance he called and took him. No sign of him since.
Is he? Oh, I thought it froze. Okay, he's still talking.
Yeah. He won an Oscar.
Settlers jealous they didn't win an Oscar. Yeah. Why is this clip so long? Ugh. So it looks like, isn't the most likely story now that the settlers actually attacked his area because it was outside Susia, whatever you pronounce it. It was outside there, so the settlers were attacking them. You know what? I don't even give a fuck, bro. If they were trying to fuck with the settlers, if they were trying to like block their road, or if they were trying to cut their electricity or whatever, and then that's why he got attacked. I don't give a fuck, bro. He was still right to do that. Like, fuck settlers. They shouldn't be there. Get them out. Why are you still there? Excuse me. It's time to go. Chop, chop. Thanks for visiting. Guy got caught throwing rocks on October 7th. I don't give a fuck. Bro, you expect me to hate watch this? You expect me to shit on Hassan for, I guess, calling it a lynching when it's not? I don't know if you'd really use that word, but no. Fuck it. I'm not doing it. I'm not hate watching. I'm agree watching. Fuck the settlers, dude.
These are not little accidents here and there. This is a deliberate effort to dehumanize and exterminate an entire population of indigenous people. Okay? Anyone who presents this to you as like, oh, well, every army has like some crazy people that get out of hand or whatever is fucking lying to you. Either they are the stupidest people on the planet.
I'm just going to keep on enjoying Hassan content. We'll stop it there. Let's stay with the agreements. Yeah, I mean, fuck, he's right. Fuck the settlers. God. Yeah, they are actually trying to get rid of an indigenous population. Yeah, they are. But why would settlers go into the West Bank and live there and then throw rocks at Palestinians? Why would they do that? It's because they want to make life fucking unbearable for them so that they leave. Yeah, he was taken by the IDF. I don't know if the IDF were actually involved in attacking him or if they arrested him because like it was generally what happens if there's a fight, like the IDF will arrest the Palestinians and tell the settlers to go home. That's usually I think what happens. Because settlers get let off, cringe. But I think he's been released. I don't know if he's got comments on how the IDF treated him. But the settlers were definitely just like, they were just attacking. They were just attacking that town. The IDF also arrested a settler. Okay. He's in the hospital. Yeah, fuck the settlers, man. What are you talking about? What do you want me to say? What? What do you want me to say? Those settlers should be thanking him and that entire village for like allowing them to breathe. Psychedelic social, I don't care. Asmongold.
And what is this? U.S. officers testing their laser.
keep using the dehumanizing term settlers. Excuse me, what? Bro, if you don't want to be dehumanized, don't do a thing that puts you into a dehumanizing category. Squatters. Occupiers. Shitheads. Inbred.
Damn.
Damn.
How the fuck they do that? Wait.
Aren't the Palestinian settlers since the year 700 AD in the West Bank? No? Is that how that... No? I don't know. You guys, just because I shit on people who support Hamas does not mean that I buy into this retarded fucking traveling Israel dipshit fucking, oh, the Muslim conquest people. Okay, then by your logic, everyone's a fucking squatter, okay? Yes. By your logic, everyone's a squatter, which means if Gaza succeeds and Hamas pushes Israel back and occupies the envelope and then moves people in there, then I guess they're just as much settlers as you are, and just as much settlers as Palestinians in the West Bank are. Also, Muslim conquest was a lot to do with forced conversion. It's not like fucking Palestine was empty, and then the Palestinians are just a bunch of fucking Arabs who came in with Muhammad's army, okay, from Saudi or some shit. That's not what happened. It's true of the 48 war as well, okay? Most of the Palestinians there were native for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So we're Jews. Okay, UZ8 is a Jewish person who is descended from a convert. Are they indigenous? Like an Ashkenazi Jew who's descended from converts. Are they indigenous if they've ended up in Israel? Do you care? Yes. Why? How? They're settlers because Palestinians moved to Palestine to settle it. Same with Jews. You can trace their travel in 1830s. That's that's true of a minority of Palestinians from 48. But by 47, 48, most of the Palestinians who lived there were still long, hundreds of year old natives. People migrated during the mandate, but that was a minority. I'm sorry. Fucking people who make indigeneity arguments and try to quibble over what is indigenous, what isn't, you're all fucking stupid. There are two national groups who live in that area and they both have a right to be there, okay? If your argument is anything beyond that, you're fucking retarded. Like, you made it. I just described them as indigenous, which they are. If I'm using indigenous in the context of settlers in the West Bank trying to kick out locals, that's like the most valid use of the term in the world.
Good one, guys. Real good one. Okay, yeah, you're old. This one took you long? Well, I don't know. I just thought it was a laser. I was thinking about a lightsaber.
Oh. Hassan welcomes the new generation of orbiters who will defend his honor online.
Harlan Spinks. Hey Hassan, this is Harlan. You watched my video last night. Just wanted to jump on and say thanks. Hope it's all right. I stole your Dominican Ray joke. It's a very good joke.
Oh God, Uzed, you're so stupid. That's not why are they called Al Mazri? Yeah, that's why they're called Al Kurd. It's because they came from Kurdistan in 1920. No, that's not why they're called Al Kurd, motherfucker. People adopted names for all different fucking reasons at different times in the Middle East. Just because you find someone's last name and then that same fucking name appears in some town in Syria means they're fucking migrants, like recent migrants. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. That's clown shit. Fuck.
Appreciate all the chatters who went and subbed as well. Hell yeah, dude. You were great. You were awesome. Damn, following since 2021. No, I'm so stoked. I am so incredibly stoked that there are a bunch of like newer or maybe like smaller channels that are propping up from the Hasanabi ecosystem as well. You guys are fantastic. Like we've been watching a bunch of different channels on this broadcast lately, and I
thought Hassan didn't like calling his own guys arbiters.
get really excited to hype you guys up because you're killing it.
Someone's gonna do it, eh? Can't defend yourself. Harry's tweeted, "MAGA is mad that I have game," and then he deleted the. Yeah, it's not quite having game though, is it? That's not really the issue. Okay. This is not the best response. Best response is to just knuckle down and move on. Like, God. Ooh. That's a Chad fucking move. Oh well. Yeah. You need to jump on the right side of history for views and money. It's the only moral thing to do. Okay. Ow. Oh. Noah Samson's actually fucking crazy, throwing a bunch of rich YouTubers in a thumbnail, branding them as genocide supporters and doubling down. Think he's trying to win the race to becoming the poorest bread tuber. What does he mean by that? Is he actually going to get sued for defamation? Fuck. Uh-oh. Whatever. Hydrate. I'm fine. Okay, you Z8. I'm going to ban you. Get on my nerves. Fuck. I'm a regular, so I'll give you 24 hours. I'm a regular. Have a nap. Have a long nap. It's probably going to be a full ban tomorrow. It's just cringe. Yeah, I displaced him. Yup. Yup. Is the last name Al-Masri is Egyptian, not indicative of the person in the family being there? Nope, not necessarily, for a couple of reasons. One is because a lot of surnames in the Middle East were adopted like arbitrarily. Second is because there are some cases where, I think Al-Masri is one of them, where some Arab words sound a lot like other Arab words, like, or they have double meaning, and it can actually have just been completely a coincidence. Isn't Al-Masri one of them, actually? I can't remember. But no, that's not necessarily going to tell you where exactly people came from. Not necessarily. Or when. Because what if it was 500 years ago? Do we care? Not really. Even if it was recent, even if you're a recent migrant. Sorry, I thought we were against deporting migrants. Like, what the fuck? Without due process. With a J, due process. I can explain Arab names if you want. Hey, hang on. There are protests against Hamas in northern Gaza. Okay. That's untoward. Well, okay, we might need Arab speakers for this, actually. We might need some Arabic. Fuck. anti-war protests. Is this just the same video over and over again? No, it's multiple. It's all from Hamza. All right, what are they saying?
الآن يهتفون برا 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 حماس تطلع برا من أمام مستشفى الأندونيسي كما تشاهدون شمال قطاع غزة. الناس أنهكتها الحرب ولم ينظر إليهم أحد كما تشاهدون. شعب غزة لا يريد الحروب كما تشاهدون. الناس عامة الناس تسأل عن أنس شريف مراسل قناة الجزيرة. عامة الشعب لا يريد.
Are they shitting on Al Jazeera? What? Why did I click? Oh, fuck me. I don't want Chloe in Wonderland. Go away.
قناة الجزيرة. مراسل قناة الجزيرة. عامة الشعب لا يريد قناة الجزيرة.
Look at all these collaborators.
ها هم كما تشاهدون.
They want Al Jazeera to film them. Okay.
كما تشاهدون عامة الناس تطالب بإنهاء حكم حماس. تطالب الصحافة بتصوير ما يتعرض له الناس خاصة في شمال قطاع غزة وفي قطاع غزة عامة. يطالبون بالحرية، يطالبون بوقف العدوان على غزة، يطالبون بالسلام وإنهاء هذه الحرب عليهم. كما تسمعون لا نجد على لسان حال هؤلاء الناس لا يجدون الصحافة ولا تغطية الأحداث بما يتعرضون له.
حبوا الصحافة بالمستشفى.
ها هو أحد المواطنين يقول أن الصحافة قناة الجزيرة لقد دخلت المستشفى لعدم تغطية الحدث.
Okay. I kind of want to. I want like a fuck. Who wants to do it? Do we have any fucking takers? Warthongs ain't doing it. Link me the video. Oh. We'll get full translation. Don't worry. He's saying Al Jazeera refuses to cover it. Yeah, we'll find it. Don't worry. Don't worry. We have the help. Warthongs confirms that he does not speak Arabic. I knew he didn't. Okay, chill. Where is Sulfur? Where is she? The fuck? Run it through an app. That's boring, though. We need a correspondent. Do you know how translation apps work? They're horrible. They're disgusting. Oh, there's more. So we got the release of Hamdan. We did that. Ballal Hamdan. Yeah, okay. What does that say? Call Hagari. We refuse to die. The blood of our children isn't cheap. Should bring Hagari on stream, obviously. Enough war. I mean, that can mean anything, right? But what they're saying here means no more wars. Okay. It says this is not a normal hippity hop. Hamas turned my hippity hop into a rocket launcher. Sad face. Let me cook. Get in then! Sorry. That was a disproportionate response. He's timed out. What? Dante is timed out in Discord? Why? What'd he do? Oh, translate. Okay. We have it. Subtitles. Thank you, son. Thank you, Phil, for...
الآن يهتفون برا 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 حماس تطلع برا من أمام
Okay, here we go.
الآن يهتفون برا 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 حماس تطلع برا من أمام مستشفى الأندونيسي كما تشاهدون شمال قطاع غزة.
Wait, it's not Andalusian, is it? It would be Indonesian. There's not an Andalusian hospital in Gaza, is there? That was Indonesia, you're saying that, right? Yeah.
برا من أمام مستشفى الأندونيسي كما تشاهدون شمال قطاع غزة. الناس أنهكتها الحرب ولم ينظر إليهم.
The translation is wrong. Like all of it. Every single word.
أحد كما تشاهدون شعب غزة لا يريد الحروب كما تشاهدون الناس عامة الناس تسأل عن أنس شريف مراسل قناة الجزيرة عامة الشعب لا يريد قناة الجزيرة. ها هم كما تشاهدون عامة الناس تطالب.
That would be Hamas's rule.
تطالب بإنهاء حكم حماس. تطالب الصحافة بتصوير ما يتعرض له الناس خاصة في شمال قطاع غزة وفي قطاع غزة عامة. يطالبون بالحرية، يطالبون بوقف العدوان على غزة، يطالبون بالسلام وإنهاء هذه الحرب عليهم. كما تسمعون لا نجد على لسان حال هؤلاء الناس لا يجدون الصحافة ولا تغطية الأحداث بما يتعرضون له.
رب الصحافة بالمستشفى.
ها هو أحد المواطنين يقول أن الصحافة قناة الجزيرة لقد دخلت المستشفى.
When they say TV channel, is that like a literal definition? Is that a literal translation of Al Jazeera? Is that what that means? Because every time he says Al Jazeera, it says TV channel.
لعدم تغطية الحدث.
We have another one. No, wait, is this the same one? It's the same one. There's more, though. Or is this the same video? Oh, here we go. Free Hillary Clinton. It means island. Okay. So it just translates to Al Jazeera. He's not saying Al Jazeera. Okay. No, it doesn't mean TV channel. I'm being stupid. So they're not shitting on Al Jazeera. That's just a mistranslation. They're saying that the TV organization don't want to film it, though. It can mean channel. Oh my god. Okay. The problem with Arabic is that no one agrees on what any word means, apparently. How are you supposed to live under these conditions? The fuck?
Listen here.
Hello.
Listen, buddy.
Uh,
Okay. There is several words for channel. There is people that refer to channels as Jaziri, because for us we don't say Al Jazeera, we say Jaziri.
Oh.
So some people do refer to that, and it's not exactly a word from Arabic. It's just like, do you know how people, for example, in your country, call a vacuum a Hoover?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, where like they use the word Al Jazeera for like, you know, the news network Al Jazeera as like a channel for news.
Okay.
Not really a word in Arabic, it's just used that way. But the actual word for channel is qana.
Okay. So what was he referring to Al Jazeera, or was he just talking about TV channels or TV
stations? I did not watch the fucking clip because I just joined here you guys talking about the meaning of Al Jazeera.
Oh, okay. Do you want to see what he's saying with the translation?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me share screen. Fuck.
Yeah, so I don't have to hear you twice.
Yeah. Okay, downloads. Give me that. Just let me share. All right. I think he says it near the end. He said it a couple of times, but.
برا من أمس كما لا يريد عن أنس شريف كما تشاهدون الناس عامة الناس تسأل عن أنس شريف مراسل قناة الجزيرة مراسل قناة الجزيرة.
Yeah, he's specifically referring to as the journalist that like does work, the journalist for Qanat Al Jazeera. Did you hear him say Qanat?
Yeah.
Qanat is channel.
Oh, so they wanted Al Jazeera to film what they were doing.
No, he's like they said they're looking for the journalist.
Okay.
For the channel Al Jazeera, pretty much.
And then they say something else just after here.
جزيرة مراسل قناة الجزيرة عامة الشعب لا يريد قناة الجزيرة.
Well, they said they don't want Al Jazeera here. Interesting.
Okay.
ها هم كما تشاهدون عن في قطاع غزة بالعدوان على غزة.
Ceasefire.
كما تسمعون لا نجد على لسان حال هؤلاء الناس لا يجدون الصحافة ولا تغطية الأحداث بما يتعرضون له.
Okay, so they're saying that they don't see any news of what these people are like wanting. They don't want the war to continue, and they're saying none of the news channels are broadcasting what we want.
Yeah, like we're not being. Yeah, okay, obviously, yeah.
We're not being heard.
Yeah. The media doesn't want to talk about this. That's what they say in the right wing in the American press. The media won't talk about this. Yeah, okay.
I'm surprised I haven't seen because, like, the fucking notion at Al Jazeera is like, I mean, they normally they don't like because they fund Hamas too, Qatar, and Qatar is also like Al Jazeera is a spokes tool for Qatar, so it makes sense why they wouldn't be showing this.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I don't know like how close the connection is, but it's like if I'm watching that clip of Sinwar meeting with Al Jazeera people and calling them the fucking mujahideen and shit like that, like he obviously, it feels like Hamas and Al Jazeera get along quite well. But that was a couple of years ago.
But the thing,
changed. Yeah.
But the thing is, Al Jazeera gets well with every like radical in the Middle East, and that's how they get the best coverage out of all the news channels out of the Arab, like because they get the inside scoop with the terrorists. In whatever fucking country, in Saudi, in fucking Yemen, like you realize all the Gulf countries hate Qatar. One of the main reasons is because of Al Jazeera.
Okay.
And the second reason is because like there's a group of you know how there's like sheikhs that can enforce what is like halal and haram. It's like a fatwa. You know what fatwa means, right?
Yeah.
So sheikhs can issue a fatwa. So there's a council of sheikhs that's from Qatar that every other Gulf country considers like a terrorist organization. So that's like their relationship is not good. So it makes sense why Al Jazeera is just constantly fucking propaganda against all these Gulf countries. But then again, those Gulf countries started it by sanctioning Qatar with the Western countries, and Qatar still came out on top and like survived the sanctions, and now they're doing better than most.
Yeah, it's a very odd country. All right, that's what he's saying at the end.
All right, here.
ما يتعرضون له. ها هو أحد المواطنين يقول أن الصحافة قناة الجزيرة لقد دخلت المستشفى لعدم تغطية الحدث.
He said the journalists for Al Jazeera entered the hospital, so they don't cover what's going on here.
Okay. Shit. We have another one if you want.
Sure, I know that.
Okay.
I'm downloading the game anyway.
Apparently, this translator couldn't pick up the first 10 seconds, but that's okay. Oh, it's because it's chance, I think. Okay, you see this one? Has it moved over?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything picking up there?
I can pick up words in there, but they're like random words from different people.
Okay, it doesn't matter then.
Like I don't hear like a full sentence from anybody.
Okay, let's see what's going on. It looks like quite a lot of people though.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's forced perspective, but it looks quite busy.
I mean, it would make sense if they're against continuing the war.
Yeah.
If Israel's like, hey, we'll stop the war if Hamas surrenders, but they don't want to surrender, And these people are definitely going to protest against Hamas.
Yeah, but it's more fucking. It's more difficult now because like so many different countries are trying to make these. Like Jordan has said they can have a Hamas in exile. Egypt has got their offer, but like Israel's in two worlds right now where they're like, yeah, we don't want anything that keeps Hamas in, but they also don't seem to want to accept any proposal
They
that
don't
involves
want
Hamas
any
gone.
deal.
It's like, yeah, fuck.
Yeah, they don't want any deal because they have a plan themselves that they haven't disclosed, and they want to do that. And like, no, specifically this government. This government isn't just like anti-Palestinian. They're also just anti-Arab most of the fucking time.
Yeah.
So they also don't want to work with other countries. I don't. I fuck this country. They're raising the white flags.
Yeah.
البيت لا تخرج الآن ضد حكم حماس ما يجري
Wait,
في
hold
قطاع
on.
غزة.
This doesn't sound accurate. What that person is saying. The people of
Okay.
Gaza are demand. Hold on. Repeat it again.
Yeah, we play it back.
Yeah, play it back.
جماهير حاشدة من بيت لا تخرج الآن ضد حكم حماس ما يجري في قطاع غزة كارثة يطالبون هنا الناس والمواطنين الإفراج عن الأسرى من أجل بقائهم الحياة.
Okay, so no, he did like the translation is what he said at the end, but everything else was like completely different. That's not translated. Like at the very end, he did say what like the caption said, but before that, like that's why I was like false because like, first, what the fuck?
Oh shit, he's gonna have the echoing, the unsolved echo. Fuck,
bro. I know you're Lebanese, but you live in America. You shouldn't be poor.
Is the echo still a problem?
Let me see. I'm just gonna talk a little bit. We'll see how it goes. It's a little bit there, yeah. It's less though, for sure.
He said he didn't say prisoners. He said asra. Asra means it's what we refer to people that are like taken by Israeli like Israeli prisons too, like asra, which is like it's not exactly it's closer to hostage than it is prisoner. Prisoner means sajin.
Okay. Are you on the phone? Palestinian denial.
I'm not on the phone, but I have SMS hooked up to my laptop. So let me see if I can make it stop doing that.
You don't need to be on a phone though, because you can be. If you're on a laptop, you can probably. Do you have push to talk option? Do you know how to do that? Fuck! Did he just run away to? Oh no!
Name every.
Turned my mic off.
Okay. If you go to tell you what, go to user settings. We'll fix it now. Go to user settings.
Thank you so much.
That's all good.
I turned you into like literal tech support.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is you?
Your mic's eating my ear. Your mic is eating my ear.
Okay, go to user set. It's a little cog. It should be on the bottom left of your Discord application, next to the mute option and deafen. Yeah. Okay. Go to voice and video.
All right. There we go.
Okay. And do you see if you go down, it goes to input mode? There should be an option for voice activity and also push to talk.
I go to input mode.
Yeah. There's voice activity and push to talk, right? I can maybe send it to you.
Someone's insulting Lebanon. Are you gonna let that stand, Loner?
Yep.
Dante said "Eri Lebanon," which means his dick on Lebanon.
Okay.
You already know how fucking stupid Arabic insults can get.
Yeah. Do you see push to talk there? I've sent you a screenshot of what it should look like. Maybe your one doesn't have it.
Oh, I can talk now and you can hear me.
Oh my god. He's
the
audible.
future. Like, yeah, sorry.
I still need to turn you down, but like You don't sound like you're eating my head.
Yeah, he's on push to talk now. Yeah.
Okay.
The future. I appreciate your patience, guys. I just came on because I thought you might be curious about Mahmoud Khalil because I knew him at Columbia.
You
Yes.
knew Muhammad Khalil? Mahmoud Khalil?
Mahmoud, my first time on this Discord, one of the people who I was talking about and complaining about at Columbia, who
Was
gave me
him?
shit on October 7 was, yes, none other than Mahmoud Khalil. So it's very strange seeing his face everywhere. So like I could probably give you a lot of context about the guy that the news is missing. But like yeah, so that's sort of why I joined, because I don't know, it's just interesting.
Whoa. Well.
Yo, insider scoop.
Yeah, I'm a journalist. What the fuck? Yeah, whatever. I want to know everything because the newest allegation is that he lied about having worked for UNRWA, but I don't know if that's
look,
like.
But that's so banal. Like, I'm sorry, like I'm still baffled by this thing where like, look, like it's like he didn't work as a liaison with UNRWA in the camps in Lebanon. He worked with UNRWA for an internship in New York.
Yeah.
And everyone did the UN internship at SIPA. I did the UN internship. Like, is this like bad now? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's just like
A question though: do you have like American citizenship, or can you be deported for talking about this?
Oh, okay. On the one hand, I am a U.S. citizen. On the other hand, I am.
There's no other hand. That's it. That's all you need to say.
No. Like, dude, like they're obviously going to get the U.S. citizens, bro. Like, but yeah, like I think like that's the way it's gonna look. I did not intern for UNRWA, for what it's worth, but like I don't know, like it's just like I worked with Palestinians in Lebanon and helped them get into in the US.
It's over.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah. I'm basically Abu Abeida myself. Yeah, no. Look, in terms of Mahmoud, I genuinely think Mahmoud is a messy case. Like, I don't know, like I don't think he should be deported, but in terms of his personal opinion, at least on October 7, it was favorable of the attacks.
Yeah, makes sense.
Favorable, like after we knew what was happening, right? Like, so.
No, sorry, no. And okay, yeah. So basically, we had an exchange on like October 10th, right? And this was like a big exchange, and Mahmoud Khalil made certain that I ate shit for this exchange. But basically, wait, and I'll pull up the messages, although I obviously won't put them on here. But I will just read. Okay, I know. And so basically, I asked him if he thought it would be moral for an Iraqi Jew to break into his home that was taken by, like the Iraqi government in the 50s violently. And he was like, yes, of course.
But they will bite that bullet because no, it would never happen.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so he said that. He sent me the stupid Kanafani video. Do you know the Kanafani video?
I do.
Okay, there's this video of Ghassan Kanafani, who was like the spokesperson for the PFLP, and who's an author that you will read if you go to school in the Middle East.
I think I know what you're talking about. Negotiate with who? There is no negotiation between the neck and the sword. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, I know what you're talking about.
This video got us all killed, bro. Fuck this video. Oh, this video is retarded. Yeah. So yeah, like that's basically the extent of Mahmoud. Besides that, yeah, like he was not the worst person, but he definitely was trying to. He definitely was, I think, rather supportive from like. Definitely not from like an Islamist perspective of like it's the Ummah, whatever. No, like much more from a perspective of we learn about Frantz Fanon in our classes, and now real Frantz Fanon has emerged, and we think it's bad. Yeah, basically that's it. And that's Mahmoud. The second time I saw him, he was putting up posters for SJP at SIPA. And we had a conversation and a drink afterwards, and I kind of just agreed to disagree, and I wished him luck and hope that nothing would happen to him.
Okay, guess your luck wasn't very lucky.
La, 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 I don't know, man. Yeah, no, it wasn't. But it's so interesting. Like it's just like I wish I had pushed them to be less stupid more. I kind of just gave up.
Yeah, no, seriously, I don't know how you have the patience. Like, I can't imagine being like face to face with these fucking idiots in the U.S. Like, I'm lying, and I'm already like baffled by how fucking stupid and nonsensical like their ideas are, because like they're not realistic, and nobody here takes them seriously.
It's not about realistic, bro. Like they don't actually have any kind.
They don't actually care. They don't care. They just want something to whine about. That's what the conclusion I've come to.
So I think they do care, but the manner in which they care is like a manner in which they're not really like what I've started to realize is that they're probably more optimistic about Israeli attitudes towards the conflict than any other group because they think that if they can just read a name but like a list of casualties on the quad in Colombia and scream Intifada revolution, that suddenly Israeli students are going to be like, I was wrong. We committed a like it's just like
you know what happened instead? Israelis turned more radical, and we've started to get more issues on college campuses from Israeli Jews complaining about certain shit. I've never had an issue where someone was complaining about Arabic music being played in like the campus. I've never had what's it called, complaints between Jewish or Arab students. Like the way more fights fucking happened after October 7th on college campuses between Jews and Arabs than ever.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely true. But I think the other thing I would say is that it also is very clear to me that like Mahmoud Khalil is not like anti-Semitic. Like that is definitely true. Like that he's not.
It's a thin line though. That's the problem. It's like hating Israelis and anti-Semitism is just a very fucking thin line.
I don't even think he hates Israelis. I think it's more so that he's just like, I don't
know I don't know the dude.
Africans. I think we need to learn how to live in peace. Like this
yeah, but I don't know the dude, so I don't know if he's anti-Semitic or not, but it is a very thin line. Like people cross it without even realizing a lot of the time.
Well, to be clear, that's kind of why, like, just to be clear, they didn't actually disappear him and take him to fucking Louisiana 1,000 miles away because of any technicality with his green card application or anything like that. They did it because they used some really stupid, obscure law that's most likely unconstitutional, where the Secretary of State can arbitrarily decide that someone has crossed a threshold against U.S. foreign policy, and in this case, it's U.S. foreign policy of anti-Semitism. So if you like supported a Hamas action and Hamas are anti-Semitic, we can say, yeah, then you're anti-Semitic enough to cross the threshold by the Secretary of State, which is completely arbitrary. Like they're going after him for an insanely stupid reason. Everything else now is all post hoc justification. So yes,
it's a good point, but I think it's deeper than that. Look, okay, the case of Mahmoud is at least a little bit interesting because he did act as a sort of negotiator for the people who broke into Hamilton Hall. So there is that, right? And I don't know how involved he was in a planning capacity, but it's interesting, right? But put him aside, right? Look at the people who they're going after now. Look at the Asian student who just went to some protests, and what I'd recommend that you look at the people who Canary Mission wants to be deported. They put out a list of the top 6 students and members of faculty who they would like to be deported.
Wait, so we went from IDF or like border security in Israel using Canary Mission to vet people coming to Israel to now America using it to deport people.
No, but it's more interesting than this. The 5th person on that list I actually know personally, and I've known for almost my entire life. And what's interesting is here's what they think is worthy of deportation, and I'm reading the Canary Mission profile. He went to the encampment one day and played the Derbekke and was filmed. This is it.
Yeah, no, I like this is why I stopped taking, like, I usually used to think Canary Mission actually went after proper anti-Semites, and I saw some profiles there were like, yeah, these people are insane, but then like 90% of the people on there are just people that posted about Israel negatively once, or someone that protested for Palestine once, someone that said free Palestine once. It's like all like very nonsense. Like it doesn't make sense why they're there.
In the case of Safi, and you can Google them because that's what they're trying to do. But it's literally three things. One, he played the drums in the encampment. So he walked onto the quad. He's a PhD student. He played the drums. Someone filmed him, and then he left. Okay. Okay. So that's one. That's a threat to U.S. foreign policy, apparently. Okay.
Yep.
Two, he runs a private business that practices BDS, a business that's been profiled by the like New York Times. Okay. And three, here's the biggest sin. He was photographed talking to Mahmoud, not in Hamilton Hall, just on campus.
Are you sure there's no photograph of you with Mahmoud? You better be careful, buddy.
Yeah, no, there isn't, because I talked to him on the quad, but for what it's worth, at the same time and at the end of the day, the government has its phone, does it not, right now?
Yeah, but do they have a picture of you with him?
He's not.
No, but they do have access to that message thread where I call him an idiot, so perhaps that's exonerating.
Saved yourself.
Yeah, bro.
I'm just saying as well, though, like, even so, he was Hamilton Hall is the one that they occupied, right? Is that what you're mentioning?
Yes, Hinds Hall.
Okay, and he was the negotiator. So even then, though, let's say he actually led the occupation of the building. Even that is still not going to be enough for deporting a permanent resident, because we've got case law for this. In 2018, there was Sessions versus DeMaya, where they had someone who was found guilty, convicted of burglary in the first degree twice, and he still didn't get deported, because you can't just be a felon, you have to be like an aggravated felon. And the definition of that is like, you have to, it's a kind of felony where the ordinary case of the crime has a risk of getting someone hurt. But the problem was that the legal definition doesn't actually tell you what an ordinary case of a first degree burglary is supposed to look like and whether that risk is serious or not. So it was too vague and they left it. So the threshold is insanely high for deportation. So even if he was in charge of occupying the building, that still would probably not be enough for deportation. Yeah.
And plus, it's also not unusual for protest movements on campuses to occupy buildings. So I went to NYU for undergrad.
Yeah.
And and
you're getting deported, loner.
Where the
no. And basically, there was a huge protest movement around Aramark. It's a U.S. company that like is associated with like prison labor or something, and they made our food. And so, literally, students camped out in the fucking library, and then moved over to the same building that the SJP people occupied. They did the same exact thing. SJP were in that building for a couple days. The students for the Aramark protest lived in the building for a month and a half.
Yep.
So, like, come on.
Did you say he was handing out SJP leaflets? Or
their argument that he was handing out the Hamas leaflets, which but no, like you can see in the video that he's not handing them out, that he was just in the building and he's filming. So like it's no, but like it's the kind of thing where like I do imagine that there is a gist of difference of opinion between Mahmoud and perhaps some of the more ardent people. Like I can imagine that Mahmoud was probably one of the people who like sort of had them criticize Kimani's stupid video of the guy who said Zionists deserve to die, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was the what do I want to call him? The guy who was fuck. What do I call him? The guy who was at camp. Him.
Yeah.
That guy was nuts. Yeah.
Who screamed at me and said, "We don't want no Zionists here." I don't want them to deport him, but he's so annoying.
Is that person a migrant or
no?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so
no.
Have you seen
that person was
about...
insane. Also, I think, I mean, there was it SJP. Was it one of their leaflets that was giving people instructions on how to turn trash cans into shields?
Bro, like look, like SJP is the most retarded movement known to man, and it's
Students Justice for Palestine. Is that SJP?
Yes, yeah, but it's not even the worst movement. Like SJP is annoying, but like
all of them are annoying.
Oh no, PYM is worse. PYM, Palestinian Youth Movement, cancer. No, like it's genuinely quite but yeah, like SJP basically is
like it might be easier for you to say which one isn't cancer.
On campus, Palestinian movements, nothing. It's all cancer.
Standing together? Are they present where you are?
No, they're not in the U.S. Standing
Bro,
together.
bro, bro,
There's
bro,
an Israeli.
Yeah.
Look, it's like they gave some talks on campus, but also look, like when I was at Columbia, I was trying to look for that kind of thing, right? Because I was like, okay, I hate the SJP people, which has always been my opinion, and then I'm like, where is J Street? Like, shouldn't they be really on campus right now? And it's like they're not. Like, basically, you either do the Realize Israel LARPer shit, in which you attack students and all that stuff. Look, like my actual issue with like Mahmoud Khalil is if you want to ban people for supporting a terrorist organization, you would have to ban like half the Jews at Columbia because they love the fucking JDL and they carry JDL flags. Okay, on campus, there was a Beitar guy who nearly attacked me while fucking he had a picture of Kahan. Okay, like I don't know.
Based?
Wow.
Like I don't know.
Jewish Defense League. It's a
Yeah, no,
it's a terrorist organization, right? It's considered a terrorist
It's a
organization.
U.S. listed terror organizer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
was it in Columbia or was it UCLA where they literally did like it looked like the fucking first Intifada where they were storming the camp and throwing stones at them and shit. Like,
Yeah, and those people are fucking JDL supporters. Who are they? Like it's just like
Yeah.
it, and they dude, for fuck's sake, the brother of fucking Mir Khan ran someone over outside the quad at Columbia.
Well,
Where are you getting that stand together is like 50 people in Israel Plaza? What are you talking about? There's like fucking thousands. They're not
Wow.
like it's not a big movement, but it's still not 50 people. It's like thousands of people in it.
I mean, so it looks like if like the problem is that like Mahmoud Khalil, if he has committed crimes, like that's not the reason they're doing this though. It just seems like
Yeah.
they've taken him and now they're just trying to post hoc rationalize because they wanted to use the most stupid precedent on earth to go after him. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
My problem with Mahmoud Khalil is not the case of Mahmoud Khalil. My problem with Mahmoud Khalil is that it's going to be used to create an environment where really anyone who says the wrong thing one time online 5 years ago or goes to a protest, goes and is skeptical, goes to talk to people, goes to figure out up from down. Like it's like honestly, like if I was still on campus at Columbia, I probably would have gone on the encampment to just ask people what they're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's just a precedent. It's like a precedent. It's saying a precedent that the Secretary of State and the executive, without Congress, can just unilaterally decide, well, what foreign policy is, because that can change any single day, and then also to go after and use it as a bludgeon against fucking foreigners that they don't like. That's precedent. Yeah.
That's the way I see it. But like I do think it's funny that the news is trying to make him out to be someone who like has no position on Hamas. I imagine that gun to his head in a dark room, he's probably fairly supportive.
Yeah.
It's just like, but like personally, my perspective is that I would distinguish between people who support Hamas for global third world liberation reasons and people who support them for Islamic Ummah reasons.
You don't want an Ummah, brother? You don't
Yeah,
want
but the problem is like that's been Hamas's whole thing. Like they've all like since the 2017 charter period or even earlier, like their whole thing is to reframe their goal into like through the lens of human rights, right? And like anti-colonial struggle. But they've done that for ages. Like Arafat did that as well when like he used to always use that like academic language. He'd say like Zionism is racist and it's colonial and it's neo-colonial. It's like, yeah, who are you talking to when you say that shit? You're talking to Westerners, yeah. Or Soviets, I guess. But yeah, they've been doing that for a while.
Yeah. But like
what are those sounds?
It's his phone.
It's his phone. Okay, I was like, are you like on fucking what is the app you tried to get on from Sundowner? Telegram. I thought you were on Telegram or something.
Do you know? Sorry. One thing. Do you know anything about this? That there's some kind of I don't know who this is from. It's some lawsuit by, it's American family members of it's Jewish Columbia students, Israeli Columbia students, and family members of October 7th victims are suing Columbia students, JVP, SJP, CUAD, including Mahmoud Khalil, one of the claims, there's no way. One of the claims is that 3 minutes before October 7th, SJP, that was dormant on their Instagram page, threw up a post saying, "We're back. Stay tuned."
Okay.
We're back. Stay tuned.
That's
What?
a fucking coincidence. I'm sorry. There's no way that one of the fucking Nukba fighters is standing at the fucking gate ready to go in and just
And it's
text his
like,
fucking friend in
posting.
Colombia. No way. No fucking way. Bullshit.
No. But there's a much simpler explanation for this, and I can tell you it. No, because I got those updates on the 7th. Look, there were Gazan students at Columbia in SIPA, and they had family in Gaza, their parents, their cousins, their something. They would have known 3 minutes before the attack officially started that something was fucking going on, just from watching the rockets go out from their side. And they probably would have texted their relatives and said, something big is going on. At which point those people would have, who are probably in SJP or involved in some capacity, would have texted on like Arab group chats probably an hour or 40 minutes before. Like if you talk to Gazans, they'll say like an hour before it got reported, people knew what was up.
Okay. Well, they just saw the troops moving, or because the rockets were fired on 6:29. So when they say 3 minutes before, I'm guessing this went up at what 6:26.
So then,
But there would have been probably movement within Gaza getting ready to do this attack.
Well, also when they talk about those civilians, the 1,000 Gazan civilians that crossed the border as well, I think it seems to be that they knew ahead of time as well that Hamas kind of like at the very last minute decided to tip them off. So
people, I think knew in Gaza maybe a couple hours before.
Wait, hold on. Didn't you say there was like an announcement from Hamas telling them not to film or anything prior to October 7th? Remember that? Like you made me translate it.
There were what were there? There were border protests, but they were called off before the day.
No. You showed me like a fucking thing where they broadcasted it on TVs in Gaza, where what was it called? They showcased and they gave like outlines for what Gazans shouldn't do.
No, that's old. That's from during the war. That's the Interior Ministry basically saying that when Israel's fighting with us, like when they're bombing us, don't report on people firing rockets from the city, or don't report if a militant died. Just describe them as a civilian. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, it's not that unbelievable. It's not that unbelievable. But whether it was Hamas specifically that told them, or it was just like an uninvolved civilian who kind of found out and said something, then yeah, it makes sense.
And didn't tell them who told. Like I'm thinking like, look, like there was a Gazan student at SIPA. I'm sure her parents.
Wait, can't they track down who made this post and just fucking like question him?
If they have like enough, they'd have to have a reason to be able to subpoena their phone and shit like that, right?
I think it's strong enough reason for you to be posting like 3 minutes before October 7th took place. You just post something about, like what's it called? ثورة حتى النصر, revolution till victory. Like
it's not the best OPSEC, I guess. Yeah.
No. But here's the thing worth checking, because SJP didn't have any meetings in September, but that doesn't. But I guess the question is, what you need to check is where they did they have meetings the day before? Because I'm sure that they sent that email out at the beginning of every year, right? So one can imagine that email was
this is an interesting claim.
No, but it was just a generic SJP email that always gets sent out. Like what do you think about that point of, like, I don't know, wait, like let me see, because like look, like October 6th is early fall semester, right? Yeah,
it would have been your first meeting of the semester, so it could have just been like a total coincidence. Yeah, it could have been. Neither would surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if someone just like, because I know that Sinwar and Mohammed Dave basically kept October 7th a secret until like, to most of their fires, it was a secret until days before the attack, or even hours for some fires. But Yeah, it wouldn't surprise because like how many times do we see soldiers from any fucking army, even a professional army, doing dumb shit? Is it that surprising that someone
May
might just text their fucking mate in America and be like, "Here, heads up, big shit's going down." I don't know, like 3 minutes ahead.
May I ask what the implication here is?
They're implying that
like,
someone at
they're-
SJP had contacts with a Hamas fighter. That's what they're implying. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, I guess.
It could have just been a civilian as well, because I think civilians did also get tipped off ahead of time or slightly ahead of time.
I like also think about the kind of Gazan who would end up at Columbia. I sincerely doubt that their parents were farmers.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, isn't it a time zone thing?
Well, no, you'd account for
actually
time
think of it.
zones. Well, if it's saying October 6th, America is behind.
Wait, 6?
This says October 6th is when the post went up, but it was 6:29 in the morning when the first rocket was fired.
Oh, come on. Oh,
so
come
what's the time
on.
difference?
Okay.
If you account for time difference, it makes sense because like if this is on the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
The time difference is 6 hours. Wait.
It's like around 7 hours.
Yeah.
7 hours. Oh, because of daylight savings. 7
Yeah.
hours.
No.
Wait. Is it 7 hours?
I'm pretty sure it's 7 hours.
Okay. If it's 7 hours, that means that this could have been sent on October 6th at like 11:30.
Yeah, very late at night.
Yeah, just before midnight. Okay. Well, if that's true, I mean, it could be a lie as well. This could be a total lie by these guys. It could have actually, yeah. But it was sent on October 6th, so, yeah, fuck knows.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these people trying to sue like students and all that. Like the problem is that like these guys exaggerate as well. It's like all these stop anti-Semitism pages and all that is like they will just like fucking put a target on the back of like anyone. Yeah.
Like, I think like the bigger story about this is that it's like this is an attack on like academic freedom in American universities, right? It's not like I don't know, like as a Jewish American, like I find it very difficult to believe that like an institution like Columbia University or the University of Pennsylvania has like a genuine anti-Semitism problem like in 2025. Like, that's laughable to me, frankly.
I will say that I knew one of the plaintiffs who was part of the case that sued for like, anti-Semitism. And there was I will say this. Those who were willing to sue were very dishonest about events that happened. I know this because one of them was literally in the same class as me. And then there was an anti-doxing protest that happened. This was the only protest I took part in, which was an anti-doxing protest. And so basically, the protest happened at SIPA in the policy school, just like in the general area. It didn't interrupt any classes. And people literally wore tape on their mouths and just shut up and sat down, okay? This woman came out of her class. She interrupted her class that I was also in. She literally interrupted it halfway, stormed out of it. Talk to the students. Later, me, her, and one of the students who helped organize the protest, who had nothing to do with SJP, got a beer, and we just talked for hours on end. She seemed very amenable to everything, and even invited me to Thanksgiving with her family. And then she went and she reported everything to like the campus anti-Semitism board.
Whoa.
She reported the very protest, the people who spoke amicably to her, and treated her like a wonderful human being. Like, yeah, like it's like it's borderline like sociopathic behavior. Like, yeah, like and I do think it's part of the problem because it creates this environment where like you have to view these people as your enemy. Because like how else are you gonna view them? Right? Like, yeah, like if you try to have a normal conversation with them, they make you pay. If you show humanity, they punish you. To be fair, like she never reported me, but she reported the protest in itself as like an anti-Semitic event. After everyone sat down with her, and it was the principal was anti-doxing here. So like it was very strange to me. And yeah, I don't know. Like that's sort of how I see it. The Israeli students were actually a lot more bearable, in my opinion. Then the issue was more so like just a lot of American Jewish students who knew nothing about Israel but were naturally very defensive of it, if that makes sense. Which is fine. Like, But yeah, like
Yeah, I think that's definitely something I've seen. Like American Jews kind of have like a specific image of Israel in their head that like for I think like a lot of them has gone unchallenged until this war. Specifically because of like all of the like it's kind of an affront to their national identity and like sense of self that like Israel is doing bad things. So
yep.
Well, it does look like they've just an update. They've charged him. I think they're charging him with immigration fraud. Is that right? Is that what this reads as?
Immigration fraud.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, because he lied about his work with UNRWA. It's just a technicality.
He technically didn't lie because he was an intern for UNRWA in New York, right?
I'm guessing, but yeah, like why would that flag an application if you interned with UNRWA's office in New York?
Well, it's that you're allowed to disclose it, but if you hide something, they might. I don't know how that works in terms of precedent, but
yeah, but this is work experience, and like I don't know, bro. Like yeah, like look, like I'm a U.S. citizen, but if I were applying for a green
well,
card,
actually, wait. Yeah, sorry. It's not just that. So they're saying you're okay. Charging document. You're not a citizen or national of the United States. You're a native of Syria and a citizen of Algeria. You were admitted at JFK as an F1 non-immigrant student. Your status was adjusted to that of a lawful conditional permanent resident based on marriage to a U.S. citizen. The Secretary of State, number 5, has determined that your activities and presence in the United States would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy. This is the dumb law that should never be used by anyone ever. Then this one. Application to register permanent residence. In response to the question at part 8, page 9, you failed to disclose that you were a member of UNRWA from June to November 2023 as a political affairs officer. So there's nothing wrong, I don't think, with doing this, with saying that you're part of, that you're working with UNRWA from this period, but I guess it's the fact that you admitted it might be. Like, that's a more valid reason, ironically, to have an issue with a permanent resident than the Secretary of State decided that you're against foreign policy in an adverse way. But if that's enough to deport, I don't know. It's probably a slap on the wrist or a fine, right? If you've done something banal but lied about it.
I don't think we should be looking for reasons why this guy should get deported.
But
well, that's what they're doing, though, right? Like the problem now is that they're trying to combine all these things, even though I'd imagine in a vacuum, if you lied about working for UNRWA for what is this, like 5 months, then it would probably be a slap on the wrist, not deport.
It's look, all I'm saying is that it's very good. It's very easy to go for a target like Mahmoud because you can probably find something that you object to in the way that he pursued his activism.
Yeah.
But like I think the reason why even I'm defending Mahmoud is, and not online because I don't want to go to jail, but is basically because if they pull this off, and look at what they're doing with other students. Look at the Asian student who they just who they're trying to deport now, who's on a green card and has been here since she was 6 years old.
Yep.
They're also like attacking the funding of the Middle Eastern Studies department at Columbia.
I'm genuinely curious about what that's gonna look like because
yeah, that's why I came on.
Yeah, it's definitely going to create a very depressing campus environment, like that's for sure. But like it's also going to like I was a TA for a course on Israel Palestine during that semester of October 7th. Like how exactly was I supposed to do my job? Now how exactly can I do my job now?
What's a TA?
A TA is a like teacher's assistant. So my job was to lead the like discussion sections. My job was to grade papers.
Yeah. I turned that shit down. I refuse to be a teacher's assistant. I don't want any more work.
I thought it was fun. And the prof was Israeli.
I think it's mandatory at a certain point for
it's even for me. What's going on in the United States is a bit insane. It's like a totalitarian state, only it's on our side. So it's good.
Yeah, and I mean, like like this is not the first like Columbia is the biggest and probably like one of the more important Middle Eastern studies departments to be attacked.
Looking like an Israeli war funds.
I'll tell you this much. I always wondered about what my life would be like had my family not fled in 1948. And now I know. Shit.
You'd be Seb.
Hey, listen, buddy. What do you mean, Seb? Seb is fantastic. Seb has his own village that doesn't need fucking anything from any of you.
Wait, what village were you in? You were in the north, though, right? You. All your
Who,
family was in
me?
there. Yeah.
On the border, first one on the border, yeah. Shlomi is the current name, but that's separate. You know,
Shlomi? There's no place called Shlomi. What the fuck do you mean Shlomi?
Google it. It's called Shlomi now. The historic name is obviously not that.
So wait, are you the Lebanese guy that came in like ages ago? Talk about.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I like you. I think if you why do you change your name all the time?
It's like I think it's been.
There is a place called Shlomi. What the fuck?
Where
is Yeah, no,
it?
it's
super far north, like the furthest north you can go.
It was the first town on the border. So historically, it served as a stopping point for people going to Jerusalem. They would.
Is this the place that's half Lebanese, half like
No.
Israeli?
And so then, yeah, like that's Rajar that you're talking about.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I've been to Rajar. I haven't been to Shlomi.
Oh, Shlomi's near the coast.
Yep.
Ah.
It's. I could probably see it from a hill in South
I
Lebanon.
thought he was making an anti-Semitic joke when he said Shlomi.
No.
So what do you mean? You know what would happen? You'd get fucking Hezeb rockets over your head, wouldn't you?
Not right now.
Probably not, dude. Like it's just like it's just like up until the war happened, the South was very quiet, super quiet. Super quiet.
So what happened there? What happened in Shlomi? I don't actually know this one. 48.
Well, it was called Al Bassa, and I probably talked to you about this one. Yeah, there was I wrote a long thread about it, but basically, Moshe Carmel.
Him. Bad news.
Yeah, no, that's probably all you need to know. Moshe Carmel ordered it in all of the villages in the Galilee on the border to be expelled because there was a risk there. And then after that happened, they committed a series of rapes and massacres outside the church, and then they forced people to leave. And then one person tried to come back and get their stuff, and she was killed. And then of the 100 people who stayed in the village and didn't run to Lebanon, basically, yeah, like they were forcibly expelled to Mazra, which is the only Arab village that is still in the Galilee on the border, which was meant as a collection point for all the Arabs who did not flee into Lebanon but stayed.
Why is there not? I'm looking for in birth the refugee problem, and I can't see. It's not on the list of like whether it was expelled or fear or.
And because it's not called Shlomi, it's called Al Bassa.
Yeah.
You've seen it, Al Bassa, yeah.
I'm looking for Al Bassa here, but it's on the map, but it's not. It doesn't actually say.
It's listed as E. It's listed as E. It's listed as expulsed.
I think when you searched it, you did say it said in what's it called in brackets Shlomi.
No, but it's not. Yeah. It's not. It doesn't have the key next to it. This is different. This is like numbering the location on the map. It doesn't have the E next to it. So that doesn't have a letter next to it. So the ones that have the letters next to them are up here. Where? Yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna have to look through all of them now. Fuck. Okay.
I figured
out
what happened. Yeah, no. Yeah. I figured out what happened from. What's probably the most interesting thing about that village is that like the church that my grandmother was baptized in is still standing. And back in 2013, a bunch of Arab Israelis went to do a baptism there, and they got a government permit. And in turn, people from Shlomi came and attacked them and threw stones at them. And the mayor came and also helped throw stones at them. It's on Haaretz. You can read it. It's pretty funny.
Oh.
Fuck. I mean, that's one thing I've seen. Like, Israelis tend to hate Middle Eastern Christians more than they hate Muslims.
This is actually
in action. No, in action, because like you would never see Israelis throwing stones at Muslims when they're praying or doing some religious activity.
It's like crazy religious people, not Israelis. Like, stop.
Shlomi is known for crazy religious people. Like, I don't know.
Are crazy religious people not citizens of Israel?
Artem are not citizens of Israel. Okay.
Like if I, dude, like if I say like all Palestinians are this, and it's like, well, wait, you're talking about Hamas? No, it's all Palestinians. Like it's like it's what you're doing, kind of.
Well, he's specifically talking about Shlomi, so that context means I'm talking about Shlomi.
No, but you're saying like all Israelis like hate Christians, or like most.
No, I said
Israelis.
it seems like Israelis hate like Christian practices more than they do fucking Muslim practices.
We really don't. It's not true.
Okay, don't care. Similar destructiveness characterized the conquest of the villages in Western Galilee in Operation Ben Ami mid-late May. Was this 49? The start of the operation, the HGS's observer accompanying the troops reported 2 companies are attacking Al-Bassa with the aim of blowing up the village. Oh no. 2 companies are attacking Al-Zib with the aim of blowing up the village. Another company will attack Sumiria, the aim of destroying the village. The next day, Carmeli HQ informed HGS operations that Bassa and Sumeria had been blown up completely. The operation order for stage 2 of the operation read, the objective to attack with the aim of conquest, the killing of adult males, and the destruction and torching of the villages of Kabri, Al-Faraj, and Al-Nahar. During the following days, the orders were implemented. Well, that's a bad one. Oh, man. Fuck that.
Seems voluntary to me, right, Loner?
Yeah. Seems like a very loud Arab radio broadcast. Exploding wireless radios.
No. I think the funniest thing is that the attack happened on Israeli Independence Day.
Did it?
Yeah, no.
It happened in 49?
48.
No, 48.
Oh, so when Israel was already established, like after.
No. Literally on the day, as Ben Gurion was speaking about the creation of an Israeli state that would protect all its citizens, his soldiers were burning.
You guys didn't make the cut. You guys didn't make the cut. Sorry, dude. Your parents, your village didn't make the cut.
It's okay. Honestly, I mean this honestly.
I'm sorry we lost you.
I appreciate that, man. No, look, I don't really care. Like, honestly, I just think it's historically interesting. And the article that I sent you, I think more so that, my impression is that the average secular Israeli doesn't really have any negative opinion of Christians, but that the Haredim do.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, yeah, and you also have it's like you're, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but you're not allowed to pray in a church, but you are allowed to pray in a mosque.
That is correct. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I found
It's not because of it being a church.
It was 14th of May. 14th of May, Andy, so military attack and expulsion. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. There you go.
It's I think the most interesting thing is that the head of the Jewish National Fund wrote this letter where he's like, we need to get 100,000 olim to fill these villages, otherwise the Arabs will come back.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. No. And so then he preferred Ashkenaz, but he's like, fine, we'll settle for Moroccans. Fuck it.
Are there Moroccans living there now in Shlomi?
Yeah. It's largely a Moroccan Jewish town. Yeah.
Oh.
Shlomi and Betzet, both together. Yeah, and what's left is the church, a couple houses, one of which they bulldozed recently. So just the church.
Founded by Jewish immigrants from Tunisia and Morocco on the ruins of Al-Bassa. Oh shit.
It's pretty interesting, actually. No, I don't know. One of the people who I was talking to on Twitter ended up being from the village, and he lives there. So he would send me pictures of stuff. It's pretty interesting.
Is he an Israeli? He's Israeli, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was also Moroccan Jewish. It was very weird. It was surreal.
It'd be fucking funny is he just takes a picture of your house.
Although
I doubt it's still there.
I don't know. I need to know more about what my family did when they lived there. I don't know much. I know names. My dad says that my grandfather, or no, his grandfather in this case, was the mayor, but I don't know whether I believe him. It sounds like an Arab thing.
Very, very unlikely.
Yeah.
Mizrahi Jews also say this all the time.
He
was so important. He was like.
It's the same thing. My great grandfather was a government minister in Iraq. Okay, so why do you drive the bus?
Bus.
Yeah, no, why do you drive the bus in Netanya then, Captain? If you're a great grandfather.
No, it's what's it called?
I think my parents didn't do this. They told me like if your grandfather, great grandfather, they're farmers that had a lot of land. That's it.
You know, but yeah, so then I have that side, and then I have a side from Haifa, I have a side from and then I have one more side from that was from West Jerusalem. Yeah.
That's a lot of sides. All my sides are from Kfar Qasim, nothing else.
Yeah. Ooh.
I have one side on my maternal side from my grandmother from Misha, and that's it.
I just think it's funny that I learned about my family history from like Benny Morris. That's still like hilarious to me. That's like it's just like it's kind of absurd. But yeah. Maybe at some point they'll ban Benny Morris from America for challenging the foreign policy because he thinks Palestinians were expelled.
He's doing a book again, right?
Yeah, no. His book is about the atrocities and all of the massacres that happened in 48.
Having having a chunk of land for farmland is very, very unprofitable now. So people just do not. They either have it just so they can rent it out for like a business or some shit, or build on it. They don't keep it for farmland. People don't have like huge farmlands anymore. Anyway, like our entire area where people used to own massive plots of land for farm is all just fucking factories now.
What crops was your family growing stuff?
Olive trees, bunch of vegetables, fucking
See?
maramiye. I don't. What the fuck do you call maramiye in English?
Shabak. Look, the Arabs are growing olive trees. Deport, send them to Syria
Wait,
immediately.
what do you call maramiye in English?
Bro, I don't know. Yeah, like you're asking a Lebanese guy, okay? Ask me about it in French. Maybe I can tell you.
Maramiye. I don't fucking know.
Migramiye? I don't know what the fuck this is, bro.
Fuck, what is maramiye in English? I don't know. I know. Fuck, I know na'na is mint.
Oh, basil?
No, it's not basil. Definitely not basil. No.
I don't know, bro. We grow basil in South Lebanon because we're largest.
Rosemary, cilantro. They have cilantro in the Middle East.
By the way,
this isn't topical. Hang on, wait. Hamas have started attacking the protesters in northern Gaza. Oh no.
Yeah. I want. Well, it doesn't seem like in this video they are attacking, but I'm not sure. Here's like a lot of chance or.
In the let's just have a look at it. What's happening?
Why is maramiya parsley, sage, rosemary, and Lori's seasoning salt? Why is it all of those?
Stay on topic. What are they saying?
Okay.
تدخلت حماس لتفريق الناس كما تشاهدون مقابل مستشفى الأندونيسي والناس تقوم بقذفهم بالحجارة.
Did you just join in? I need to watch that again. Hang on.
Yeah, you need to watch it again.
Okay, ready.
تدخلت حماس لتفريق الناس كما تشاهدون مقابل مستشفى الأندونيسي والناس تقوم بقذفهم بالحجارة.
Hamas intervened and now they're dispersing people and people are throwing rocks at them.
Jesus.
Holy shit, bro. We're throwing rocks at Arabs evolving.
The third intifada will be against Hamas in Gaza.
It's funny how I'm rooting for,
what the
people throwing rocks.
Wow. Okay. Do we have any? This is a good segment. Okay. We actually got to do an on-the-ground journalism interview. How cool is that?
Have you ever heard of the word maramiya, Lonerva?
No.
Why are you
we can
so
discuss
against
interesting
maramiya?
fucking Arabic flora and fauna later. Okay.
Let's.
It seems like the consensus on Mahmoud Khalil seems like a bit of a dipshit, but also definitely doesn't get deported and isn't even close to crossing that threshold.
Well,
is that the gist?
I'm not sure if it's the consensus, but he definitely was. It was weird how the US did all of that. It seemed like above the law.
Having bad foreign policy opinions is like you're right as an American.
I just don't think.
I think how United States did it was very, very dictatorship.
But you would be, if you applied this standard, if the Democrats use a standard like this, you'd literally be deporting half of the fucking Republican Party for being Putin Sims. It's like,
it's not just that. Like, it's like, I'm sorry, but like, look, like, I think that people should be allowed to have bad opinion. But
it's not about bad opinions. He organized protests,
Yeah,
Made,
yeah.
Yeah,
made
but
people feel
organizing a
unsafe on
protest is a
campus.
protected
Warthogs.
right in the
You
United States.
had
The
people
thing is,
on the
the most of, like,
Republican side
like,
literally taking money from Russia to spread propaganda against Ukraine.
Can
That is
we?
literally one for one what they are trying to deport Mahmoud Khalil for.
What
One
about,
for one.
I'm not
what
defending.
about Beitar, bro? Can we please just deport Beitar? Because I'm really tired of them fucking carrying Kahan flags
Wait,
and
Beitar? Oh,
Beitar.
right.
It's the
The fuck-
organization of
It's the fucking
Jabotinsky.
Israelis, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, no, it's not Israelis. Beitar is like, yeah, it's basically, yeah, like
They're
New York
not?
Mahis, and they
No,
like
because
run
there's
around.
Beitar Jerusalem. Beitar comes from like the name of the team, no?
It does, but basically, Beitar is an American organization that's meant to follow in the steps of Jabotinsky. So they do things, which is
No.
weird, because it's weird because Jabotinsky wouldn't do this, but they do things like scream, "Muhammad is a faggot" outside mosques, and they like attack random people at Palestinian protests and beat them up. And they
The fans of the team are known as like
Yells flag.
racist in Israel, but like I didn't know it was like an organization
It's
outside.
a
Also,
Beitar.
you can't say
There
that
are a lot
word.
of Beitars, by the way, not just Jerusalem. Well, I don't know if a lot, but it's like a name often of like it's not comes from the team. It's the other way around. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Also, chat, he's fucking quoting you fucking sensitive little bitches. Fuck me. Also, David in my fucking chat complaining he was distributing Hamas leaflets. Good. Welcome to America. You can't do this thing all the fucking time when you guys are like, Israel's the liberal outpost of democracy in the Middle East, and then you just want to implement every fucking authoritarian measure possible to let go of that reputation. Yeah, you want to be like fucking Lebanon? You want to fucking deport people for talking to the wrong person for the wrong country? Do it. Stop pretending to be the fucking bastion of fucking liberalism and then contradicting it every single fucking time. All right.
I thought David was American, wasn't he?
Hey. Look. Okay, but in Lebanon, we only arrest people for like talking to Israelis. Everything else is allowed. But okay, only that crime, which is so funny. I hope we get rid of that law so that I can. What the fuck is that, a Nasrallah picture? That's funny.
Can we be demoted to like pretty democratic, and then we won't have to abide by high standards?
I just don't think it's about standards, bro. Like I just personally don't think that Ben Gvir should be the police head. I don't think this is unreasonable. This is my only demand. Can you like bring back Yoav Segalovitz?
Is it a problem that I don't even think Ben Gvir is a bigger issue than Smotrich? Smotrich is a bigger issue in my eyes.
It's so complicated right now in
I actually think
politics after October 7th. I really don't know who to vote for. Like, I used to be kind of leftist. Now I don't even know what I am anymore. I think I was radicalized, but still, there's no one to vote for.
I have a party. You should vote for Moshe Feilen, okay?
Yeah.
As my Kafkazi friend would always say, Shas.
Oh yeah, Derry didn't do nothing. Okay, he didn't do nothing. Okay, and it's just an Ashkenazi conspiracy that he did corruption, bro. Okay.
You're against Yair Golan then. You want the Labour Party.
It's so easy to be a voter in Israel as an Arab. You just vote for the same party that doesn't do shit every time.
Hey! Why are you making fun of Ahmed TV, bro? Okay, every time he gives a speech.
I'm not voting for Ahmed Tibi. I'm voting for Mansour Abbas.
No, wait a second. I actually wanted to ask you about Mansour Abbas because recently he posted a video on Twitter that said that in his eyes, the Israel is approaching an apartheid state for its Arab citizens. Have you seen this?
Well, maybe not in law, but they are like funding has gotten worse. Shit like that gotten worse. Yeah.
No. But I think it's insane for Abbas, who was always held up as like this kind of look at how much of a democracy Israel is. They have an Arab in the coalition. Well, now he's explicitly saying publicly online and in speeches that Israel is approaching a point of apartheid, not only in the West Bank, but for its Arab citizens as well. This is now his opinion.
I don't think it's the reality.
It's not. It's not gonna be approaching that. Maybe fucking far in the future.
He's
in the government. Maybe he has reasons to believe that we don't know, or like in the Knesset at least.
So I want to ask Lauren Vox. I mean, it's a bit off topic, and I messaged you about it.
Yeah.
Factually, right? Who do you think broke this current ceasefire? Like, without.
I mean, they both kind of did, but the ceasefire was gone, wasn't it? Like, phase 1 was supposed to go into phase 2. They didn't negotiate phase 2, and they say that's because Hamas violated phase 1 too much with the hostage shit. I don't even. In a sense, they both did. Israel.
No, but
Israel. So phase 1, Israel was supposed to finish phase 1 by starting to leave the Philadelphia corridor. They didn't do that. That's clearly a violation. So that alone. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. The fact is that Hamas doesn't want to leave Gaza, and that's the only way that they get a permanent ceasefire. And Israel doesn't want Hamas to rebuild.
Yes.
So they don't want that either. That's all it is.
But
Doesn't matter who's violating
Israel,
what. Like,
I think it's no, but Israel signed this ceasefire deal right in the context that they will go negotiate phase 2. But if negotiation fail, then what? And the negotiation started before like the Philadelphia exit as well.
Did Israel actually try to negotiate phase 2? I thought they weren't even turning up.
Yes, there were negotiations for phase 2.
When?
At the end of phase 1.
I thought Israel was fucking avoiding negotiating phase 2. Them saying extend phase 1 is not them negotiating phase 2. I thought they were supposed to negotiate phase 2 in phase 1, but they didn't do it.
From my understanding, they did try to negotiate.
Well, they said, let's extend phase 1 so that we can discuss phase 2. But obviously, I don't think they were supposed to. That's not in the original. The original is that phase 1 lasts 42 days, then you go to phase 2, which means the only way that works is if you negotiate phase 2 in phase 1. Israel doesn't seem to have negotiated phase 2 in phase 1. They waited till the end of phase 1 and then said, let's make this phase longer so we can negotiate phase 2. So that's a violation as well. Even asking for that's a violation. Did I say that too quickly?
No, I'm just reading about because from my understanding, like I saw messages and stuff at very board negotiations. That's what I remember about phase 2.
Oh, I don't know where those are. If those are there, then that would probably be different. But
Okay. Do you have any more translations, Boner Box?
Nope.
I have a question for you, Loner. Actually, this
something in stream chat if you want.
and this is going to sound a bit no, it's like I won't say it's hostile, but I'm just curious. Do you still think that the aim of the war at this point is to eliminate Hamas?
Yep.
Like even after like Bibi smiling like a Cheshire cat as Trump discussed his new Gaza plan, and even at this point, as they're explicitly trying to move them to Somaliland, like it seems as explicit as you can get. No, like and.
So he said he's committed to Trump's plan to develop the Strip. Yeah, that's a different name. I think it's not incompatible with them trying to destroy Hamas, but it's like,
Okay. Their goal was originally destroying Hamas.
He is clearly taking on that fucking. Yeah, no, I think he actually. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, he wants to. He wants to clear the way for the United States to come in. Fuck me.
He wants casinos in Gaza.
Okay, here's the thing though. How dumb is Netanyahu? Like, I don't even think he believes this is possible. That 2 million people are going to get pushed out of Gaza.
Who cares if he thinks it's possible or not? I think he's just trying to extend his
the population, you've achieved an aim. Like it's like I'm sorry, but like if you turn Gaza from a place of 2 million people to 1.5 million people, that's 500,000 less terrorists.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. That's one way to think about it. I think the other way you could also think about it from their perspective is, and like I don't know, like here's how I've been convincing Israelis that the Somalia plan is bad. What do you think the Gazans are going to do once they get to Somalia? They're going to join Al-Shabaab. Like this is one.
That's your fucking.
Somaliland, okay, no, hold on. Somaliland does not have.
About it. Think about it. Think about it.
Hold on. Somaliland is kind of. It's different than Somalia itself. It doesn't have a large presence of Al-Shabaab.
That is very true. It doesn't have a large presence. Do you think that the Gazans will just come quietly and become nice Somalilanders? No. they will immediately join Al Shabaab and destroy Somaliland.
Yeah, I didn't actually know. I didn't know Bibi said this. I didn't know he actually just flat out said that there'll be. I know he said neither Hamas nor PA, but he said I'm committed to the U.S. President Trump's plan for the creation of a different Gaza. Yeah, that's mental. Yeah, that's like.
Yeah, no, he
what
needs to.
the
He needs to
fuck?
caress. He needs to caress Trump's balls so Trump can stay on his side. So that's
No,
literally
no.
it.
We need that. You know that AI video that Trump posted. That's what
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are.
yeah. No, that's
our
like
vision.
look, I
Trans belly dancers.
I just look at the same time. Like I do kind of see the Israelis' point in one way. It's that like look in Lebanon they like beat the shit out of Hezbollah, and then boom, like okay, you have an opposition, you have other parties, you have a government, you have it's pretty easy to see what the handover could look like.
Yeah,
Like
but you also don't have that same luxury for Palestinians where they have other parties to turn to. One exploits the shit out of them, one drags them into a war. Like
And exploits the shit out of them.
and
hey,
exploits the shit out of them.
hey,
So
hey, hey, okay. That's why Ballal should open an office in Gaza so that they can also do nothing and waste their money.
I mean that idea floated around for Arab Israelis to take the mantle there, but
I
like,
I don't I here's my question. Why didn't Arab Israeli parties try to run in the parliamentary elections in like 2006 in the
or
West Bank? And
Palestinians because they'd get labeled as like fucking. They would get in trouble in Israel absolutely for it. Absolutely,
like
they'd get in trouble for
but,
it.
but that's so that's so dumb to me. And I know that Ahmed Tibi gets hit for this for like working with like Arafat, even though Rabin told him to. But like it's just weird for me because like that would have been smart if you could turn the parliament in the West Bank into a parliament that is 15% for Ram, 10% for Hadash, 5% for Ta'al or something. Like that would
I
be a
know.
dramatically different parliament.
There has to be a reason why they don't and why they why they can't. That's not like there's no shot these politicians who are just sitting there thinking about like their only fucking purpose in Israeli politics is finding a solution for Palestinian issues, and then they just don't do anything about it if they had a chance. Like there has to be some barrier for them not to do it.
I think realistically, Arab, like I don't know, like I think people are very hard on the Arab Israeli parties. And I don't know, man. Like I feel
And
like
I'm chill with them. I think Ahmed Tibi is a bit like nonsensical when he talks because he just talks like in slogans. Ahmed Tibi doesn't talk. He talks like how people on Twitter
he
talk.
talks, he gets fatter. Every time he talks, he gets fatter. Have you noticed that? He's been getting like fucking morbidly obese this year. I think he's stress eating. He needs
Yeah, of
to.
course he's stress eating because didn't he get fucking like slam dunked by a cop?
That's not even surprising to me. Ahmed Tibi is a very funny individual. That's all I'll say.
What are you watching here, Lona?
Got another
There's
video.
No
It's a
sound.
video from the protests. You ready?
There's no. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another video.
Bit loud.
عطيها
All I really got is بدنا نعيش بالحرية, which is like we want to live in freedom.
Alright.
Oh, هيا حماس إرهابية.
Fire. Don't they say fire, I'll fuck you, Sinwar, or something like that?
No. They said هيا حماس إرهابية, which means like hey, Hamas are terrorists, but it rhymes in Arabic.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. See. But this is a good example. But if the elimination of Hamas was the core war aim, congratulations, you're there. Okay.
No, the problem is like it's been pretty suspicious, like right from the beginning. Suspicious, at least, that like Netanyahu just has never been willing to indicate anything that he would accept for an alternative to Hamas in Gaza.
Yes.
He just says get rid of Hamas,
really-
but he doesn't say anything after that. And on it, yeah, if he could fucking snap his fingers and just everyone in Gaza disappears, he would do it, right?
We could
It's just that,
like
he wants to
We
find
could
a way to get
leverage-
rid of them that's
We could
plausible.
leverage
But
this
what?
definitely. I'm saying we could leverage this. Like if people are protesting, we could definitely like. Why don't we distribute the aid?
You
like,
can't.
Israel itself.
Israelis, like the Israeli government can't, because you will not be trusted by these people, just even if they hate Hamas right now.
Yeah, but I think it's deeper. What the Israelis should do is that they should push up candidates covertly, like they did with Dahlan in Gaza. But they
And also, sorry for cutting you off. And also, if you guys like tried the like helping these protesters against Israel, Hamas can use that to their advantage and start
Yeah, you're right.
shifting the
You're right.
focus off
You're right.
them.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
there are Arab countries who want to do it, though. I don't know if they want to send fucking men in, but like Jordan wants to replace Hamas. Like Egypt, implicitly.
It's a lot more complicated. It's a lot more complicated. You have to have an Arab country, like maybe Qatar. Qatar is probably one of the only countries that Gazans wouldn't fucking hate. But the rest, the Gulf countries, or like fucking Jordan, Egypt, all of these countries are massively hated by Gazans.
What if you gave it to Hezbollah?
A good one, yeah.
Thinking. Okay,
And they would lose a lot quicker than Hamas.
bro, that's so funny to me. That's so funny to me.
I'm still not over the fact that Hezbollah, the big bad bear, is the one that lost quicker than Hamas.
It's not just that, man. It's not just that. Like, look, like, yeah, like at least Hamas admits it's losing.
Hezbollah lost Assad in Syria, and they're like, "We're still winning, guys."
No. It's to me like literally, bro. Like they got fucking murked immediately. I think the funniest thing is, had they gone down with Hamas on October 7th, which they didn't because they have IQ, but had they done that, the Israelis would have activated the pagers immediately, and they would have all died like kebab.
I'm not sure if the pagers were.
They weren't ready. The
Yeah,
pagers weren't
the
ready by then.
walkie-talkies were ready. I think
They've had the pagers for 5 years, man.
No, but the shipment that they were supposed to actually be
shipment that was
having
rigged.
on their persons, that wasn't there on October 11th. This was like...
It was like
I can't
8
remember.
months before.
There's that
like
little
8
fucking...
months,
Yeah,
right?
there's that interview with the fucking Mossad guy, and they were talking about how like the attack wasn't ready on October 11th. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 8 months before the attack actually took place, right?
Yeah.
That they
I
sent
really
out.
wonder- I really wonder how many spies they had in Hezeb. Like, Hezeb must have been extraordinarily compromised.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What are these? There's a poll on this. What countries think about all these different countries? Satisfaction with Arab and regional actors. Highest rate went to Yemen. Okay. Hezbollah, then Qatar, then Iran, then Jordan and Egypt, then UAE. I mean, because Jordan and Egypt has still been distributing, and UAE have been distributing aid in Gaza.
So my guess was correct. The highest non-terrorist like people are Qatar. It's like the rest are terrorists.
Let's see. No way. Okay. Hezbollah, Qatar, Iran, Jordan, Egypt, UAE.
Saudi Arabia is the least liked. Fuck you know.
Yeah, fuck those guys. Yemen.
Which is weird.
We're not having the Houthis in Gaza. Okay, it's not happening.
Qatar is rated higher than Hamas apparently.
Yep.
No, man. It's like I think the Qataris, if they actually run Gaza, they would just drown it in money.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Do you see how Qatar is built? It looks like a fucking museum as a city.
No, bro. Like I think it's probably not the worst idea actually. But
David, if Qatar is like a terrorist state for you, then Israel's a terrorist state. It's like just simple as that. Fucking no conversation there. They do propaganda, but they're not like a terrorist state. They fund terrorism.
They support terrorists, like
they fund terrorism. Yeah, they fund terrorism, but they're not like a terrorist state themselves. They're not like Yemen. They're not like fucking Iran. They're not.
I'm still pissed at them for giving the Muslim Brotherhood money in Egypt, bro. Like, I'm sorry, but I have to be an Arab Christian shithead here. Don't give the Muslim Brotherhood money.
They're definitely support. I'm not like they're definitely supporting terror. They're not like.
Yeah, no, they support terror. We know they support terror. They give money to Hamas. They give money to.
Yes, but I like. Is Iran a terrorist state? Would you call Iran a terrorist state?
They
like they do
directly attacked Israel, so
no, but
yeah.
Well,
no, but it doesn't make them a terrorist state. A terrorist state is not a real concept. A state cannot be a terrorist. terrorists are by definition non-state actors.
Okay, listen, I hate semantics more than I hate Palestinians,
No,
alright?
no. But it's like a stupid statement. It's like when people say Israel's a terrorist. Like, what does that mean? Like it doesn't mean anything. Like,
Okay,
taking
a
a
state
bad
that
word
uses
from a bad word, you're putting them
a
together.
state that uses like attacks against civilian as like a policy, like Nazi Germany bombing, London in World War II.
Yeah, of course.
Were the Allies terrorists when they bombed Dresden?
Yes.
Yeah, no, like,
Based.
but then on that basis, like almost every state, because like look, like
Okay, hold on. Is it a
all
policy of
civilians and something?
basically is it a policy of Qatar to destroy Israel? No. Is it a policy of Iran to destroy Israel? Yes. It's like
People are mixed on Qatar, aren't they? Because some people think they're trying to do it through like fucking education and propaganda and shit, right?
No, my impression of
well, some people are mixed on Jews doing that to fucking Muslims. So it's
no. My impression of Qatar, and this is just my impression of them, is that Qatar is basically trying to hedge their bets. And the thing is, they can't make as many inroads with Fatah as they could with Hamas. And if Hamas ended up in a favorable position, then the Qataris would stand to benefit. Because Qatar always wants to be like a sort of counter center to the Saudis in the region.
Yeah, they also want to always benefit from a deal. They don't want to lose out on a deal.
And so then that's the logic. But like, do I think that the Qataris are like singularly devoted towards the destruction of it? Like I honestly do not think the Qataris think like this. I think the Qataris, like, I don't know, bro. Like, I genuinely do think that Qatar isn't what. Like, I don't know, like, I just think that Qatar likes to play all sides. That's what they did in Libya, bro. They like funded like two different sides at once. In Egypt with the Muslim Brotherhood. Because like they're a lot more secular at home than like the Muslim Brotherhood is in Egypt. Like, but this is intentional. Like, it's like I don't think that Qatar had like an ideological affinity or
But that's the point. The best option for Israel and Palestinians in Gaza is Qatar, and thankfully they're like one of the highest rated like non-terrorist group. Because it was Yemen, it was Yemen because of the Houthis, and then it was Hezbollah, and then it was Qatar. And Hezbollah was like 1% more, right? It wasn't even that high up.
Holy shit, dude! I have a solution. What if we gave Gaza to Nabih Berri? Do you know who that is or no?
Yeah, he's the eternal. He's the only constant in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Him and the
You know-
Hashemites. Hey,
What if we gave Gaza to Berri? This is what we're going to do.
Give
Okay.
Gaza to Loner. And
Can I watch? We need to watch this one. Is this real?
Okay, fine.
Mayor of Beit Lahia. Wait, Beit Lahia is the one in the fucking. Wait, that's not north, is it?
Yeah.
It's Beit
It's the
Hanun
most
is
north.
north, isn't it?
Oh.
I got them mixed up. I always get them mixed up. Which one
There's
is?
a lot of bits.
Which one's the northeast? That's Beit Hanun, right? Oh, it's Beit Lahia and the northwest.
It's
They're
right next to
they're right next to each other. Why am I being such a fucking idiot? Okay, yeah. Beit Lahia is right north center. Okay, cool. Okay, at the tip. Okay, this is the mayor apparently. I don't know.
عن حماس اسمعنا هاي المخاتير كلهم يا جماعة ايوه خليكم هنا ايوه
الناس مش عايزين حكم حماس انتهى خير الكلام ما
The rule of Hamas is over.
كل الناس اللي بتشوفهم هذول كل الناس الموجودين
All the people you see here,
والشباب مش عايزين هذا
from the young to the old, they don't want Hamas here. They destroyed our homes, they destroyed our loves, killed us.
كل بيت لاهيا مخاتير
In all of Beit Lahia.
صفا واحدا من اجل انهاء حكم حماس في بيت لاهيا.
We're all united as one to end the rule of Hamas. Allahu Akbar.
اي انسان شخصيا احنا ضد الحكم والظلم. احنا اللي بنعيشه من رب
We're against this rule and evil.
لا بشر ولا حجر ولا شجر 100 واحد استشهد من دار البراوي.
By the way, I'm translating in the main points because they rant like there's no rocks left, there's no trees left. I'm not translating all that. What are you?
No,
I'm
like-
not translating like that, bro. What the fuck?
Why not? Dude,
I
add
fucking
some
hate,
passion.
like,
Add some
speech,
passion
bro.
as well.
You realize it's Ramadan and I'm fucking tired, okay?
He was being very dramatic. I think at one point he even said, "No wait, Are you sure that he said shabab, Sav?
Yeah, he said shabab. Shabab, shbar, zgar, which is like, you know,
okay,
the young, the men, and the old. So basically, shabab is like used for like men that are like not middle age, but like young men, which is like 20s, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know.
The youth, but shabab is the youth, but it's not really used as the youth because the youth is like it's younger than shabab.
What I'm really excited for is how all of this will absolutely not be used by as a means to say we have achieved our war aim. We have done it. We have finally turned the Palestinians away from Hamas. We have achieved our war aim.
I think this Brendan guy is in the wrong chat. Look at him. He's like watching me and Destiny at the same time. And he's trying to add Destiny to talk about heroin in Vancouver. This guy's got me. This guy's got like me in one ear, Destiny in the other. He's watching H3 on subtitles.
Mr. Borelli.
That's so fucking funny. Like, why is he added at Destiny?
He's having a fucking massive ADHD like mainframe.
By the way, you realize he probably has your stream muted, but he's listening to Destiny and just typing in your chat.
Yeah, something like that. All right, let's watch this. 1 minute left, okay? Just tell me to pause it if you want time to do the bit. Yeah.
100 people from this specific family that I didn't hear the name of got killed.
Whoa.
40 سنة عشان واحد سد الدار 40 100 واحد من دار البراوي ايش احنا حكم
just say numbers to be
yeah he just said numbers 40 100 واحد شو 40 100 واحد
احنا بدنا نعيش بكرامة ونعيش باحترام ونعيش
we want to live in can you pause كرامة
dignity
and dignity and respect and yeah we want to live with in dignity and respect.
Okay.
Fuck, finding the words for the things they say in Arabic sometimes is really hard. Like the word, because the words have like so many different meanings depending on the context, and you only get the context until they finish the sentence.
باقي شعوب العالم فيش مظلوم إلا الشعب الفلسطيني هذا.
In all the world's nations, only the Palestinian people are مظلوم.
Oppressed in this way.
Oppressed, yes. Mazlum is oppressed. It's not really oppressed, but yeah, oppressed is a good word for it.
مش من غيرنا احنا منا احنا هذا الكلام اللي بنعمله خطأ احنا بدنا نعيش والحراك تبعنا غير مسيس عفويا مالناش دعوه لا بحماس ولا بفتح ولا بالجهاد ولا بأي
and this conversation that we're saying, this speech that we're doing is not political. It's not for anyone. It's not for Hamas. It's for us to live.
It's not for Fatah too. He said that. He said.
Oh, I didn't hear for Fatah. Did he say for Fatah?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's not for Hamas. It's not for Fatah.
Oh, maybe I didn't catch the Fatah part.
Here they went. Here they went in PFLP.
Oh,
for the PFLP guys, they're back.
They're back.
Pan-Arab communism. Let's go. Free market communism. PFLP. Let's go.
Bad Bunny, the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
George Habash has entered the.
Okay, there's more. There's more. These protests look big. They look bigger than.
Yeah. I hope they stay big. I want Hamas out. I want these people to fucking get a respectable life for finally.
Yeah.
No. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, I fucking hate. I wish if I didn't have diaspora friends, I would say I would hope they all drop dead. I have diaspora friends.
Holy
they're fucking annoying. They're annoying. They're like so like a net negative on our people.
How do you guys make the Nasrallah picture? Wait.
It's his soundboard. He uses it.
Bombing them.
And his echo is okay. All right. This is about where's the press, where are the journalists. Okay, big one.
I probably don't have to tell you that I can't make out any coherent sentence.
Yeah, no, we'll get to the bits. We're just watching.
can't make out the chants. What's that?
The translation here is saying is where's the press, where are the journalists? I don't know if that's it.
Oh, when الصحفي. Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense.
Oh,
See, it doesn't sound like that when you don't know what they're fucking saying.
Yeah, no, that's not what I heard. I heard the Gaza something. Gaza.
I heard
You
like
heard
where's the wood? I heard where's the wood?
وين الخطبة؟
When el khashabe? See, it's like fucking so. This is why I fucking hate Arabic. It all sounds so similar. It could sound so different.
It's just that honestly, it's that Fallahi sounds like garble. Okay,
There's
I'm sorry.
absolutely no way they said Fain. They said Wayne el Sahafi, not Fain. Fain is
Fain-
like Egyptian as fuck.
Well, you know that Gazans are Egyptian. Okay.
No, they're
So
not Egyptian. They're closer to our dialect than fucking Egyptians.
No. Okay, I'm sorry, but the informed
Listen
told me
here.
that Gazans are
Listen here,
Egyptian.
you Lebanese fuck. Don't tell me how Gazans speak, okay?
By the way, apparently the protest spread to sovereign Gaza as well.
It's fucking
Good.
big, man. Jeez.
They just have to take over the tunnels.
The fuck?
No.
Ugh, okay.
Holy shit, Sav. It's like you really are assimilated, man. You're such a.
Well, no, I hate Israel. I just here.
You are like
Listen
pretty
here, you Palestinian in denial.
Stop! Watch the fucking video.
Fuck you.
لا لا ارجع
Where's that KP, bro?
Yeah.
حماس تطلع برا. حماس goes out.
Holy shit, man.
It's gonna get you. حماس تطلع برا.
Yeah, حماس تطلع برا.
This shouldn't be like a sentence, but like it's Noah Samson molding right now. Why? I shouldn't be looking at this and saying like, yeah.
That's what
it's interesting to think that Noah Samson's molding right now.
Bro,
These Gazans fucking...
I hate your type of person the most. Adam, instead of thinking, oh my god, Gazans might actually get to live under a proper...
I've been saying that for the last 2 hours, motherfucker. Let me spare one thought for Noah Samson, who is upset that these guys are taking down Hamas. What the fuck?
Fuck Noah Samson. Fuck Hassan. Fuck all of them. They're all retarded.
I just don't know why that's even a concept that like
that
that Noah Samson's molding. Because okay, this is an Al Jazeera journalist who is yeah, apparently he's an Al Jazeera journalist, but I don't know what he's saying here. I think he's with the protesters though, right?
It looks like he's saying end the genocide, but not like against Hamas.
Yeah, probably not.
Tweet.
Let's see.
We are a nation of peaceful people. We don't want to live. Get it to everyone, get it to all the governments, get it to all the people in rule that we are peaceful. We want to live. We are finished. People don't have money, they don't have food, there's no place to go. Where are we gonna go? We want to live, we want to live. And now they're just erupting a chant, we want to live, we want to live.
Is this not part of the same protest?
It sounds like it's the same protest, but they didn't mention Hamas in this.
Someone was... Where was this?
He's trying to push the narrative from Qatar.
Yeah, it's that so.
No, he's kind of like, we want to live, to change the subject to that instead of like anti-Hamas outright.
That's what someone on Twitter was saying, but I don't know.
I mean, that's what it looks like from what he's doing, right? That's how Al Jazeera...
Yeah, but you didn't come up with that from watching this. That you came up with that because I think someone tweeted that. This was retweeting it.
Well, from the translation of the tweet.
Oh, the translation of the tweet is trying to reframe it. You mean?
Yeah, but
this is the Al Jazeera journalist who they're talking about, isn't it? Anas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so this guy. Oh, this guy. Okay, this guy's the protester then. Okay, so the Al Jazeera person is trying to spin what this guy's saying to stop it from sounding like an anti. Because this doesn't sound like an anti-Hamas.
Yeah,
It's
sentence.
not
This sounds
anti-Hamas,
like Oh,
It doesn't sound like anti anything, but just like anti the war.
Because they were shitting
Yeah,
on this guy
it's
earlier.
like-
Yeah, they were shitting on us earlier. I think,
Yeah.
weren't they?
Anyways, I have to go.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have
So
a
he's
good
trying to
night.
spin it. I see. I see.
شباب بوجود كبار بيت لاية مع احترامي لكل الناس
Hello.
على راس المخاتيم
Oh shit. Shambles.
So,
Al Jazeera in shambles. What the fuck?
Shabbat Shalom, Lone.
I know.
One second, I'm gonna get a drink because translating is thirsty work.
So yeah, like right now is an impactful day. The Israelis, if they were serious, could use this as a means to literally just stop. They could, but they won't.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
No. Like, look, like this is actually not a good scenario for them. They would rather like it's like I'm sorry, but yeah, like if they could choose between being able to kick the Gazans out or like having to deal with like an uncertain peace with like jaded Gazans, like it's like the first every single time because there's a guarantee in their eyes that the conflict will end, versus this will not end the conflict.
Yeah, because all these fucking right wingers are like listening to fucking Mordecai Kadar and going like, you see, this is a Hudaybiyah. That's with the Hudaybiyah, a temporary peace.
It's that accent is a very, I wouldn't say it's spot on, but it's like a caricature of like being spot on.
It's pretty good, honestly, man. Yeah, it's like they use like these obscure It's like the concept of taqiyya, bro.
Yeah, the taqiyya concept is some of the most annoying fucking shit I have ever heard.
About taqiyya are fucking Israelis, bro. Like it's like nobody else knows about taqiyya. And anyway, you wouldn't use taqiyya to lie about a foreign conflict. That's not how you use taqiyya. It's meant to like protect Shias from getting murked by Sunnis.
Hey, it's not just Sunnis, okay? Don't put the blame just on us. The fuck?
Okay, you know, I'm sure that the Christians in Iraq.
I would like to remind you, Hezbollah was airstriking Sunnis in the north. Just saying.
No. Okay, that was guys. That was.
Why would you say it's baseline?
I didn't say anything.
No. Okay, that was just step 96 on the road to Al-Quds. Okay, the road to Al-Quds runs through Dar'a. Okay,
they're clearing the fucking road.
It's a long way around.
Yeah. Right.
I saw about this journalist got killed. I did see something about this journalist. Also, did you see the story about the co-director of like No Other Land? Settlers attacked him and he got taken by the IDF.
The Israeli story is that he was throwing rocks, and they presented a video of him throwing rocks.
Yeah, but he was throwing rocks at settlers who were attacking his fucking town. The settlers came to him. He was throwing rocks, but it's like defensive.
It was self-defense. Okay. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck if he was attacking the settlement, though. I don't give a shit if that's how it went. I don't care. But
no, but that's the issue I told you about the West Bank. The biggest issue is like settlers like try to start trouble because they know the IDF would protect them in the process.
Bro, there's no fucking way. Why? How did Jackson Hinkle get into fucking Yemen, bro? Is he? Wait, he might not be. He might just be in fucking South Lebanon, like and found a destroyed house. But
Drew Binsky went to Yemen. It's not hard to go to Yemen. Like you just have to.
You just need a Somali pirate to like sneak in.
Is there any way of like OSINT locating where he is? Because he was in a room with a bunch of fucking Houthis. I don't know if he's actually there. Like, what's he? How?
Might be there. 1 sec.
Mate, Hassan's got nothing. Hassan said this was too dangerous. Look at this. What's he saying? He'll be saying that they Did you see the Fuentes Hinkle drama? Yeah, it was good. Hang on, change windows.
أشرفي البداية بداية البشير.
Are you praying? What the fuck?
We are here in Yemen, specifically at the location in Sana'a, which was bombed by the United States late last
I can't take this seriously. He's gonna make me laugh at a bombing. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
night.
But this doesn't look like Yemen. It's too green.
But the Houthis live in the fucking hills, don't they? There are green parts of Yemen. What?
No, it's true. But he's saying he's in the capital. He's saying that he's in
He's in
Sana'a.
Sana'a.
Yeah.
I guess Sana'a does look very. It looks like it's got the Breaking Bad filter on it, but it doesn't. It's just like. No, there are green parts of Sana'a. It's fucking mountains and hills. Shit.
Or maybe he's next to the Movenpick.
Yeah. No, I think he might actually be there.
We're all living very close by. And this attack by the United States, it killed 5 people. 14 individuals were injured.
Make it 6. Come on, make it 6.
Civilian zone. There were civilians walking around who were killed. Why the hell are our taxpayer dollars being used to kill civilians halfway across the world? For what? For Israel?
Alright, you broke.
It is sure a shekel saver. Here's some for your mod team undying effort to keep your chatters financially viable.
This is a fucking this guy's a fugitive, bro. What the fuck? But yeah, he met with Sari, yeah, the Houthi. Who's Sari? Is he the military guy or is he the spokesperson? I can't believe he's doing this.
I don't understand. The United States was founded on a revolutionary tradition. They called the founders of our country war criminals. The same exact term that is used to label the civilians here who are fighting for their sovereignty and their future.
I am a terrorist supporter. I am a terrorist supporter. I am a terrorist supporter.
The people here are being targeted because they stand with Gaza against the genocide, and for that, their families, their loved ones, innocent civilians are being targeted. You can see behind me, the scorched earth goes all the way back there to the surrounding buildings. These are all civilian homes. The surrounding buildings were also impacted, and now people cannot live there. America, is this where you want your taxpayer dollars going? Our cities are falling apart, but instead of fixing that, Donald Trump is doing exactly what Netanyahu wants him to do, which is getting involved in another endless war halfway across the world.
You think this is attractive?
This needs to come to an end. And to those of you on the USS Harry Truman, you do not have to listen to the commands of your commander-in-chief. You can choose to consciously object, committing these war crimes on a daily basis, killing innocent civilians.
You know, man, I'm sure
that's
That's fucking unbelievable, man. What the fuck? Why is he there?
I wonder, would they deport him for this?
No.
I hope so, because he's like a person I would. No,
you can't really. He's not. He's an American citizen. They're not. Where are you going to report him to?
But again, like you're allowed to think that you can be bombing the Houthis in Yemen. Actually, like it's just like you're allowed to have that opinion.
Yeah, but he's definitely got some kind of problem with the fact that he's literally fucking doing propaganda with terror organizations and hanging out with them and shit like that. Like he's not going to get revoked his citizenship, but he's going to. You think the American system lets people like that just come back as if nothing happened?
If their name is Jackson Hinkle, yes.
Yeah.
If their name is Ahmed al-Islami, no. Ahmed al-Islami.
Bro, that's like that guy's like a fucking that's the material support threat. That guy's like he's a traitor. Yeah. Fuck. It's so weird.
I got sent a random video being told I sound like this person.
Apparently these protests in Gaza are all over the Israeli media right now. Is that true?
All over the Israeli media?
Yeah. Is it on like I-24?
Pull up channel 14 right now. Pull up channel 14 right now, Sev. Come on, do it.
Hold on. I don't know if I can put channel 14 on this device I have, but I can probably do like Al Jazeera on it.
Lorderbox is so Orientalist he thinks the 9/11 hijackings happen in the hills. Yeah. You telling me they didn't? What the fuck? There's a segment in channel 12. Fuck. What's your solution to MAGA communists doing Houthi propaganda in Yemen? Are you trying to like? Are you trying to build me up for
airstrikes?
Is that what you're trying to do? Apparently, a senior Hezbollah commander just got killed today.
The proper TV.
Oh, what? Oh yeah, this is it. Al Jazeera's journalist who hid while the protesters were looking to anyone to cover the anti-war and anti-Hamas protests is working to change the narrative and the demands of the protesters. We want an end to the war and Hamas to step down from ruling Gaza. Yeah, that's what they're saying. And then this Al Jazeera journalist who they were chanting about and shitting on earlier is just translating the guy into stop the genocide. Yeah, demand an end to the war and the genocide. Yeah. Reframing. What about a solution for the city of Jenin? Bro, I don't want to airstrike Jenin. What the fuck's wrong with you? You should have bait me. The fuck? Where is... I'm supposed to look at something here. Oh yeah, what's this? This is another UN spokesperson moment.
Actually occurring in Gaza during the
nothing on
war.
Channel 12 right now. There's they're talking about JD Vance and like the group chat fucking leak. That's what I saw.
Okay.
We talked about the very severe risk of famine.
My
Those studies were done by the IPC.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm watching something. Hang on.
Okay, it's fine. You can do that. I'm gonna leave and go play my video games.
All right, have fun.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
اطلع برا حماس باي.
Wow. Okay. So this is the UN Secretary General's spokesperson being asked questions, I think, about famine this time.
Actually occurring in Gaza during the war.
We talked about the very severe risk of famine. Those studies were done by the IPC, which is not which is a group of...
There's something I have to do before I leave.
Yeah.
Play Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay. Bye-bye.
See ya.
UN agencies and also a group of non-UN agencies, American, German, Europeans, and others, who've established a scientific method to talk about hunger, to classify hunger, and we stand by their findings. One thing we don't have, we may have, the UN have the world's most recognizable logo, but there's no brand management. There are a lot of people who can speak on quote.
Is there someone laughing in the crowd? What the fuck?
Management. There are a lot of people who can speak on quote unquote behalf of the UN. I'm speaking on behalf of the Secretary General. What we've said here, and what others have said.
UN News Center. I'm not talking about the special experts or anything. I'm talking about the UN Central News Center. Reported extreme hunger and famine.
Well, there's a. We could go on for a long time.
Bro, why does this guy always talk like he's got a gun to his head? Every time I see this guy answering questions, he talks like he's got like there's a fucking gun to his head. I don't know why. He's the same guy that said that apparently the UN had no idea that tunnels were being built in Gaza. He was the same guy who was saying that the UN were no longer accepting IDF assistance to bring aid trucks into the strip. And they asked him, okay, well, what do we do? And he wouldn't answer. He just his only answer was stop the war. That was all he said. Like for aid distribution, when that's your job, that's not really, you can't just say that. That's not really going to work. You have to be able to distribute aid before the fighting stops. Otherwise you're useless, right? Yeah, this guy's always just in a real pickle. I think what they're asking him is It's the fact that the UN warned about imminent famine for about half a year. And then the IPC came forward with an investigation, like a 30-page study, the ones who are specializing in that area in designating stages of hunger and food insecurity and famine. And then they basically said that there wasn't enough evidence to determine a famine had happened. And I think they basically stuck to that. So the predictions were all reined back, but the UN's a big organization. So the special rapporteurs, like Francesca and a bunch of the other special rapporteurs, came together with a public statement where they just said, anyway, regardless of the IPC's findings, that there was a famine. Even though, if you look at, this was 9th of July. So the IPC said that there actually wasn't a famine in June. But then in July, these UN, quote, experts said a famine is spread throughout the Strip. But this is not a study or like an investigation or anything. It's not stats. It's just a press statement. That's it. It's just a press statement. By people like, the experts, a special rapporteur in food, special rapporteur in housing, special rapporteur in the territories. But these guys don't have the same authority as the IPC. So, it's like there's nothing there. And this guy's being asked, it's like, what's the actual UN's position then? Did a famine happen or not?
Is a qualitative scientific difference between hunger and famine. Famine is a very specific word. We have talked often about hunger in Gaza. And
the difference between famine and hunger or food or malnutrition is that famine is basically that it's like a level of starvation. There's a few qualifiers, but the main one I think is between 2 and 4 in every 10,000 dying of starvation every day. So for every 10,000 people in Gaza, for a famine across the entire Strip, you'd need between 2 and 4 people out of 10,000 dying every day. So stretch that to 2 million people. For the whole Gaza Strip, you'd be talking like thousands a week dying. And even in particular parts of the Strip, say if it was just in the north, you'd still be talking like at least a few hundred a week and maybe 1,000 plus every 2 weeks. It takes a lot for it to reach famine. That's what happened in Sudan. Like in South Sudan, they declared a famine there in August. It doesn't rule out like food insecurity. It doesn't rule out malnutrition. It doesn't rule out individual people starving, or like even like tens or dozens or hundreds of people dying of starvation. But it's not like the IPC stage 5 definition of famine. I don't think was met. I don't think anyone seems to still hold that anymore.
I don't think anyone can dispute that there was hunger in Gaza. And I think we've seen it, and our colleagues, numerous UN colleagues, have come out and spoken to what they've seen with their own eyes. And as for the IPC, I think I've answered that question.
Guterres is off.
Yeah, he's not really. That's what I don't get though. This guy's just always. It's not a very difficult question because you can just say, like there wasn't a famine, like but there was hunger. There was intense hunger.
And what others have said.
UN News Center. I'm not talking about the special experts. I'm talking
because the IPC did. Yeah, that's what the IPC said there wasn't evidence of famine, but I think it was the press release that they're talking about.
The UN Central News Center
reported
extreme hunger and famine.
Well, there's a. We could go on for a long time.
Hey, why? Why is this guy so fucking nervous? What the fuck? This is also the same guy, by the way, who made me fucking crash out because he wouldn't answer this question about fucking tunnels.
Madame.
Thank you, Steph. Regarding the Gaza tunnels that were discovered and how much larger they are than anticipated, I was just wondering, given the UN's big role in Gaza, UNRWA, the role it's played in humanitarian efforts, has there ever been any indication to the UN that tunnels are being built under the city?
Not to us. I mean, it seems to me that all this infrastructure was built in a highly secretive way. I mean, I see it as an observer. So
this is my theory. Okay, this is my theory. There's exactly one guided Hamas rocket in the entire Gaza Strip. and it has this guy's name on it, and it's getting launched as soon as he says something that pisses them off. Like, there's no other explanation, right? Why? This guy literally is just talking like there's a fucking Hamas dude with a red button next to their desk, ready to launch the only guided missile they have in the entire planet to find this guy's noggin and bonk him. Why would you say such an insane fucking thing? It's such a strange answer. I can't get my nut around it, man. Why would he say that? Meanwhile, Hamas themselves, as early as like 2007, 2008,
قيادة كتائب القصر يتابع الكتائب وبعد ذلك
publishing
تم
away,
انتداب شهيدنا
talking about how they're martyred mujahid. He's a
يكلفه
proud tunnel
إخوانه
digger.
بالعمل في أنفاق المجاهدين فلا تجد منه إلا السمع والطاعة بل إنه فاجأ إخوانه بمهارته الكبيرة في هندسة وتشديد الأنفاق فقد كان يعمل ليل نهار دون أن يرف له جفن أو تنحني له قامة.
Let him go.
وبعد ذلك
He's
تم
so happy.
انتداب.
It's just like, but this has happened with the UN as well, though, because I think UNRWA once, a couple of years ago, there was an UNRWA fight with Hamas. They had like a battle with the UN in the middle, and UNRWA were basically pushing because Hamas had a tunnel that was really close to a school, and I think actually, in that one case, they managed to get it sealed. Like they actually fought with Hamas to get it sealed, but I'm guessing that only happens very few and far between because most of these Hamas projects are like they're not getting interrupted by the UN.
I mean, it's to think that the UN had any understanding of what was, any information about those operations. I think is clearly the answer to that.
Bro, they're yeah. Hamas made exactly one pager, one exploding pager, and they've attached it to this guy. And if he says anything to cross them, it's popping off. We got more. We already watched this one. Ethan just posted you in his Instagram story. Oh no! What do you say? What? It's just your reaction to Noah. What, did I say something? Like, did he clip me or what? Has he been fucking... I didn't know people... I don't really expect clippers. Oh, this. What we saying?
Beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are...
We have direct access, physical access to the supply chains, the propagandists, we have direct access to the propagandists, the supply chains, the weapons manufacturers, the politicians, the propagandists. Well, they're the ones you mentioned in this video? Why and we need to escalate. Crackling. That's all I'm saying. Okay. What a disgusting, cowardly fuck. And obviously he's got no problem with like promoting Bad Empanada in his last video. Quite widely promoting. And Bad Empanada does just say take up arms and kill people. He says that on his Twitter account. That is a threat of violence. It's not a threat of violence. This guy's not going to do shit. That would, get in the way of his cushy life? No, he wants other people to do it for him. He wants other people to escalate for him. With a conveniently vague call, which basically means that people are, it's just up to the interpretation of the mentally ill fucking psychos.
We're living in the belly of the beast. We have direct.
It doesn't really have the escalate part though, does it? It doesn't have the escalate part in the message. So people might not understand what he's saying there. Oh well. Whoop. You're reacting to a clip from this stream.
Have you on?
I suppose I am. So he posted that on his Instagram. I don't know. Fucking. Hang on. Let me see if Ethan Klein. Without the escalation part, you'll claim it's out of context. True. What we saying? Stories. I think I need a better clip. No, he got this from his Reddit, but the problem is that the fucking clippers are shit. Or maybe I'm shit for not summarizing my clipping better. I don't know. Let's see. Because people are going to say that one's out of context. It doesn't have the call for escalation from him. Find in the transcript.
That record
Why don't you hire a clipper?
Child killing massacre from
It's
Israel.
too much.
How many of you other new heard to go up?
Where does he do it again?
It's not about them. It's not about anyone voice to its resistance. Then that content plight towards caring about it and or quote Israeli Gaza.
Where is it? Escalate. It's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
To try and stop it. People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains.
So that's the setup. He's saying that we have direct access to propagandists, politicians, weapons companies. We have direct physical access, we in the West. That's his setting up after talking about how protesting is useless, or that protesting hasn't achieved anything. That it's not enough to protest, raise awareness, and divest.
That are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most. Anyways, yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab your heads as a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways.
Yeah, it's so clearly set up. How clear do I need to make it? Like, fuck.
Else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct.
Let's go from here.
And hopefully doing something to try and stop it. People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places, but really politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
See, you can lay it out very easily, one sentence at a time. It's quite clear We in the West have direct physical access to a bunch of people, including the propagandists, after just labeling a bunch of people creators, propagandists. What does protesting achieve? Well, some things, but overall, basically nothing. If we want this to stop, we need to escalate. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. If you had a clear vision for what needs to be done to stop the genocide, you would say it because you want to direct your audience into something fruitful. Unless the thing you want your audience to do is against TOS, criminal, violent, etc. He's calling for people to do something that he is too cowardly to say himself. He's calling for people to do dirty work for him. That's what this is. It is unambiguously a call for violence, okay? I'm sorry. And he doesn't want to spoil his cute little life. He doesn't want to fuck his income and ruin the little cushy career that he's got a hold of. He doesn't want to do that. He wants other people to fuck up their lives and get thrown in jail or whatever else for him. He wants other people to be Luigi or fucking, what's his face, Aaron Bushnell or whoever else. And it's interesting that he said propagandists because that might actually encompass the people that he's just spent the entire video calling genocide defenders. I'm sorry, if you can understand how January 6th was an incitement to violence, Trump, despite him saying peacefully, patriotically, if you can understand how that whole speech in all its context is a call to violence, then you understand how this is as well. Noah's a leftist. He will never, ever pretend to not understand what stochastic terrorism is. He will never pretend to not understand what dog whistling is. He knows what this is. He's basically built up all of the blocks towards that conclusion. He supports people who openly call for it. Bad Empanada openly calls for violence, either against American politicians or against people he considers to be propagandists, or against Palestinian collaborators, like all the ones who are marching against Hamas in Gaza right now. And obviously Israeli civilians, because they're all military targets, apparently. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yeah, this cowardly, disgusting worm propagandist piece of shit is calling for violence. Yeah. Either against what? Politicians, people he considers to be propagandists, which is a pretty broad definition. Yeah. Particularly alarming given that he insisted in his first video that Israeli citizens shouldn't be separated from their government. Because Noah is too much of a fanny to say it himself, he'll just promote other people who say it. His number one promotion is Bad Empanada, who thinks there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. Yes. Yes. And he spent an entire video saying that all Israelis, or 99% of them, are genocidal, like Arab haters, murderers, criminals, soldiers, effectively. Yeah. So that's almost half of the Jews on Earth are military targets to this guy. This not anti-Semitic guy, apparently. Oh, God. Just saying. Just saying. Pretty cringe. Pretty gross. Pretty cunty. Is that good? That would have been a bear clip? We got him. Okay. Okay. Is this going to be a segment? No, that can just be a Twitter clip. I don't know. Fuck. Now. Some people have questions. Trump officials have to testify after A bunch of people got caught with their pants down. There is no alt left. Hello, Vivian Wolf. Haven't seen you for a while. Shit. What about Contra? I'm busy! I'm walking here. Play the intro. No, the intro, it's too fucking... The intro needs the limiter taken off of it, okay? That limiting is too much. It's too smashed. I can't do it. No way. What, this? You think this is acceptable? Warning. This video contains content that some may find disturbing. The box part is just not necessary. It's not necessary. Unless it's just immediately pasted over it. It's not just like it comes in, like it's just there, because otherwise it's too long. And the intro isn't necessary either, I think. Or at least it doesn't need the voiceover. It doesn't need the AI voice reading out that bit. You can just have it. Although I prefer it to come in as a shocker, you know? Okay.
Intelligence Committee Annual Worldwide Threats Hearing. I'd like to begin by welcoming our esteemed...
I'm not an editor. I don't know what a limiter is. Oh, someone's just put a massive fucking compressor / limiter on that tune and made it a total state.
Panel of witnesses, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, the CIA Director,
Mr.
John
Cotton.
Ratcliffe, the FBI Director, Kash Patel, the Director of the National
Cotton.
Security Agency and Commander of U.S. Cyber Command, General Tim Hawk,
Cotton.
and the Defense Intelligence Agency Director, Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz. Thank you all for your appearance.
Mr.
Thank you for your leadership. I also
What?
want to recognize the hard work and dedication of the thousands of men and women in our intelligence community whom you're here to represent today. Their successes are seldom celebrated. Their accomplishments are often unseen.
How?
But our nation is grateful to each one for the vital
9:41 a.m. He's going to be there for at least 4 minutes, though. So he's got time.
work they do to keep our nation safe, prosperous, and free. Our annual Worldwide Threats hearing allows for the American people to receive an unvarnished and unbiased account of the real and present dangers that are...
What's a limiter? Fuck me! Okay, hang on. You're making fun of my explanation of a limiter. Jesus. All right. Notepad. No, paint. Audio engineering lesson. Why not? It's necessary. You have audio waves, okay? A limiter is what happens when you take the peak of the audio and you basically just shave it off completely. And then this just disappears. Like this is just gone. So the wave you're left with is this. And then what you can do is you can take this and make it like louder. So you can boost that. The problem is when you boost it, it's kind of doing what it's doing here. Is that once you make this audio bigger, the peaks just keep on getting cut off and everything else that's quieter, all the quieter parts, keep on getting louder. So you'll eventually have something like this, where you're limiting more and flattening the waves more so that you eventually just end up with a square wave. And square waves sound very crunchy and disgusting and just a bit too and distorted, especially if you do it with like digital, yeah. So that's a limiter.
Our nation faces. As we will hear from our witnesses, many of the threats we face are truly existential. Communist China is actively working to replace the United States as the world's dominant superpower. China uses coercive military, economic, and influence operations short of war
with
shape
China.
A world
Yes.
favorable to its interests and hostile to ours. These methods include the biggest peacetime military buildup in history,
Bomb them.
rapidly expanding its nuclear forces, providing critical assistance to help Russia withstand U.S. sanctions, obscuring its role in accelerating the spread of COVID-19 beyond Wuhan, turning a blind eye to Chinese companies that enable the production of fentanyl flooding into the United States, and putting space weapons on orbit, among other tactics. Iran, despite setbacks inflicted on its so-called axis of resistance by Israel over the last year, still aims to destroy what it calls the little Satan, the state of Israel, and what it calls the great Satan, the United States. It continues to arm Yemeni rebels to attack global shipping, though these outlaws have suffered terrible losses over the last 2 weeks thanks to decisive action by President Trump and our brave troops. I commend the President, Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, and his entire national security team for these actions. Iran also continues its decades-long effort to develop surrogate networks inside the United States to threaten U.S. citizens. Furthermore, Iran's nuclear program continues apace. It's actively developing multiple space launch vehicles, which are little more than flimsy cover for an intercontinental ballistic missile program that could hit the United States in a matter of years. But all this will soon come to an end. The supreme leader of Iran now faces a stark choice, thanks to President Trump. The supreme leader can fully dismantle his nuclear program, or he can have it dismantled for him.
Oh
Finally,
my God, Yosef Haddad is absolutely fucking seething right now. Look at him. He's so fuck, bro. Yosef Haddad hates these people. By the way, Yosef Haddad thinks these guys are like fucking basically just want a fake country. But okay. Fuck all pro-Hamas in the West. You abandoned the Gazans and supported a terrorist organization. And this is not me saying it. It's the fucking Palestinians in Gaza. Fuck all the students across America who supported the resistance. Fuck all the journalists who supported the resistance. Fuck all the protesters across the Arab world who supported the resistance. Fuck Mahmoud Khalil, Jackson Hinkle, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. Okay. God. Fuck you. Just fuck you, you terrorist supporters. Fuck the UN, fuck the ICC. Oh God, what a fucking psycho. Ew.
Today's report also acknowledges that illicit drug production endangers the health and safety of millions of Americans. For the first time, the annual threat assessment lists foreign illicit drug actors as the very first threat to our country. As the report highlights, Mexican-based cartels using precursors produced in China continue to smuggle fentanyl and synthetic opioids into the United States. Last year alone, these deadly drugs tragically killed more than 52,000 Americans, more than the number killed in attacks by foreign terrorists or foreign nations. Given these threats, we have to ask, are our intelligence agencies well postured against these threats? I'm afraid the answer is no, at least not yet. As the world became more dangerous in recent years, our intelligence agencies got more politicized, more bureaucratic, and more focused on promulgating opinions rather than gathering facts. As a result of these misplaced priorities, we've been caught off guard and left in the dark too often. I know that all of you agree that the core mission of the intelligence community is to steal our adversaries' secrets and convey them to policymakers to protect the United States. At the same time, it's not the role of intelligence agencies to make policy, to justify presidential action, or to operate like other federal agencies. After years of drift, the intelligence community must recommit to its core mission of collecting clandestine intelligence from adversaries whose main objective is to destroy our nation and our way of life. The reason is not that our intelligence community lacks dedicated patriots who show up to work every day to protect the American people. On the contrary, it has an abundance of them. The reasons are a misuse of resources, bureaucratic bloat, a default to play it safe, and a past administration that prioritized social engineering over espionage. Coupled with recent failures, the finding in today's Worldwide Threat Report should be a wake-up call to all of us to get our house in order. The status quo is proving inadequate to provide the President and Congress with the intelligence needed to protect the American people. As more storms gather, America's intelligence capabilities require urgent reform and revitalization. As the chairman of this committee, I look forward to working with each of you to strengthen America's intelligence edge and refocus our intelligence community on its core mission, stealing secrets. The American people deserve nothing less. We've assembled an impressive team to get this done, and I look forward to hearing your comments. Now I recognize the vice chairman for opening remarks.
Well, thank you.
Wait, are these guys going to actually answer questions about the massive security breach? Are we not getting that?
And good morning, everybody. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. I got to say, I've been on the committee now for 14 years, and this year's assessment is clearly one of the most complicated and challenging in my tenure on the committee. And I want to get into that in a moment, but I want to first of all address the recent story that has broken in the news. Yesterday, we stunningly learned that senior members of this administration, and according to reports, 2 of our witnesses here today were members of a group chat.
Oh,
That
yes.
discussed highly sensitive and likely classified information.
A group chat.
That supposedly even included weapons packages, targets, and timing, and included the name of an active CIA agent. Putting aside for a moment that classified information should never be discussed over an unclassified system.
Wait, didn't Hegseth try to deny this? He tried to deny it, didn't he? His jerk reaction. The DUI candidate, the driving under the influence candidate. Oh no.
Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people.
You're not Donald Trump. You're not Donald Trump. You're not Donald Trump. Trump doesn't drink alcohol. On an unrelated note.
Sides hoax or suckers and losers hoax.
Why
So
is
this is
he
the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of weapons used?
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Wow, a direct stare. Look, he doesn't remember this because he was shit-faced at the time, I think a few hours earlier, but the National Security Council spokesperson, Brian Hughes, he actually said that he confirmed that the group was real. It was already confirmed that the group was real.
The NSC said it was authentic.
Yeah, NSC said it was authentic. And he's just like, whoa. How much was I drinking last night? Sorry.
It's also just mind-boggling to me that all
the
these
Atlantic's Goldberg considering release of the full Trump war plan text. Oh, because some of it was classified. Yes, yeah, so it was all classified, but some of it was potentially compromising to American security, because I think it said locations of personnel in the Middle East or something. Yeah. Named an intelligence officer. Yeah.
These senior folks were on this line and nobody bothered to even check. Security Hygiene 101. Who are all the names? Who are they? Well, it apparently included a journalist.
They can
No matter
redact
how
them.
much the Secretary of Defense or others want to disparage him, this journalist had at least the ethics to not report, I think, everything he heard. Question I raise is like,
Oh no. Oh no, they're glazing the journalist that they don't like. Oh no. Because he considered American security more so than the fucking dipshits in charge of the country. We need to drain the swamp. Why? Why is the swamp so undrained of this massive incompetence? What the fuck?
everybody on this committee gets briefed on security protocols.
What is this?
We're told you don't.
What is this, 2016? What are we doing? Are we Hillary emailing now? This is as bad as that, isn't it? This is the same. It's exactly the same. How many people, how many potential security compromises were there from the Hillary emails? I'm going to say there were a lot. Sounds like a lot to me. Must have been shitloads. What was it these people said about lock them up, lock them up, lock them up?
With bad decisions, that if nothing else, there are some charming lessons in there. How could Jared not know that one simple rule?
Yeah, I'm not sure. If you don't want to talk about an official email, then you can text somebody and find some other way. I'm sure there's plenty of that as well. Listen, I'd prefer to defer my time and just roll tape again on your opening monologue. You did nail every aspect of this. This is a corrupt politician. I don't usually do that. I usually try to have it out with you, but today I feel like you nailed it.
Oh, Pete.
It's such a corrupt politician, Hillary Clinton, who reinforced that narrative through her actions, reckless actions. As you said, Secretary of State would know better, especially that much time in public office. But Jared Kushner's got to know better, and they're going to go after this with the so-called Russia stuff.
And it's interesting because on social media, if you say anything negative about Hillary Clinton,
this is the context of emails, by the way.
Come after you, and they're like, why don't you just leave her alone? Because she keeps putting herself out there. She's the one who wrote a book. She's the one who's on a media tour, and she's the one who won't stop harping on all of these issues.
What else?
Using foundation resources to pay for weddings. I mean, it's stuff that is criminal and illegal if you run foundations and nonprofits, as I have. But it also demonstrates the amount of collusion, which is the part of the problem and why they had the hidden server to begin with.
So it's a Clinton Foundation, corruption allegations, and the email server. People have gone to jail. People in the military, our soldiers and sailors, have gone to jail for what happened with
people have gone to jail for 1/100th of what even one.
Yeah, but you try to get them if they commit war crimes and murder Iraqi civilians. You try to get them off the hook, don't you, Pete? I'm not joking. He actually has done that in the past.
1/1000th of what Hillary Clinton did. Having her maid print out classified documents and give them to her physically, which means they were unsecured outside. I mean, it's all ridiculous. It's all over the top. It's all criminal. And people know that. So folks will be voting on that impression. The ballot box will be the ultimate decider.
Pete, thank you so much.
Wow. Wow. This is 3 days. 4 days ago now.
Under the previous administration, we looked like fools. Not anymore.
Oh, shit. Who else was involved in this? Mike Waltz? Biden's sitting national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, sent top secret messages to Hillary Clinton's private account. What did DOJ do about it? Not a damn thing. Oh, that's very specific, isn't it? That's very on the nose. Bro. Whoa. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. Oh my God. Something hypocrisy.
You don't make calls outside of SCIFs of this kind of classified nature. We don't know. I'm going to ask, obviously. Director Gabbard is the executive in charge of all, keeping our secrets safe. Or these government devices? Or the personal devices? Have the devices been collected to make sure there's no malware? There's plenty of declassified information that shows that our adversaries, China and Russia, are trying to break in to encrypted systems like Signal. I can just say this. If this was the case of a military officer or an intelligence officer and they had this kind of behavior, they would be fired. I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is not a one-off or a first-time error. Let me take a couple minutes and review some of the other reckless choices that this administration has made regarding our national security. We all recall, it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but less than 2 months ago. In the first 2 weeks, the administration canceled all U.S. foreign assistance. Now, some may say, how bad can that be? It's foreign assistance.
Oh, more Hamas protest updates, more anti-Hamas protest updates. Where's this from? Bearing in mind, do you remember all the fucking forced perspective that Hamas had to do to make it look like those hostage exchange fucking rallies were well attended? They're not having to do that for this. This looks like this seems like it might be big.
Well, U.S. foreign assistance paid for the units in Ukraine that provide air defense to civilian cities being attacked by Russia. Foreign assistance paid for guarding camps in Syria where ISIS fighters are detained. Foreign assistance paid for programs abroad that ensure that diseases like Ebola don't come home. And until recently, it paid for the construction of a railway in Africa that would have helped given the United States much needed access to critical minerals in Congo. Now the project, China's going to try to finance it. As well, in the first 2 weeks, Director Patel, the administration fired several of our most experienced FBI agents, including the head of the Criminal Investigative Division, the head of the Intelligence Division, the head of the Counterterrorism Division, the heads of the New York, Washington, and Miami field office, all individuals who were distinctly and directly responsible for helping to keep America safe. The irony a little bit was the recently dismissed head of the Counterterrorism Division was involved in disrupting the ISIS attacks planned for Oklahoma City and Philadelphia and helped lead the effort to bring to justice the key planner of the Abbey Gate bombing in Afghanistan. He killed 13 U.S. servicemen and 150 civilians. That very Abbey Gate effort was actually praised by the president in his State of the Union address. Yet the administration's response to these agents, I believe, good works and years of service, was to force these folks out. It's hard to imagine how that makes our country safer. Nor can I understand how Americans are made more secure by firing more than 300 staff at the National Nuclear Security Administration, including those responsible for overseeing the security and safety of the nuclear stockpile. Or by ousting 130 employees at CISA, the agency directly responsible for trying to take on China's Salt Typhoon attack. Again, after Salt Typhoon, I would have thought folks on that group chat might have thought twice. Or how we made safer by sacking 1,000 employees at the CDC and NIH who are actually directly working on trying to keep our country safe from disease. Or by pushing out hundreds of intelligence officers. The amazing thing is that our intelligence officers, they're not interchangeable like a Twitter coder. These intelligence officers, our country makes $20,000 to $40,000 of an investment just in getting a security clearance. Literally goes into six figures when you take the training involved. Can anyone tell how firing probationary individuals without any consideration for merit or expertise is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars? And just to make clear that yesterday's story in The Atlantic was not this rookie one-off, it's a pattern. I want to acknowledge Director Ratcliffe was not here in his position when this took place. But again, earlier in the administration, when a non-classified network was used, thereby exposing literally hundreds of CIA officers' identities, those folks can't go into the field now. How does that make our government more efficient? You know, again, this pattern of an amazing cavalier attitude towards classified information is reckless, sloppy, and stunning. And perhaps what troubles me most is the way the administration has decided that we can take on all our problems by ourselves without any needs for friends or allies. I agree that we've got to put America's priorities first. But America first cannot mean America alone. The intelligence we gather to keep Americans safe depends on a lot of allies around the world who have access to sources we don't have. That sharing of information saves lives, and it's not hypothetical. We all remember it because it was declassified last year when Austria worked with our community to make sure to expose a plot against Taylor Swift in Vienna. That could have killed literally hundreds of individuals.
Oh no, Taylor, Swifties.
However, these relationships are not built in stone. They're not dictated by law. Things like the Five Eyes are based on trust, built on decades. But so often that trust is now breaking literally overnight. Yet suddenly, and for no reason that I can understand, the United States is starting to act like our adversaries are our friends. Voting in the UN with Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. That's a rogues gallery if I've ever heard of them. Treating our allies like adversaries, whether it's threats to take over Greenland or with Panama Canal, destructive trade war with Canada, or literally threatening to kick Canada out of the Five Eyes. I feel our credibility is being enormously undermined with our allies, who I believe, and I think most of us on this committee, regardless of party, believes makes our country safer and stronger. But how can our allies ever trust us as the kind of partner we used to be when we, without consultation or notice, for example, stop sharing information to Ukraine in its war for survival against Russia? Or how can our allies not only not trust our government, but potentially not our businesses with such arbitrary political decisions? Let me give you a few examples. You know, as a result of a lot of work from this committee and others in Congress, we made sure America's commercial space industry is second to none. From space to launch to commercial sensing and communications, the United States has taken a record lead. Yet overnight, this administration called into question the reliability of American commercial tech industry when Maxar and other commercial space companies were directed to stop sharing intelligence with Ukraine. I got to tell you, I've been a business guy, I can't say longer than being an elected official, but pretty close. That shockwave across all of commercial space, and frankly, not just commercial space, I've heard it from some of our hyperscalers in the tech community, has sent an enormous chill. Who's going to hire an American commercial space company, government or foreign business, with the ability to have that taken down so arbitrarily? And it's not just in the case of commercial space. We've seen that Canada, Germany, Portugal have all been saying they're rethinking buying F-35s. I've heard from Microsoft and Google directly and Amazon that they're having questions about whether they can still sell their services. We've also seen foreign adversaries and friends take advantage of this rift in our national security areas and our scientists. Germany has already put out ads trying to attract some of our best scientists who've been rifted. And the Chinese intelligence agencies are posting on social media sites in the hopes of luring individuals with that national security clearance who've been pushed out, perhaps arbitrarily, to come into their service. So no, the Signal fiasco is not a one-off. It is unfortunately a pattern we're seeing too often repeated. I fear that we feel the erosion of trust from our workplace, from our companies, and from our allies and partners can't be put back in the bottle overnight. Make no mistake, these actions make America less safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I turn to the witnesses hearing, I want to welcome everyone in our large audience today. I also want to note that we will not tolerate any disruptions of the witnesses' testimony or senators' questions and the witnesses' answers. You'll note that we have a large contingent of Capitol Police in the room. Any disruptions, either opposed or in favor to the witnesses, will result in prompt removal from...
Apparently, I don't know what the fuck this means. This is like Mina's wheelhouse, but apparently there's a significant American buildup in Diego Garcia. They're moving bombers and shit. I don't know if that means they're going for Iran or if it's like a posture against China, but okay. Now they care about the Capitol Police. I know, right? These Republican fucks. Oh, well.
In the hearing room,
airstrikes.
My encouragement to the U.S.
More
Attorney to
airstrike.
throw
Oh, no,
the
it's
book
too many.
at the person disrupting
Can't handle
the
this
hearing.
many.
No offense.
What did I say? I said they were going to probably try to, I think in this Trump administration, they're going to bomb the Iranian nuclear shit. We'll see. We'll see. In the name of pro-peace and no more endless wars.
But we all came to hear the witnesses, no one else in the room. Director Gabbard, I understand you'll make a statement for the panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity for us to be here to present you the intelligence community's 2025 annual threat assessment. I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues from the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence elements making up the U.S. Intel community and draws on intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. This report evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately and directly threatens the United States and the well-being of the American people: non-state criminal groups and terrorists putting American lives and livelihood at risk. Then I'll focus on the key nation states who have the capability to threaten the interests of the United States.
Wait, how can these people... Are they not going to be asked questions about what was going on with the breaches? Because she was in that group chat, wasn't she?
In this complex environment, non-state and state actors are able to exploit or take advantage of the effects of each other's activities. Conventional and asymmetrical capabilities, even the traditionally weakest of actors are able to acquire from available advanced technologies, creates an even more complex and serious threat landscape. First, I'll highlight the threats presented by several non-state actors. Cartels, gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations in our part of the world are engaging in a wide array of illicit activity, from narcotics trafficking to money laundering to smuggling of illegal immigrants and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety.
Has Pierce not done a segment on this yet? Surely this new one with Cenk and Taylor Lorenz, that's it, isn't it? Is it terrorism to take down Tesla? Cenk joins. Did the left leave liberals behind? J.D. Vance, Bishop Swan, Tesla. What? Maybe he needs a day? What the fuck?
Safety of everyday Americans.
Skip to the
Based on the latest
questions.
reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths.
Ever have before. Director Patel, back to my question. Could you give us some color about the threat that illegal migrants have posed, not only to my state, which has resulted in nearly 300...
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. So on fentanyl precursors, as you well know, Senator, one of the reasons that they don't is that there are more than 600 PRC-related companies that produce those precursor chemicals in an industry that generates $1.5 trillion. That is one of the reasons that we see the Chinese efforts to affect the fentanyl precursors are really limited in nature and intermittent in nature and not a dedicated effort to enforce their own laws and regulations to crack down on this.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. I have many more questions I could ask, but I'm going to try to lead by example and stay within the 5-minute limit for the benefit of senators. I remind everyone there's a vote scheduled at noon. I hope to finish the open portion of this hearing before that vote closes, after which time we'll move to the closed portion. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds, but I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems.
Yeah,
so
imagine if it went to like Taylor Lorenz, and then she sends it to fucking Hassan for a laugh, and then it goes to the Houthis, to Tim Houthi Chalamet, who's definitely not a Houthi, but might have 1 or 2 contacts, and then the Houthis get a heads up, and then they shoot down all the planes. Fuck. They move all their weapons into the sea. What if? What if they found the mole? What if they find out that Tim Houthi is actually is a mole?
I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not. Are you denying? Ma'am, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat.
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat.
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because
Council.
it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Ratcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
No.
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, the signal is...
So what they were sharing in that particular group chat was not classified then? That's the important thing, isn't it? The important thing is whether or not you were communicating things that could have jeopardized American security, which we know it was not stuff that you're supposed to be sending through Signal.
It's a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is end-to-end decryption. So it is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with those processes, and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Oh my God, are they in Jabalia now? God, this is actually big, isn't it? Is this not big? They're spreading. There's one in Khan Yunis. There's one in fucking Jabalia now. Oh fuck, what's he saying? I'm just gonna be lazy. Okay, Sulfur, I'm very sorry. Thank you. All right.
Make that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive.
What's the Frogan tweet? People are screaming about revolution, but they're mad when one actually happens in the Middle East.
And set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a skiff?
There was no classified material that was shared in that.
So then if there was no classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that.
And if there's no classified materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then answer that you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember.
God, I love this guy's aggressive. I know he just probably got a bad neck, okay, but he's so in the fucking face right now. He's leaning, he's like stretching his neck forward. He's taking every inch of space he possibly can, getting into this cunt's face. Making her uncomfortable and shit. Yes.
Answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Now I have serious doubts about your... Anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting.
He's furious.
Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
careless and sloppy,
malicious leaks of classified information. Second point is there was no classified information.
Oh my God!
And the information committee should get that information. Director Patel, my time's about out, and I'm going to use my 12 seconds that the chairman gave. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
At this point in the
What
ordinary
an efficient fucking debate, bro. Oh my God.
course of affairs, I would recognize Senator Collins. She asked me to express to you that she is under the weather this morning. She regrets her absence, but anticipates submitting written questions to which I would request your prompt replies for the senator. Senator Quinn.
Director Gabbard, I applaud President Trump's efforts to try to bring
careless and sloppy. Carry on. That's what she said. I'm sorry.
an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. I want to read a statement out of the annual threat assessment and just confirm that you agree with this. It says Russia views its ongoing war with Ukraine as a proxy conflict with the West, and its objective to restore Russian strength and security in its near abroad against perceived U.S. and Western encroachment has increased the risks of unintended escalation between Russia and NATO. Do you agree with that statement? And that is in the annual threat assessment, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to refer to an AP story, Associated Press, dated March 21st, 2025. The title of the article is Western Officials Say Russia is Behind a Campaign of Sabotage Across Europe. This AP map shows it. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that speak made part of the record.
Without objection.
The document that AP compiled, and I presume this is through open sources, documented 59 incidents, including cyber attacks, spreading propaganda, plotting killings, or committing acts of vandalism, arson, sabotage, or espionage. Is that consistent with your understanding and impression of what Russia is currently engaged in Europe?
Senator, I haven't seen that specific article, but I can confirm that we assess Russia's attempts to conduct such sabotage activities in Europe.
Thank you. One of the things that I'm most concerned about following some of the discussions between Russia and Ukraine and the United States and our other allies, obviously, as I said, peace between Ukraine and Russia is the desirable end state. I think you'd have to be crazy to say otherwise. But I also want to talk a little bit about the unexpected or maybe unintended consequences of European insecurity. I know the incoming Chancellor of Germany has talked about the possibility that Germany might share its nuclear weapons with Ukraine and suggested that the UK would be part of that. I know that Poland has talked about acquiring nuclear weapons and perhaps other European countries to make up for what they view as a receding of the American umbrella of protection. General Krause, what would be the result of a proliferation of nuclear weapon-armed countries in Europe if, in fact, that would occur as a result of the perception of European insecurity?
Senator, thank you for the question. One of the things that the intelligence community works very hard on is to understand who has nuclear weapons throughout the planet. And as discussed in the opening statements, both by the chair and by Director Gabbard, the proliferation and the increase in the types and the lethality of nuclear weapons is one of the things that we have to track and we as a nation are going to have to face. It has changed dramatically in the last 5 years and will continue to change over the next 5 years. The addition of additional countries which have their own deterrence policies and will act in a nuclear dialogue, or the presence of those weapons, the security of those weapons, the movement and the threat of use of those weapons complicates the environment by which all of us will operate and will complicate all of the decisions by which all future conflict and the political decisions that we support are the decision makers.
It makes the world a more dangerous place, does it not?
Senator, yes, it does.
And just by way of history, Ukraine used to have the third largest arsenal of nuclear weapons on the planet. But as a result of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and the United Kingdom, the Budapest Memorandum documented a commitment by Russia and the United States to protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. Did I correctly summarize the content of the Budapest Memorandum back in 1994?
Yes, Senator, you did. And Ukraine willingly gave up its weapons for the protection of others.
Thank you very much.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, my colleagues and I feel very strongly about the war planning meeting over unclassified phones. Obviously reckless, obviously dangerous. Both the mishandling of classified information and the deliberate destruction of federal records are potential crimes that ought to be investigated immediately. And I want to make clear that I'm of the view that there ought to be resignation, starting with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense. Director Radcliffe and Director Gabbard, have you participated in any other group chats with senior Trump administration officials in which classified information was shared using phones that weren't cleared for such information? Question for the two of you.
Senator, thank you for the question. I haven't, your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay. Director Gabbard.
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I just think it's important to follow through here. Would the two of you cooperate with an audit to confirm that that is that is the case?
God, the way this guy talks. Shit.
I have no objection.
Senator, I'll certainly comply with any follow-up that the National Security Council would deem appropriate. But again, to be clear, the use of signal message end-to-end encryption applications is permissible and was, in this case, used permissibly, at least to my understanding, and in a lawful manner.
The seriousness of this is so clear. That's why I want to have an audit, and both of you gave me an answer indicating that you would be open to that, and I appreciate it. Director Patel, you weren't in this particular group chat, but have you participated in any chats on unclassified phones with other administration officials relating to national security, and if so, on what other topics?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Not that I can recall.
Okay. Question I have for you, Director Gabbard, involves this question of Elon Musk wasn't going to see the military's China war plans because he said he, quote, has business in China and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. That was his comment. So as DNI, you're responsible for security clearance policies across the government. Under your watch, how are you going to go about carrying out this obligation? Because I think it obviously is a very significant one in terms of American national security.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence provides oversight over these different 18 intelligence elements. Leaders within those elements are empowered with that responsibility to uphold the trust that the American people have placed in them. In this example that you cited, both Secretary Hegseth as well as President Trump completely denied the assertion that Elon Musk was going to receive any kind of classified war plan brief pertaining to China or any other country.
So on the question of whether the president has the prerogative to get clearances is really the area that I want to touch on, because you're formally responsible for security clearance policies, and that's why I'm asking about it. So can a president decide who gets a clearance?
Yes.
So what about your role? You're formally responsible for security clearance policies.
That is also true.
So how do we resolve it? The president just gets his way.
The elected president and commander-in-chief has the authority to provide a security clearance to those who he deems necessary.
Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I think we have to have a further discussion on this and figure out what the ground rules are. I think it's clear what the director says. I just think we need more clarity, because I think you have the formal responsibility for security clearances, and now we've heard that this somehow is going to be the president's project, and I think we ought to have further discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to all of you. Your service to the country. It matters. There are a lot of citizens of our country right now that have much greater security in their life because of the work that you do and the people that are working around you do. So I just want to say I appreciate that. For the folks in Oklahoma, they would definitely want me to be able to say thank you for your service. Let me ask a couple of questions on this. Director Gabbard, let me start with you on this. Iran has been listed as one of the top sponsors of terrorism for a very long time. They're the primary armors of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the Houthis. They're arming the Russians to be able to kill Ukrainians. They continue to be able to destabilize the region. And just in the recent days, when many nations in the Gulf region have talked about how to provide greater stability, Iranian leadership stepped out and made very clear statements. They want a one-state solution for Israel, and it's to drive out all Jews. So this continues to be an issue, not just for the region, but for Americans in particular. So my question is on this is the sanctions and the effect of sanctions, what we know about the Iranian response. Under the Biden administration, those sanctions will turn down.
Is this true? Why are people saying that the Houthi leader's been killed? Abdul Malik al-Houthi. Is he actually dead? Is that true? Or is this just speculation? Airstrikes? Probably speculation. I don't know. I don't know.
Down where, quite frankly, Iran has been able to sell $90 billion in oil.
I don't think it's confirmed. I think the U.S. are speculating that he is, but I don't think there's any confirmation.
Market to be able to rearm itself and all the others around the region. Now sanctions are now going back onto Iran again. What do we know about the effect of those sanctions?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. These sanctions have just begun to be reinstated, so the full effects have not yet borne fruit. But the message that the president has sent with his maximum pressure campaign is certainly heard. As the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks, President Trump recently sent a letter to the leader of Iran expressing his interest in direct talks in order to try to de-escalate and to prevent war, prevent Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon. but also stated that there would be military consequences if there was no direct negotiations. So President Trump is continuing to carry out his vision and mission of peace through strength, acting in the best interests of the American people. We will see what choices are made from here.
Okay, thank you. Director Patel, during the last administration, in the very open border policy that they had, we had some years, including 2022 and 2023, where there were 70,000 individuals that were released into the country that were identified as special interest aliens. This is something this committee and the Homeland Security Committee tried over and over again to get details on. The Biden administration was unwilling to be able to share any of the details on the special interest aliens, led to a great amount of frustration. The comment came often back to us is that FBI is going to track all these individuals and to be able to identify them, even though it was 70,000 a year that were coming into the country. You just walked into this position and trying to get your feet on the ground in so many different issues that are outstanding on that. I raised to you the issue of individuals that are currently illegally present in the country going through a process, but are listed as special interest aliens. By definition from the administration, those are individuals that we don't know their level of risk, but they're considered a national security risk, but we don't know anything else about them from there. So how are you trying to get on top of the number of people that are criminal aliens in the country, but also these special interest aliens that come from terrorist areas?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your question. As far as the FBI is concerned, you hit on it. Criminal. So we are focused across our interagency partners at DHS, ICE, CBP, CIS, and elsewhere to identify through our information sharing networks that we have stood up with state and local law enforcement to provide us the details on any criminal evidence relating to any of the individuals you highlighted. And if there's a nexus there, a case will be opened, excuse me, by the line agents who predicated lawful and factual basis to do so. And we will further refer that matter to the Department of Justice for prosecution. We are reviewing all of these cases anew, and we will report back to you, Senator, with some fidelity on the outcome of that process.
What the fuck am I looking at? What is this? What's he doing? What's he doing? No! He's uncensored. This is the first time I've ever seen Pierce do something funny. What the fuck? Wow. Pierce is moving to Dubai. Well done. Well done, Pierce, for the first funny thing that you've ever done in your life. Well done. Well done for doing a funny. It's AI. Oh, it's AI. Okay. Wait, what did he actually do? What? Whatever.
Okay, thank you. Are you getting good feedback from social media technology companies and cooperation from them on illegal activities that are promoted on their site? All the different sites have rules and standards for what can and can't be done on that. But for instance, in the border areas, many of the sites are allowing child trafficking, or they're allowing basically the hiring of Americans to come be drivers and such, and they know this is being circumvented. Are they working with you on that to be able to take illegal content off their sites?
Thank you, Senator. And we have engaged directly at the top levels of all the private sector software communities and social media companies, and they have been very helpful because they have been told that this is a priority for me at the FBI to work with them because they have so much information to share back with us. Now, that's, of course, just on the public systems. We're not talking about the darknet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, I want to start with you. Who determined that the content of this discussion on Signal was not classified?
Senator, I guess I'm not.
Well, for example,
I can speak to my personal knowledge.
There was
no classified
agent mentioned as part of this story. Normally, that would be classified information. So I guess what I'm asking is, did you just determine it was not classified, or was there any declassification after the fact?
So to be clear, so everyone understands the process, as we talked about, Signal is a permissible use.
I understand
has been used
that.
at the CIA, has been approved by the White House for senior officials.
And appropriate for many conversations.
And recommended by CISA for high-level officials who would be targeted by foreign adversaries to use end-to-end encrypted apps whenever possible, like Signal. In this case, what the National Security Advisor did was to request through a Signal message that there be coordination. So you mentioned the name of a CIA active officer, correct? So
I didn't mention the name.
You didn't mention the name.
Existence of that.
And in the article, the implication was that somehow that was improper. That was not the case. So a CIA officer was not operating undercover. So the request for coordination was for a staff member to coordinate on the high side. So I communicated the name of a CIA officer not operating undercover, completely appropriate, who does openly and routinely coordinate with the White House as a member of my staff. So the intimation there that there was something inappropriate was clearly incorrect.
Did it occur?
Oh, Mutahar. In the last couple of weeks, a YouTuber, Noah Sampson, has uploaded a few videos labeling me as a genocide supporter in the title and thumbnail of the video. Today, me and the team Sat down to watch them and could not find a single clip of me supporting the Israeli government or any of its genocidal practice. Normally, I'd not engage with this discourse, but this has affected my business and has bled into my personal life. Well, he's a Muslim, of course it would. Yeah, fuck. As a Muslim, I've always supported my people, and I've never talked about this topic with much political knowledge. That said, you don't, even if you're not Muslim, it's going to affect you to some degree because of how fucking topical this is, but yeah. As a Muslim, I've always supported my people, and I've never talked about this topic with much political knowledge. That said, you don't need to be knowledgeable to stand against the injustices by the IDF. Journalists and civilians have recently been killed in a wave of attacks, ending a short-lived ceasefire. That is never okay and needs to end, and I hope in my lifetime it does. In regards to Noah and his defamation, I never want to financially harm or bring a lawsuit to a creator. But slander like this is far too extreme and unchecked, which is why at this time we are exploring legal action against Noah for defamation and slander. Wow. Well, that's news to me. Whoa. Whoa. He's escalating. It's not going to be a good case against him because that's like IDF levels of escalation, isn't it? The fuck? The thing is, proving damages, I mean, if it's affected his personal life, then sure. Does Noah genuinely believe it, though? Does Noah genuinely believe it? Does that matter? If it's unsupported? I don't know. Because I think Noah genuinely does. I think Noah is actually just been so... He's learned everything he knows from watching psychotic YouTubers on the internet. He is clearly brainwashed. Like, he's just... I don't even use that term very lightly. But yeah, he's completely fucking brainwashed. He's a cultist. He probably does think that anyone who doesn't align with him 100% probably is pro-genocide. So he doesn't even know what fucking genocide is, the way he describes it. So he probably believes it, but, you know, Noah didn't mention Loanerbox. Oh, he did put me in the thumbnail, though. If Mutahar could sue Noah, then I probably could as well. I just can't be fucked. Life's too short. Life is too short.
Per you that
he's crashing out a bit, yeah?
Given the sensitive nature of this discussion, that it could just move to the high side.
So that was clearly, Senator, I think the intent was that this was initially set up by the National Security Advisor with the instruction that send a point of contact, and then you will be provided with information further on the high side for high side communication. So I think clearly it reflects that the National Security Advisor intended this to be, as it should have been, a mechanism for coordinating between senior level officials, but not a substitute for using high side or classified communications for anything that would be classified. And I think that that is exactly what did happen.
So I'm curious, did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
Well, those are two different answers, but you're saying that that was not part of the conversation.
To my knowledge.
The precise operational issues were not part of this conversation.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, Director Gabbard, something on a very different track here, which is I very much agree with the conclusion of the ATA that foreign illicit drug actors are a major threat in the United States, and many of you have spoken to this today. Is the IC wrong in its omission of Canada as a source of illicit fentanyl in the ATA? I was surprised, given some of the rhetoric, that there is no mention of Canada in the ATA.
Senator, the focus in my opening and the ATA was really to focus on the most extreme threats in that area. And our assessment is that the most extreme threat related to fentanyl continues to come from and through Mexico.
So the president has stated that the fentanyl coming through Canada is massive, and actually said it was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And that was the language that was used to justify putting tariffs on Canada. I'm just trying to reconcile those two issues. Is it an unusual and extraordinary threat, or is it a minor threat that doesn't even merit mention in the annual threat assessment?
Senator, I don't have the numbers related to Canada in front of me at this time. I'd like to get back to you on the specifics of that answer.
It's less than 1% of the fentanyl that we are able to interdict. But if you have different information, I would very much welcome that.
Senator Budd.
Thank you all for being here. And Director Gabbard, prior to your role here, we had a big storm in western North Carolina, and you were among those first from outside our state to show up. So thank you for your work there. Thank you for your ongoing work there and that of your family as well. It was good to see them when out in western North Carolina last week, so thank you. Director Hawk, so what do we need to do in regards to Volt and Typhoon? There's a lot of pre-positioning that went on there. So where are we with that? And what do we need to do in regards to our power companies, whether it's generation or distribution, Duke Energy in my home state, or even the rural electric co-ops? What do we need? What have we learned? And what can I tell them?
Senator, 99% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is controlled by private companies. So that really drives us to talk about how do we partner with industry and with the commercial sector, in this case, the power sector. Volt Typhoon began when industry came to the intelligence community and said, we're seeing anomalous activity, can you help us gain context? And we were able to bring context to that to be able to understand what the threat was and then to ultimately be able to identify who was behind that threat. Since that time, we've continued to work very closely with industry to be able to determine what are the right ways for us to be able to pursue these threats within networks to enable the interagency, to enable our partners and industry to be able to pursue them. That's the approach we have to take. It is a collaboration between the government and industry to be able to eradicate these threats, and we have continued to pursue them together since our first identification and notification that we did related to this particular threat.
Thank you. What have you done on the offensive side here in regards to, I think there were three, Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, and even Flax Typhoon. Maybe there were others, but those are the three that are known.
Senator, I've been given really clear guidance in terms of what the Secretary of Defense expects, in terms of our aggressive approach to be able to restore deterrence, and I look forward to talking with you about that in the closed hearing.
Look forward to that. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe and Patel, thank you all again for being here. So as you're all keenly aware, Section 702 of FISA is an extremely useful authority to help keep our nation safe. I also know that we need to rebuild American people's trust and confidence that such authorities are not being misused by the intelligence community to unlawfully target Americans. So since taking over your respective agencies, can you tell me and tell the American people how effective the recent changes have been in protecting privacy and civil liberties of each and every American? And then, if you will, comment on how useful the authority is in generating intelligence that actually protects the homeland. We'll start with you, Director Gabbard.
Senator, Section 702, which authorizes the foreign collection of non-U.S. persons outside of the United States, continues to be one of our most effective collection tools to ensure our national security. There are a number of reforms that the Senate passed, that Congress passed last year, that have proven to strengthen the protections of Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. In the short time that I've been in the seat, I've seen a few examples of that directly, most recently through the FISA court, calling in an amici to come in and weigh in on a dispute regarding provisions that would further protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I'll be visiting our friends at the NSA next week and doing a quote-unquote ride-along to observe directly how those reforms that Congress passed are being implemented to protect Americans' civil liberties, and look forward to reporting back after I've had that opportunity.
Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, Senator. With my background in FISA and 702, I just want to clearly delineate between FISA Title 13 and 702 collection. We need to both ardently defend its use, but also ardently support reforms that allow the American public to entrust that those charged with those capabilities are not violating the Fourth Amendment or any other violation. Speaking of Title I, Title III, when it comes to U.S. persons, I've already included an amendment in terms of FBI language to make sure that when a U.S. person is targeted, that the FBI specifically is responsible for culling through all exculpatory information that is reasonably known and satisfying that burden and stating it in the application. When it comes to 702, Senator, some of the biggest enterprise efforts we have had to thwart national security risk would not have occurred if 702 collection had gone dark. And the FBI continues to use that information to protect the homeland. We've had multiple takedowns in the last 6 months based on 702 and interagency collection processes, but we just need to ensure the American public, and I'm working with my team, that even in the 702 sphere, American citizens' information is protected.
Thank you all. I look forward to the discussion in the closed session.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, I didn't intend to get into the Jeffrey Goldberg story, but something you said has sort of puzzled me. According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified?
And how many shots of Jack he had mixed in with his Coke before bed? I'm sorry.
What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Yeah, what if? Well,
Senator,
then it would have been a fair fight, you know? We haven't had one of those in a while. USA, USA.
Attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time.
So,
and I
so the
defer,
attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider should have been classified?
I defer to the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Council on that question.
Well, you're the head of you're the head of the intelligence community, and you're supposed to know about classifications. So your testimony very clearly today is that nothing was in that set of texts that were classified. I'll follow up on Senator Wyden's question. If that's the case, please release that whole text stream so that the public can have a view of what actually transpired on this discussion. It's hard for me to believe that targets and timing and weapons would not have been classified. Well, let me move on. You approved this report, this annual report, prepared by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Is this submitted to the White House routinely in anticipation of its public release?
I don't know what you mean by submitted routinely.
Was this report submitted to the White House before its release today?
It was submitted to them once it was completed. I think probably around the same time it was sent to all of you.
I want to move on. One note that surprised me, I've been on this committee now this is my 13th year. Every single one of these reports that we have had has mentioned global climate change as a significant national security threat, except this one. Has something happened? Has global climate change been solved? Why is that not in this report? And who made the decision that it should not be in the report when it's been in every one of the 11 prior reports?
I can't speak to the decisions made previously, but this annual threat assessment has been focused very directly on the threats that we deem most critical to the United States and our national security. Obviously, we're aware of occurrences within the environment and how they may impact operations, but we're focused on the direct threats to Americans' safety, well-being, and security.
How about how they will impact mass migration, famine, dislocation, political violence, which is the finding, by the way, of the 2019 annual threat assessment under the first Trump administration? You don't consider that a significant national security threat?
For the intelligence community, being aware of the environment that we're operating in is a given. What I focused this annual threat assessment on and the IC focused this threat assessment on are the most extreme and critical direct threats to our national security.
Let me ask you a direct question. Who decided climate change should be left out of this report after it's been in the prior 11? Where was that decision
I gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats that we face.
Your direction include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said, I focused on the most extreme and direct national security threats.
That's not a response to my question. Did you instruct that there be no finding in terms of climate change in this report?
I don't recall giving that instruction.
Final questions in a few short seconds that I have left. You all concede, and it's in the report repeatedly, about the cyber danger from China, from Russia, from Iran. Why then is the administration deconstructing CISA? 130 people fired. General Hawk talked about the importance of public-private cooperation. That section of CISA seems to have been disestablished. What possible policy reason is there for undermining CISA's relationship to the states with regard to elections and to the private sector with regard to cybersecurity when the cybersecurity threat is only growing? Anybody want to tackle that?
I won't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I don't believe any of us have any insight into those specific staffing decisions that have been made.
Well, let me ask you this question. You've all found, the report has found explicitly growing cyber threats, including to elections from Russia, China, Iran. Do you believe that it's in the national interest to diminish our capacity to deal with those cyber issues? Yes or no?
President Trump is focused on effects. And making sure that the people that we have and the resources that we have are focused on our national security. He and his team recognize that more people doesn't necessarily always mean better effects. Those are some of the things that are driving the changes that we're seeing across the administration, is getting all of our agencies back and focused on their core mission.
General Hawk, do you agree that?
Senator King, your time is
Time's up. Thank you.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to all of you for your service to our country. With regard to the issue surrounding Signal, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to address it in the closed session so that we can get more in depth into that issue. In the meantime, I want to direct my first question to Director Ratcliffe. As the debate continues in Washington regarding spectrum, what can you share in this unclassified setting regarding the critical nature of spectrum to national security interests generally?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I know this is an issue of great interest to the Senate, and the potential auction of commercial space on spectrum. Those, as you correctly point out, the discussions about spectrum, I will start out by saying there are national security implications from such an auction were to take place to both the DoD and the IC. I think the discussions that we need to have in a classified setting, I can relate to you that the direction from early meetings that we've had is that the discussion about where that might take place would not affect specifically CIA or IC equities, and I hope that's the case and where the discussion goes. But I think we need to be concerned that a public auction at bands at certain levels would have an impact on our ability to deliver an accurate intelligence picture.
In other words, there are parts of the spectrum which simply cannot be shared with the commercial.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
And we can talk about the specific reasons about why, in a classified setting, that would cause a diminishment of our ability to deliver a good threat picture to the commander-in-chief.
And in some cases, life or death consequences.
Absolutely.
Involved. Thank you. Director Patel, first of all, I just want to thank you for what you are doing. And I know that there's a number of items that in your previous life you did that simply can't be discussed, but nonetheless, we've appreciated what you have done for your country already. Today, I just want to talk to you about, we've seen a series of public news reports about ISIS threats within the United States. And there have been several successful interdictions, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, New York. Although the question remains as to the total number of ISIS operatives who were able to breach porous borders in the months and years before policy changes in this January of 2025, to what extent is the FBI tracking operatives who remain in the United States today, and what is the FBI doing to track them down?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question and your comments. So the priorities at the FBI since I took over have been violent crime and national security, and this speaks directly to national security. The direction for the FBI is to track down any individuals with any terrorist ties whatsoever, whether it be ISIS or another foreign terrorist organization, and now to include the new designations of the cartels down south and elsewhere. So the FBI is utilizing our Joint Terrorism Task Force, which are situated in all 55 field offices. But the key to success there is our partnership with state and local law enforcement who have the ground level intelligence on some of these operatives. And as you've highlighted, we've already shut down numerous threats, and we've identified publicly where permissible these threats and individuals and where they're coming from. And I think the FBI is doing a very good job right now in collecting this information through our interagency process, and we will continue to thwart every bad actor affiliated with a terrorist organization or otherwise.
Thank you. And Director Hawk, first of all, look, you've talked a little bit already about Salt Typhoon, but what I want to really get into is the things that are moving right now that you haven't had a chance to address, and in particular, Cybercom 2.0. And the need to accelerate that particular plan moving forward. Can you talk just briefly, I've got 40 seconds left, talk to us a little bit about how critical 2.0 is in terms of countering the cyber activity that's going on through nefarious actors?
Senator, what we were asked to do by Congress was to look at what's the force generation model for the Department of Defense to be able to generate cyber forces. Based off of that request, I produced a recommendation for the Secretary that outlined 3 critical things, which is really how we manage the talent, how we develop the talent in the department, and also how we equip that talent underpinned by compute and AI. We've brought that plan initially back to Secretary Hegseth. He told us to go faster. We've delivered him that plan, and now based off of his guidance, we will now begin to move forward with the rest of the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. Thank you for being here. Mr. Director Ratcliffe, it sounds to me like your testimony today and the Secretary and the DNI's testimony is that there was nothing wrong at all with the signal thread that you were on, that it didn't include any targeting information or battle sequence. That is your testimony. That's your testimony. And I'm a little staggered that that is your view, Director Ratcliffe. Does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Do you agree, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened, he said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Assuming that he has that view, I'm curious about whether you are the CIA director. Okay, this has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people.
Yes,
Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
My
I don't
guy.
know how he was invited, but
You
clearly
did
he
not
was added.
Clearly, it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly, he was added to the signal group. Your question
So
is,
you don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal
You think
messaging
that it's
group.
perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why
Senator,
did you not
well,
call?
hold on,
you,
Senator.
you are the
mischaracterizing my testimony.
Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you: when he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out that he was present on the signal thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do. Not for classified information, not for targeting.
Well, neither
not
do I,
for
Senator.
anything remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well,
To
that's
be
what your
clear.
testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator.
Give
Were
him
you not
that
listening
smirk.
at the beginning?
No,
when I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible
I
to
agree
use.
that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him, but you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America. But I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C. And your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate. Is it appropriate?
No,
that the
Director, that is not what I.
Okay,
when did
go
I say
ahead,
it was?
please.
When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said
This
that.
is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over Signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's
Senator.
not my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related,
I
Senator.
heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me
Well, I
ask
think
you one final point. I'm out of
mischaracterized
time.
it. Well, are you going to give me a chance?
Is it appropriate? Did you know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow on this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that
This
today.
sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable.
Someone mentioned Hillary's emails. Come on. I want to see Hillary's emails. Because think about what Republicans think about Hillary's emails. Even if someone just said, like, who are you? Who do you think you are? Hillary Clinton? This is Hillary Clinton emails level of sloppy, even though it's obviously worse. That would just hit really hard. I don't know.
It's an embarrassment.
Senator,
you need to do better. You need to do better. Thank you. I'm being gabbled
Oh
by
my
the
God.
chairman, and I apologize for going over my time.
Senator, a little pugged.
Thank you all for being here. I'll be asking some follow-up questions, clarifications about the Signal episode in a closed setting, and try and work with all of you to bring clarity to that situation. It appears to me there's some unanswered questions. It'll take some time, I think, to get there in a more dispassionate setting. Director Gabbard, I'm going to begin today asking you some questions about emerging technology. This has been a real point of emphasis, I know, of our broader national security community for a period of time. We know that PRC is making generational investments in certain emerging tech, AI, biotech, and other areas of technology to reduce their vulnerability against any supply chain disruptions and to lead the world in some areas. As the IC assesses, the PRC is seeking to, quote, become a global S&T superpower, surpass the United States, promote
Feedback. What? You want me to check a clip? What? What? Never mind.
self-reliance, and achieve further economic, political, and military gain. So, Director Gabbard, can you describe the actions China is taking to operationalize that IC assessment in ways that directly target the security and prosperity of everyday Americans?
Senator, what we know is that they are trying to use these capabilities as a means to continue to exploit vulnerabilities within our own critical infrastructure and our cyber technology. Critical infrastructure is a key area of concern given what we know has already been exploited, these asymmetric attacks that have been placed within our critical infrastructure that are of serious concern given how they could be exploited, especially during a time of conflict. We know that they are experiencing a boom in their generative AI capability and are competing very heavily against our own AI capabilities. Obviously, AI can and will be used across a multitude of every sector of our society, both here as we are in our own country, and we expect China to be able to continue to do the same there.
So two key areas of vulnerability to the United States, conceivably, susceptibility to cyber attacks, and as China's leveraging of AI towards misinformation, increasingly into the physical realm, they can pose threats to us as well. As follow-up, Director Ratcliffe, we've had Huawei, we've had TikTok. What do you believe will be the next point of technological friction and competition between the U.S. and China? What should members of Congress be looking for?
Senator, I think I can answer this question more fully in the classified setting. What I would say is it relates to the issue of emerging technologies and matters of quantum computing and quantum sensing, and our ability to stay ahead of China on the technological curve with respect to those issues. I'd be happy to get into that in further detail in a classified setting.
Excellent. We'll dive into that. Director Haw, General, how do you see biotech playing into this broader competition?
I think it's an area that, from our perspective, has increasingly been a priority as we want to understand the approach that China's taken, and also to ensure that as we think about the president's priorities in terms of both economic and technology security, we are certainly, as a community, following DNI's guidance, that we are increasingly putting our resources to be able to ensure that we understand where China is investing in those resources and how that will impact our economy and overall the overall health of our national security.
Thank you, General. Director Gabbard, not a lot of time left on this end, but I do have a little crypto interest I wanted to communicate to you. Can you share with this committee how we're positioned to disrupt foreign cyber efforts to steal cryptocurrency, such as the North Koreans have successfully done? If others would like to pull this thread and weigh in on this question very briefly, that would be great.
Senator, we're obviously aware of North Korea's revenue generating by stealing cryptocurrency has had a significant effect on North Korea's capabilities. I defer to our technical experts on the actions that are being taken.
Senator, I think this would be a great topic when we go to closed session.
It's going to be a busy closed setting. Yes. Director Patel?
I agree with the General. In closed session, I can provide some details.
It's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman. Senator Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the signal chain, as reported by The Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Wow.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have it.
Uh-oh. He's in trouble. So you were in the signal chat. Yeah, she wouldn't answer before whether she was TG. Top G. Tate G. I think this is a pretty reasonable statement, isn't it? Anti-Hamas protests spreading in Gaza. Meanwhile, the only day after Bibi has shown support for his Trump's expulsion plan. If anything good is going to come from this insanely brave move from Gazans, it's going to need a change of government in Israel too. Good tops, good both sides poster. Woo. I am a both sider. And if you're not, you're a dumb fuck. Imagine if we saw Israelis protesting alongside Gazans. Mate, I don't think those Gazans want Israelis fucking walking next to them, right? I don't think either side wants that. I am much less optimistic than you. Yeah, I know. Like, what, for an Israeli regime change, or the protesters actually substantially standing up to Hamas? What do you mean?
Access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapon system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within the
Well, I'm not asking whether, I don't want you to tell me what the specific weapon was, but any weapon at all. Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
How about anything about timing? Ms. Gabbard.
I don't recall specific timing.
Was there any mention?
I won't get into the detail of the conversation, but obviously there was a significant amount of planning and internal discussions that had occurred prior to and outside of this signal chat.
Mr. Ratcliffe, you're nodding your head. Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe.
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard.
Not that I recall.
Okay, so I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
Dodd.
I haven't read that.
What's this?
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have
Do I have to watch myself for 3 minutes? What the fuck?
Physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
You can lay it out very easily, one sentence at a time. It's quite clear. We in the West have direct physical access. You would calling for people to do something. Defenders. I'm sorry. In Gaza right now, and obviously Israeli civilians, because they're all military targets, apparently. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yeah, this cowardly, disgusting, worm, propagandist piece of shit is calling for violence. Yeah. Particularly alarming given that he insisted in his first video that Israeli citizens shouldn't be separated from their government. Because Noah is too much of a fanny to say it himself, he'll just promote other people who say it. His number one promotion is Bad Banana, who thinks there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. Yes. Yes. And he spent an entire video saying that all Israelis, or 99% of them, are genocidal, like Arab haters, murderers, criminals, soldiers, effectively. Yeah. So that's almost half of the Jews on earth are military targets, this guy. This not anti-Semitic guy, apparently. Oh, God. Just saying. Just saying. Pretty gross. Pretty gross. Pretty funny.
People living in the West have the most.
What the fuck? Okay. Thanks. I'll use it. Why not? Ugh. You think he's going to delete that video? No, of course he's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in
Fuck
the
off!
world to
What
stop the
happened?
genocide.
I need an exporter. Fuck.
The policy, but I would say
Downloader, there we
that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DOD in deciding what would be classified information.
Ms. Gabbard, does the intelligence community have a policy that prohibits discussion of controlled unclassified information?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Controlled unclassified information, according to DOD, includes information that has not been approved for public release. Would you, of what's been disclosed publicly of the signal chain, would either of you feel that that would be approved for public release? Ms. Gabbard.
The discussion that took place in that Signal chat group was a conversation reflecting national security leaders and the vice president around the president's objectives.
So yes or no, would you approve that for public release?
I don't feel I can answer that question here.
Because of the nature of this hearing?
Because of the nature of a private discussion that took place between individual leaders in our government.
It would make sense that you would not approve it for public release, wouldn't it?
There are other factors that would go into that consideration.
Mr. Ratcliffe, yes or no?
I wouldn't approve the release of classified information. Again, as I've said,
I'm not talking about classified information, Mr. Ratcliffe. I'm talking about information that has not been approved for public release.
Yeah.
That is information that is considered controlled, unclassified information.
The principles that would have been on that would have been individuals capable of approving that for public release.
I got 20 seconds. The deliberation as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country, would you consider that classified information, Ms. Gabbard?
Well, the information was not classified.
I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about deliberation from principles as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country. Would you consider that classified information? I'm not talking about what happened this week.
There are other factors that would go into determining that classification.
Mr. Ratcliffe, the deliberation between principals in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, I just want to return, Mr. Ratcliffe, to your answer there in part. Senator Kelly, it's been raised at several occasions now in this hearing about whether classified information was discussed in this chat. And you mentioned about the Secretary of Defense being what you called, I think, the original classification authority.
Correct. Correct.
I think it's important for the public to understand that although you and Director Gabbard are original classification authorities on many matters, you're not that for all matters that might be classified in the government. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if the Secretary of State has classified sensitive diplomatic details, that's his authority. If the Secretary of Energy has sensitive classified information about our national laboratories, that's his authority. And the two of you can't speak to other departments who have their own original classification authority, and which, of course, as Director Gabbard said, ultimately rests with one person, the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. It looks like the Vice Chairman wants to weigh in as well.
Just very briefly. I mean, I think it strains the audience and the watching public's credibility if we're talking about timing, packages, that somehow this would be okay to put out. Or just, frankly, senior American officials trashing Europe. I've been around this for a while. This is not information you
It's
generally
like the Newland clip. Oh no, it's the Newland leak. Fuck the EU.
proud. And the notion there's not even acknowledgement of, hey, gosh, we screwed up, is stunning to me. And the idea somehow, well, none of this was classified, but we can't talk about it here. You can't have it both ways.
I think the witness's point is that they can't speak for every official in the government who has original classification authority.
Chairman, I don't, that's not what I'm not trying to litigate that. I'm trying to litigate on the face, unless, as Senator Bennett said, this reporter is somehow making this all up. And I think the White House has acknowledged that the text chain that he submitted was authentic. It strains my mind to think, it strains my mind if the shoe had been on the other foot, what my colleagues would be saying about this. And again, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And I appreciate your comments, but you guys both testified under law. There's nothing classified in that information. There's nothing, in a sense, I've not heard either one of you say, gosh, we screwed up. So we'll find out. This is too important to our national security. And again, I know we've got more members to close.
They testified, is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's no intelligence community classified information. Is that correct?
That's
Director
correct.
Ratcliffe, is that correct? Director Gabbard?
Yes, Chairman.
Well, again,
That's not correct. She said repeatedly there's nothing classified. Period.
right, period. You can't have it both. And again, we'll see. I cannot believe this is not going to come out. And if it's not classified, again, we'd ask you to give it to the public today. I'm sure one of your aides back there probably got it on paper. If you got it here, it's not classified. Stand by your position. Or is this just one more example of a careless approach to how we keep our secrets in this administration?
With apologies to Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I want to explore a little bit about Ukraine, and I'll direct this to Director Ratcliffe or Director Cruz. The ATA assesses that, quote, the grinding war of attrition in Ukraine, quote, will lead to a gradual but steady erosion of Kyiv's positions on the battlefield. Are Ukrainian forces at any significant risk of collapse this year?
Go ahead.
Before I turn it over to Director Ratcliffe, I think both sides are working through the equipment that they need, the industrial base they need to support that, and the personnel that are required to man all of that equipment and man the front lines. And as we see the battle space in the various portions, whether it's in Kursk, whether it's in any of the 4 oblasts, we see areas where Kyiv will struggle to prevent the slow attritional grind. We do not.
Just need to check. Both sides just need to check I'm accurately wording this. What did he say? What's his face? Aaron, that's what this is. It is unambiguously a call for violence. Okay, your audience into something fruitful, unless the thing you want your audience to do is against TOS, criminal, violent, etc. He's calling for people to do something that he is too cowardly to say himself. He's calling for people to do dirty work for him. That's what this is. It is unambiguously a call for violence. Why does my voice sound like that? Why does it sound so fucking crispy? What the fuck? Have I sounded like that the entire stream? Or is that a clipper doing that? Is that what I sound like? The fuck? Get rid of that, maybe. Maybe? I don't think it's that, though. You sound exactly like that. Well, with that little fizz on it. No way. No way. Hang on. That's not a compression issue. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a dick. Stop being weird. I'm joking. What do I sound like? Right now.
The DOD.
What do I sound like? Right now.
The
sounds
DOD.
fine. Sounds fine. Okay. It's weird. There's like a white noise thing going on here, like a distortion or something. What did he say? We need to escalate. Where is it? Your vision for what needs to be.
So anyways, yes, with a deafening silence among the Western media, if we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate.
Oh, it's time to escalate.
Not see an imminent collapse in any of the line of control battle spaces at this point.
And then vice versa. That answers my question, unless you want to add something, Director. Whatever advantages in manpower and material they have.
You're peaking. I am absolutely not peaking. I can see my audio for the entire stream. I'm not peaking. Shut up.
Can Russia maintain its operational tempo without significant changes to how it's conducting the war?
He reiterates the need for escalation at the end. I'm at the end, though. Did I miss something? Did he do more? What? Buh! No, not now, Samson. The fuck? What do you mean he says escalate again? More escalating? What the fuck? Can't type. Wait. Did he wait, where is it?
It's about a genocide that's happening right now. That's on Gaza, which is viewed think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but
where is it?
Heard about that described in those terms, the terms of what actually happened, and not just another new, quote, Israeli Gaza offensive
It was after this.
with some catastrophic record-breaking death toll that doesn't even make it into the headline. The best way, I think, to get more people to know about this stuff is by using the algorithm for what it's meant to be used, which is views. And in this case, what that looks like is farming drama. I could be wrong about this approach, and if you think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but a non-profit, so that I can just cover more things more consistently and not have to choose between, you know, a US-backed child massacre and...
Okay, so he says it here. If you were, because...
Sure, divestment, yeah, in some places, but...
Where did he say, where did it come after? Attack, the oh my God, arms? Three-quarters of a million people watch.
Book 100,000 views. My perspective right now is that over everything else, we need reach. We need people to know about what Israel is doing. People that don't already know, or at least aren't seeing updates on Israel's genocide, which is a lot of people. The media is not covering it. They weren't covering it a lot before, but over the past 17 months, that coverage has dwindled down to almost nothing. And as we've seen, the majority of it is just straight up manufacturing consent. This includes that record-breaking child-killing massacre from Israel. How many? Another new, quote, Israeli Gaza offensive.
Okay, Israeli Gaza offensive, okay.
Some catastrophic record-breaking death toll that doesn't even make it into the headline. The best way, I think, to get more...
What does he mean by record-breaking? It's our city?
The algorithm for what...
Algorithm, okay.
Think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but a non-profit, so that I can just cover more things more consistently and not have to choose between, you know, a US-backed child massacre and Ethan Klein. But until then, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. Regardless, it doesn't matter what you think.
What's your goal, though, Noah? You want, so you and...
of their YouTube subscription feed says in front of our eyes, and that most of our countries are actively supporting. If these creators are giving people rhetoric to support the genocide that's happening, then we need to talk about that. That's something we need to discuss, especially
I'll
if
just say it one more time. No one... shut up, blown box, you fucking doing that. Wasted more... Stop for like... Take it to a space. Get in the way. You have to rip through the entire city to get... Have a wow, really? It's only wow, well done. And wow, still talking, bro. Still talking. Given that has still yapping. He can't stop yapping. Past loader box.
Person is claiming to be an ally to the cause. And if other creators are fighting against it, then that's worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis and breaking down propaganda that's being used for the genocide, or giving an honest voice to its resistance, then that content is important and should be shared and supported regardless of how you feel about the individuals involved. Unfortunately, we're sort of stuck in a media ecosystem that cares far more about influencer drama. People living in the West have the most power over ecosystem that cares far more about influencer drama than it does about Palestinian lives. Part of the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully doing something to try and stop it. People living in the West have the most power.
Oh, so try and stop it. And he says people living in the West. This is where he talks about the need to escalate. So anyways, I will keep using influencer. This is where he cuts it.
Over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, you know, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure.
Up and unattainable.
Stop. Politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children. So anyways, yes.
Wait, what?
Single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
Wait, what? Tell us what to do, you fucking cowardly cunt. Okay, so that's what he said. But then it comes after this sentence here. Is
worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis about the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully doing something to try and stop it. People living in the West have
and then that's where, so you try and stop it. People living in the West.
To try and stop it. So anyways, yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab.
Ah, there it is. He chopped it.
To try and stop it. So anyways.
Oh, really? So that's like, even though that's kind of like the most important part of the video, right? The call to action. Protesting's not working. These things aren't working. You guys need to understand that these things aren't enough. You need to escalate. Wink, wink, hint, hint. But why do you, now he's taking it out? What the fuck? So much for the resistance, eh? Look at my resistance, bro. My resistance lasted exactly, what, like 8 hours before he took this out? What the fuck? What an absolute fanny. Well, we saved it at least. Thanks. Jesus. Okay, so... Alright. No resistance then, I guess? Huh. You can clip that as well. If you want. Sinwar is going to be disappointed with that one, isn't he? Sinwar would never. What a coward. What the fuck? Oh well. You know, the whole point of like resistance and martyrdom is you put yourself on the line for a cause that's greater than yourself, right? That's the point. Meanwhile, as soon as this guy realizes that his much needed call to action and his call for escalation is maybe going to hurt him in the TOS. Maybe. Oh no, we can't do that. No. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. What a worm. All right. He's deeply considering a call to action video. Wait, where's my tweet gone? What the fuck? Where is it? Oh yeah, here. Whatever. Didn't hesitate to abandon the cause, did he? Oh well. Clippers. I guess let's make a new tweet. Too long? What's the maximum length for a fucking Twitter video? What? What? How long? 220? Uh-oh. Slow burrito, you've got a job on your hands. You gotta trim this. You gotta trim this down. They're silencing me. I'm being silenced. Hello.
I swear to God, if you don't mention firebomb the Walmart, I'm gonna be really pissed.
Oh yeah? Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
Alright, bye.
Alright, bye-bye. Oh well, part 1 and 2 incoming, I guess. Jesus. It can be shortened because I feel like most of the stop the gen. He makes the claim here, and I talk about it here. So surely most of this is just me yapping. Okay, we don't need us talking about bad empanada or any of this shit. Just to keep it to Noah, right? Yeah, fuck it. Probably a lot of this shit at the end can go away. Is that all right? Is Slow Burrito still here? I need to start paying this person. Fuck. Okay, put it in drafts. Whew. What a state. Because I can't edit from streamable downloads, can I? Whoops. I can't even edit when I put it into Twitter. Still no full-time editor. I do have an editor, but they're not editing clips from the stream right now to put on Twitter. That's not this person's job. Speed it up. Okay.
I think our assessment from a military perspective is that Russia has the ability to sustain its campaign longer than Kyiv would. Now, when that timeline hits, we do not have an assessment of, but I believe that if this were to go on for more than the remainder of this year, both sides would have a significant...
You could take it down and do it again. No, fuck that. It just needs a shorter edit, okay? I think the point is made in less than... We can easily... That clip, the point is made in less than 3 minutes 30, okay? And there's a lot of tangent.
Challenge maintaining their defense industrial base as well as their operational ops tempo. Longer than this year. That is correct, and they will each have difficulty at various points throughout the spring, summer, and fall as well. Thank you.
Wait, who's this? Hello, Izimandius.
Yo, okay. I'm so upset that I didn't hop in to ask this sooner because of your tweet. But like how like realistic is it that there's like substantial like pushback from like the Gazan population towards like Hamas because of like just like them realizing how much this whole gamble from October 7th hasn't paid off?
So usually when a bunch of people protest about something, it usually doesn't mean shit, and that's what we're used to in the West because people just turn up for the day, they hang out with their friends, they do their chants, and they go home, and nothing really happens. If you're going to make the decision to protest publicly against Hamas, then that's already a level of commitment that is far above the average protester for anything in the West, right? In a democracy.
Because Hamas will usually like tamp that out, like
Yes.
will actually kill people for that.
Yeah, they are taking a huge risk just by being out in the streets. So if they're out in the streets doing it, and there's already people talking about planning protests for tomorrow, then it's already showing that they're willing to commit quite hard. So that's usually a good sign. But who knows? Like, what's it gonna? I don't know how Israel's gonna respond to it. Could probably just end up. It could just result in nothing because it's just day one. But we have no idea.
So I mean, I know it's early, like it's probably early on in like any of the protests and whatnot, but like what do like any of the Gazans have to say like at all about like basically being used as human shields? Do they see themselves as being used like that? Have they had that, like, has that thought been circulating amongst like the civilians there, or do they just
I mean,
think that
you'll
at
hear
first
Gazans say it occasionally, but it's just like it's hard to tell because there's so much pressure on either side for them to say just like whatever, whether it's to keep IDF soldiers happy if they're trying to get through a screening process, or whether it's to keep Hamas happy. Like we're not going to know until much later, like what actually how people really felt down there.
Okay, gotcha. Do you think this shifts like the narrative a little bit for like for any of the commentators here in the Imperial Core who are, you know, typically like waving or like shaking dead Palestinian bodies around? Do you think of this like they actually react to any of that, or do they include any of that in their commentary, or does it just not matter to them?
So far, probably not, because it's only being shared by a few like social media users, and it's not going to be like, as far as mainstream reports go, anti-Hamas protests, they don't get to Al Jazeera, and often like usually I think a lot of this Western media comes from media from the region, like it's kind of like copy pasting almost. So yeah, I don't know, but apparently it's on CNN. So if it's big enough for mainstream media, like how will leftists handle it? You mean, I don't know, they'll probably just say they never support Hamas anyway. They'll just
that's so slimy.
Yep.
Okay, but then how long before? I mean, but Hamas can't possibly like if it's actual protests. Do you think Hamas actually takes the takes the next step of like taking the media hit of like, you know, being seen tamping out protests like that.
They've
like,
done it before.
actually-
There's lots of, well, not protest, but yeah, I mean, they filmed themselves killing people who cross them, right? Whether it's for, they'll say it's for stealing aid, but sometimes they say it's for collaborating and shit like that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
The problem with Hamas is that they're kind of like any other like reasonable army or any other army that sees the world in like secular terms would just surrender. Like the PLO surrendered in Lebanon, but and they took exile after not that much bombing at all in Beirut compared to this anyway. Still quite a lot, but they didn't hold out nearly as long. So, but the thing with Hamas is like dying is kind of part of it, you know, like martyrdom and shit. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, that was all I had, but yeah, I mean, at least that there's some that, because I felt like I wasn't seeing a lot of anti-Hamas sentiment like from within Palestine, or at least I hadn't really heard of a lot of it. There were a few people, like a few commentators that I'd started following, like Ilham Hassan on Twitter, like that had been talking about it, and this feels like a completely new phenomenon to me. Maybe it's not, but it's
it
just
is. Yeah, I don't think this size is new. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's the.
There have been a
scale,
few.
yeah.
Yeah, there've been a few demos, but like this is apparently happening everywhere. Yeah, this is happening in Han Yunis. It's happening in Shijaya. It's happening in Jabalia. I didn't expect it to happen in Jabalia, to be honest. But yeah, Gaza City. I don't know if it's happened in Rafah yet, but yeah, it seems to be going up and down.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's happening kind of at the worst time though, because like BB is completely, dude. That article yesterday absolutely fucking floored me. Like I actually couldn't believe it. It's happening at the worst time because BB's completely unshackled basically now with Trump being around and just being like, do what you got to do to end the whole thing. Like if this let's say the protests continue, and you know Hamas doesn't do anything necessarily to tamp it out, and then another like let's say child massacre like that happens, like did the protests just die out at that point and they decide, okay, well fuck it, I guess Hamas really is our best fucking option, like they're not, like no one's listening to us? Like
I don't know, because it's like Hamas can only really keep support so long as they can make it look like they're putting up a fight, but I don't actually know if they are putting up much of a fight now. Like their leaders are dropping like flies. Their political representatives and their like heads of all these ministries are just dying one by one. They don't really have a Sinwar voice anymore. But yeah, no, I mean, media is covering this. There's like, I can see CNN here. I can see BBC. I can see, yeah, it's big. I mean, we just kind of saw it as it started pretty much. So fuck,
Okay.
breaking news.
Well, I mean, that's, I get, yeah. I
Yeah,
think
this is
positive.
100% the biggest one since the beginning. Yeah, this is in Beit Lahia. We already saw them. Yeah.
That's positive. I mean, that's signs of life, because I really wasn't sure if that would ever, that sort of sentiment would ever break out. But anyways, I'm gonna hop the hell off. But thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it, man.
That's all right. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
I'm probably going to start taking notes.
Director Ratcliffe, ATA says continuing the Russia-Ukraine war perpetuates strategic risk to the United States of unintended escalation to large-scale war and heightened insecurity among NATO allies. What are the strategic risks to the United States if Russia were to achieve its maximalist objectives via peace agreement?
Achieve via peace agreement?
Yes.
Well, I think that clearly the negotiations that are going on reflect that President Trump is seeking a cessation of the war on terms that will end the war permanently. From an intelligence community standpoint, and specifically with regard to CIA assets, we've taken steps to support that, the president's goal of an enduring peace. To General Cruz's comments, I agree with his assessment and generally the public assessment that Russia has the battlefield advantage, is grinding forward slowly. I want to comment on that, however, to say that with regard to the Ukrainian resistance, the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military have been underestimated for a period of several years now. And ultimately, I'm convinced from my reflections in observing from an intelligence standpoint that they will fight with their bare hands if they have to, if they don't have terms that are acceptable to an enduring peace. Obviously, to the point of maximalist goals, President Trump has communicated that he is aware of the dangers of that, of Russia getting what they want. And I think that the peace talks that are taking place would reflect, if successful, and they are making progress, that both sides would not get everything that they want, and no one's maximalist goals would be achieved.
Thank you both. In the short time I have, I'm going to skip a question and ask that I intended to ask, but ask the director of the FBI. Director, I chair the subcommittee that appropriates money for the Department of Justice, including the FBI. It has been our practice that the FBI director, as well as the Attorney General, appear before our committee each year. And I would want to make certain that you do not foresee any challenges that I will have in your presence when you come to speak when we invite you to come speak about your budget. I think when we visited in the office, you made yourself often available, pleased to talk to Congress. We're getting ready for the appropriations process to begin. The budget that the president intends to submit is seemingly months away, weeks away, long weeks away, and we may ask you to come testify about your priorities now or sooner than that. Is that a challenge for you that I ought to be aware of?
From the FBI, no, as long as the Department of Justice and the Attorney General are good with it.
Thank you. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly made the point that there was no classified information contained in any of these discussions that were reported in the Atlantic Monthly. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So, Senator, what I've related is that any information that was related from my perspective or that I observed from the intelligence perspective was not classified information. With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Are you aware that the Secretary of Defense declassified this information prior to the discussion?
I'm not.
Director Gabbard, same question. You've indicated, at least the impression I got, was there was no classified information discussed. Is that correct?
Senator, my answer is the same as the director of the CIA's.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified the information and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
Okay. Director Patel, are you conducting an investigation of these discussions and activities?
Thanks, Senator. As I informed the Vice Chairman on the same question, I found out about this late last night, early this morning, so I don't have an update for you on that.
Well, thank you. When you get an update, we'd appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or a public phone for the signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under review by the National Security Council. Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll share the results with the committee.
What is under review? It's a very simple question. Are you your private phone or officially issued phone? What could be under review?
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and what occurred within that chat across the board.
But so you were not going to disclose anything about whether you use the phone. Director Ratcliffe, there's been indication that the CIA has warned recently retired personnel about the vulnerabilities of Signal and other encrypted messaging applications. If that's the case, why were you discussing these issues on Signal?
Yeah, why? Good question.
Senator, signal use, as I've said repeatedly, is permissible for work purposes. I've never said that end-to-end encryption apps like Signal are a substitute for classified systems, and I was not discussing classified information in this setting.
But as you've indicated previously, perhaps the Secretary of Defense was discussing classified information, and only he can be held accountable in terms of whether it was classified or declassified at the point when he spoke. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority, and my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that?
I don't.
Again, this is a very troubling example and a great lapse in our intelligence and our discussion. One further point. If you are not aware of any classified information on the discussions back and forth, would it be appropriate for the author to release the entire text of what he heard and transcribed?
I think the author has released, my understanding, essentially almost all of the information as it's been related to me. I don't know what calculation the author made with regard to what information would be released or not.
Well,
but again, I can again confirm that with respect to the communications that were related as to me, there was no classified information.
According to the article, quote, the message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligence operations, and the author did not disclose that information. So the question would be, if he disclosed everything he heard, in your view.
That wouldn't be classified information. I know the context of what that is, and I think the author said might be interpreted as related to intelligence information. It was not classified information.
So it goes back to my point. If he released all this information he did not release, he could do so without any liability at the federal level.
I think you're asking for a legal answer I'm not able to give you, but...
Mr. Patel, can you opine? You're a lawyer and you're the director of the
Oh,
FBI.
shit. We have an edit. Let's watch it again. It's so unnecessary. Fuck. There should be a way to do this, like, without...
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. I feel events among
this. We need to escalate. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. If you had a clear vision for what needs to be done to stop the genocide, you would say it because you want to direct your audience into a call for violence. Okay? I'm sorry that he said propagandists because that might actually encompass the people that he's just spent the entire video calling genocide defenders. Wow. I'm sorry, if you can understand how January 6th was an incitement to violence, Trump, despite him saying peacefully, understand how that all its context is a call to violence, then you understand how this is as well. There's some very strange white noise in there, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's not from Burrito, that's from Key Pusher. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll use it. I'll do it. I'll smash. 1 second. So many box voices. I know. Took way too long. Oh, God.
Would he face any legal liability if he released the information?
Because of the questions you and the Vice Chairman have put to me, I'm not going to prejudge the situation, and that legal call is ultimately for the Department of Justice.
Tweet.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So, Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be on.
And so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the Vice President's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the President is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month. You don't recall?
I don't. As you
don't recall seeing that?
Read that. I don't.
It included the private opinions of the Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
Surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the
U.S.
U.S.
prepared. I practiced saying I don't recall. What's wrong with that?
Government in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the Vice President opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2 immediate risks on waiting. 1, this leaks and we look indecisive. 2, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Ratcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the President and the Vice President about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
And they were discussing the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring to about what the meaning and the context of what they were
talking about the timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile airspace, correct?
Yes.
And therefore the time period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Yeah. Director Ratcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
If I was feeling more insensitive, if you're like a, if I was feeling a bit like a bit of a dick, you, if you're a bit more of a hardcore Zionist, you should tweet this. Is you would tweet out the protests and just say the third intifada will be against Hamas. I'm surprised I haven't seen like Elon Levy or one of these shitheads saying that.
No.
A national political
on.
no, you
Let me
hold on.
answer.
No, Director
Answer the
Ratcliffe,
reason
I
I
asked you a
say
yes or
no.
no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
You can
was made
characterize it how
privy,
you want.
was made privy
The White
to
House has
sensitive
made clear
information about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
an inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake.
seal.
That wasn't a huge
Well, I
mistake.
think they characterize
This
it
is
as a mistake.
embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the witnesses again for their appearance today. I sense the Vice Chairman has something to add.
I do.
So I will recognize him briefly.
Well, again, I thank the witnesses. But what you're saying doesn't make sense on the face of it. Everybody knows. At least, Director Ratcliffe, you had the courtesy of acknowledging you were on the chain. Director Gabbard wouldn't even touch that, even though we got our initials. And if you want a comparison, think back to the beginning of the Ukraine war, when the United States, in concert with our then ally, the United Kingdom, declassified a lot of Putin's battle plans that allowed the Ukrainians to push back successfully on the Russian invasion. How was that? That was gone through a real process of declassification. As Senator Ossoff so clearly made the point. This information out, potentially where our adversary could reposition its defenses, in the unwillingness of the individuals on this panel who are on the chat to even apologize or acknowledging what a colossal screw-up this is, speaks volumes.
Thank you to our witnesses for your appearance. A few administrative matters. As I mentioned earlier, Senator Collins is under the weather. She regrets that she could not be here for your testimony. Senator Risch, likewise, had to preside over a hearing of the Foreign Relations Committee to include the nomination of my former governor, Mike Huckabee, a great American and a great friend of Israel, to be the next ambassador to Israel. He also regrets that he could not be here. I anticipate he may have written questions as well. I would urge you all to respond to those promptly. Now, the audience will remain seated while our witnesses and their aides depart the hearing room. The Capitol Police will ensure this occurs. I want to commend the Capitol Police and our committee security staff for running an orderly hearing today. For the benefit of members, the vote on the floor has been called. We will adjourn this open hearing, and we will reconvene in closed setting at 12:40 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
Smack. That's a nice little smack sound. I liked it. Fuck. Okay, decent. Your own channel's unrecommended. I don't know why it does. I mean, it would do that because I'd click on my channel to look at analytics and shit more often than other ones. Yeah. I don't know why it does that. I'd assume that's why. Oh, what's this? Oh, nothing. Thought that was something important. Pete Hegseth should resign. Yeah. Before posting this video, I waited 14 hours for BBC and Al Jazeera to air it. They refused. Why? Do people think the BBC? This is what happens though. Like, yeah, breaking news comes on Twitter and then appears on the BBC like 5 or 6 hours later. But that's normal because they have to verify things. They have to check. Yeah, they're a bit more. It's okay that happens. Damn. It's big news, guys. It's big news. There's always, nothing ever happens. Such a lovely song they're chanting. They're a very musical people. So I've heard. Do we have the clip of that shows that Noah deleted the thing? Does it matter? Can I just say? Because it's like, it's not really the kind of thing that you can easily lie about. Like, okay. Yeah. I'll bet this protest is giving that girl you had a debate with an aneurysm. Yep. Gaza will give up on Hamas quicker than white Western communists will. There's so many fucking quips, man. But they're all just kind of like mean. I don't... She's likely getting the Nas Al Jazeera guy's tweet. Oh, apparently Al Jazeera is talking about it as well, aren't they? I'm tried telling my mom about this protest and she said Gazans are liars. Oh, God. Well, it's not at the top of the page. Is it in Al Jazeera Arabic? Because I can't see it here. Is it in Al Jazeera Today? Why do you guys have been watching my stream all day and you're like, oh, the pro-Palestinians aren't talking about this. Shut the fuck up. Like, have you gone and checked? You have no idea. You've just been sitting here all day. Why do people do that? Doesn't make any sense. I can do two things at once. What, have you been checking all the streams? Let's have a look. Hassan's fighting with Elon. He's probably busy, okay? More important. Keffels is streaming. Interesting. Huh. She just started 5 minutes ago. Okay. Hassan!
Until I became interested in the Arab-Israeli conflict as a historian. I spent a whole year going into the Israel archives every day, looking at the records which told me a completely different story, that Israel was aggressive, that Israel was deliberately provoking fights with its neighbors, and that Israel was not interested in peace.
Who's he reading?
Israeli historian Avi Shlaim.
Avi Shlaim.
One of the new historians in Israel that played
Avi Shlaim was one of the ones who his old stuff is good. It's quite valuable, but when he got into like, it's whenever these historians start doing current affairs, and Benny Morris actually admitted this to me as well, is like when historians do current affairs, they're just as useless as everyone else. Avi Shlaim believed the Goldstone report like almost 10 years after it had been walked back and still used it as a fucking, he also believed that, yeah, I wouldn't write off his old stuff. His old stuff's good, but like his history is good. But yeah, I was radicalized in the archives. Okay.
In yeshiva and in a radically pro-Israel environment, my experiences are very much like that of Professor Schleim's, except without the military service. It had been my impression that Orthodox Jews were less beholden to Zionism than the secular counterparts, at least throughout 1967. Wrong? Asked Moen Rabbani. Zachary Foster, who I've also had on the stream, is another
accurate
Jewish academic.
Okay.
Specifically...
Okay, he's boring. Don't care. Serfs, what are they saying?
And some places, but really politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media.
Oh, this is when he talks about escalating.
Yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab your heads and slam them against the screen to show you what Israel is doing. And if you don't like that, tell your favorite influencers to stop using their massive platforms to back a genocide. Tell them to stop spreading genocidal propaganda, lying about the resistance to it, and silencing and deplatforming advocates against the genocide. Do that, and then I'll leave you all to your slop. It's very simple. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, this is after the post cut out. Oh, well. So that's the end of it. Hutch.
Trump's
Well, he's
cabinet
not like a... Okay, he's not one of the usual suspects. All right.
Okay. I want to just...
Okay. It's not in his title. I mean, maybe they'll talk tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe they'll do it tomorrow. Who knows? Show him the escalating clips. I mean, he can find it himself. It's okay. Sky News Arabia. Is it? Yeah. Okay. They cover the protests. All right. Can we get the one where... All right. Apparently, Hamas hurt protesters near the Indonesian hospital. I did see that, Gilad. Also, I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. Or, hi, how's it going? I've just tweeted it. I don't care. It's not the kind of thing that you need to demonstrate. You can just look for it and find out it's not there. Did you ever read Frantz Fanon? I read a bit of Wretched of the Earth or whatever. The thing with Frantz Fanon is like what he's saying makes sense in some context, just not every. Oh, fuck me. What are we doing?
Dude 36, great name.
Hey, Vosh.
Hoping the sub goes towards a gooseneck kettle, so you can make pour over coffee that tastes better. You do yours either way, though. Well, maybe. I have been thinking about maybe exploring other ways of making coffee. I don't know if I do pour
Why is
over.
everything he says funny? I don't know. Okay. Contra vid. Bro, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Give me a break. That video is 2 hours 40. I'll do it tomorrow. Is indiscriminate bombing genocide? Not necessarily, no. Unless you're doing it with the intent of killing a bunch of particular ethnic or national group. Usually when people talk about indiscriminate bombing, they're doing it to achieve some kind of like fucking quick surrender, or to just, they don't have targets, so they just hope to hit some in the process of bombing whatever. Just that kind of shit. I don't know. It can and it can't. It doesn't. Yeah, just depends. You need more information usually. You're the one procrastinating. What? I'm covering the protests. On the ground journalism. I spoke to a guy who knew Mahmoud Khalil. All right, fuck me. Elon Musk, Hassan is a fraud. Picture of Hassan and Grimes, because Grimes used to be with Elon Musk. Hassan is such a chicken shit retard that he blocked me. Yeah, I blocked you because you bought this website and forced everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7,000 times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream if you're such a big man. Hey, let's go. You mad?
Because the attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out. Because
oh god, thank god they clipped the laugh. I couldn't handle it. Debate me, debate me, debate me. It's good that Hassan has the courage to debate Elon Musk. You know, it's good that he has the courage to debate someone who can't even form an entire sentence. Yes. Ah! 100% Elon is annoyed by that. Oh, 100%, yeah. Elon might be one of the only people on the planet who is more insecure than Hassan. So there aren't many people who would occupy that position, but Elon is definitely an easy fit. Lonerbox is finally understanding the far left's mantra, advocate for violence that they're too cowardly to commit themselves. Okay. That a good reply? I think that makes sense. Ugh. I think Major League Base will appreciate that. Ronnie? He should have said escalate peacefully and patriotically. Apparently there's a protest scheduled tomorrow in Ramallah to support the Gazans against Hamas. Really? I know Hamas are more popular in the West Bank, or generally seen as more popular in the West Bank, but I guess Ramallah would be one of the, yeah, they'd be less supported there, I think. I don't know. Stand back and stand by. Is it bad that, no, it's not bad because it's actually just a very simple fucking piece of training. Is it bad that every time I'm on Twitter and I see a fucking Star of David in my replies, I feel like they're about to say some unhinged shit now? Is that bad? I feel like it's not bad. I feel like it's just what happens. I just saw this person, I was like, and I got thankful that they didn't say some crazy shit. Or the yellow hostage ribbon. And they're just like, kill them all! Nah, this person's fine. This is what we want. Seeing as how much each time Hamas and other groups escalate, quote unquote, their strategy, it backfires on Palestinian civilians. Yeah, maybe they should de-escalate. Bibi and company have cast Palestinians as the boogeyman, and Hamas has been more than happy to play the part. No. It was after being in Israel and after all the fucking hate comments when I was talking about like Sheikh Jarrah and shit. Oh God. I had never those guys were making me anti-Semitic. You want me to associate Star of David with bad shit? Like, you guys are doing the perfect fucking job. God. But not this time. I'm strong. Any plans to reach out with Haviv Rettig Gur? Yeah, I would talk to him. I might do it soon, actually, because I'd be curious to see what he thinks about this, about the protests. I know there is going to be I know what Israelis are generally going to think. And honestly, I don't even know if it's necessarily wrong. I don't know how you'd even get polling for it, but there's definitely going to be an Israeli position, which is where they think that these protests are anti-Hamas, but they're not pro-peace or they're not pro-normalization or anything like that. Like they're angry at Hamas because Hamas couldn't really deliver. But not that they're ready to make peace with Israel. I like there are some people who probably think that, but I don't know. I don't like Gazans don't need to love Israel. They shouldn't love Israel. But the only indication I can have is that I got one protester. I was listening to them, and they were saying that it's not about Fatah either. So, I mean, obviously they feel let down by both groups, but then it's like there needs to be some kind of vision. Like they can't just be like, we hate Hamas, you know, even that's a pretty good start. But like, who would lead them? What do they agree on that can actually be worked with going forward? I don't know. Let down in what way? Well, Fatah lets them down by being corrupt and allowing settler violence to run rampant in the West Bank. And Hamas lets them down by getting them all killed. So what should the protesters do? What do you mean, what should the protesters do? What? Like, I support what they're doing. I don't know what they should do. I'm not going to give them advice. Fuck. I don't think you guys understand how much fucking bravery it takes. It's taking each and every single person out here to do this. Do you understand that this is like a level of fucking courage and conviction that this isn't BLM, okay? This isn't the fucking Blue Peter charity drive, okay? These are people standing up to an authoritarian regime that will publicly fucking shoot you for opposing them publicly. They'll kill you slowly as well. They'll shoot you in the fucking leg. Like they'll sit you down and shoot you like on the top of your knee, on the top of your knee. So it goes all the way down your fucking shin. Okay? Hamas are not like... Hamas aren't the fucking mean head teacher at school who made you cry when you were 5 years old, okay? So the fact that they're doing this at all is like insanely brave. Some have asked for Israel to lead them. Yeah, well, I don't even think... Good luck with that, Bob. Mandela disrupted supply lines. What would be your opinion on protesters in the U.S. disrupting supply lines? Is that an acceptable form of protest on behalf of Gazans? If I thought it would help, and I guess they do believe it helps, then yeah, sure. But just don't think it would help. What if they wanted to, what was it Bad Bunny said? To chain yourself to an arms manufacturer's building? Yeah. I mean, people did that in the Vietnam War, right? There's a DW item on this about 20 minutes ago.
Hamas senior leaders in airstrikes. Yet Hamas has shown that it is able to absorb major...
I don't know if you guys saw it, but like the list of fucking Hamas leaders dying right now is fucking massive. Like there are so many of them dropping like flies.
losses and can still fight and govern. Here's more on what Hamas looks like now and the danger it still poses to Israel.
Hamas fighters out in force, releasing Israeli hostages in January, a show of strength as the militants re-emerged after months of hiding in tunnels. There are no precise, independently verified figures available about Hamas's strength. Israel.
This guy is actually a traitor. Look at him. peacefully and patriotically. And even if I granted your claim was that it was a call for violence, it wasn't. It's just that that's what everyone made of it. Okay, at least we actually did something about it and took our grievance to the source. And as you know, it all worked out for us in the end. Bro. He's trolling. He's trolling. He's an authoritarian. He doesn't care. He's a trolling, okay? He's trolling. He's a fascist. I don't care. Fine. Whatever. Don't let him.
Estimates that Hamas had more than 30,000.
What do you mean it worked out in the end? Bro, the only way it worked is that Americans don't give a fuck about democracy and they voted Trump in. And they were happy to let the guy in who disregarded democracy for 4 years.
Fighters at the time of its terror attack on October 7th, 2023, and Israel claims to have killed 17,000.
Is what's happening a genocide in your opinion? I remember you tweeted about it like a year ago, but I don't know if your opinion's changed. Thanks. I'm still not really sold on the genocide thing. There might be a couple of acts. There might be some acts that happen on the ground that might cross that threshold. The actual war conduct itself in general, no, I don't think it was genocide. I think at the very beginning, I said that we might just be watching another ethnic cleansing unfold. Then I wasn't too sure if that was necessarily what's happening, but now it seems likely that it is what Netanyahu would like to happen, even if it's almost impossible, I think. I think even if they wanted to, I think moving 2 million people out of Gaza just wouldn't happen, but who knows? I'm comfortable saying that's like Netanyahu's aspiration, though. Yeah, I think he wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I think he wants it just wiped fucking clean of Palestinians. I think that would make him very happy.
Since then, but has not provided evidence. However, Hamas may be able to fill its ranks with new recruits quickly. Last year, an Israeli military analyst also told DW that 70 to 80% of Hamas's arsenal had been captured or destroyed. Senior leadership has also been decimated. Yahya Sinwar, the group's leader in Gaza, as well as the group's political leader, Ismail Haniyeh in Qatar, are dead. Israel claims it has also killed the leader of the military wing, Mohammed Deif, but the group has historically been able to replace its leadership quickly. Replacing lost and destroyed weaponry may be more difficult. Hamas's ally Hezbollah in Lebanon has been greatly diminished, and Israel now controls the border with Egypt, where Hamas formerly smuggled weapons into Gaza. But the militants are still able to fire rockets into Israel.
I thought it was a genocide until I was introduced to you on H3. Thanks for educating me. What the? I don't recall talking about genocide on H3, but wow. Clippers, give that one to the fucking lefties. Jesus. That makes me a dangerous person, doesn't it?
The group also maintains an extensive tunnel network under Gaza, used to launch surprise attacks on Israelis.
Look at this, man. It's fucking incredible. They built 500 kilometers of this shit. Look at it.
Soldiers and to hide men and weapons safe from bombardments. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu swore to destroy Hamas when Israel started its military operations.
I keep forgetting the stat. I think it's like, is it 15? Is it 15 tons of TNT that you need to destroy 1 kilometer of tunnel? I don't think there's any army in the world that has that much fucking dynamite. Asymmetric warfare, my boys. Welcome to asymmetric warfare.
Gaza. But after well over a year of grinding, bloody conflict, that goal still seems far off.
All right, let's get more with Hans-Jakob Schindler. He's a senior director of the Counter-Extremism Project, an international organization that publishes research and policy papers on extremism and terrorism. Welcome to DW. Mr. Schindler, does Hamas remain a lethal threat after nearly a year and a half of war?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you define as a lethal threat. Obviously, Hamas is not in a position to do something large scale like the 7th of October anymore. There's also not longer any real organized military resistance inside Gaza. But what Hamas's capability is that it retains is to do pinpoint attacks and terrorist attacks. We've seen a couple of those even in Tel Aviv, now organized out of the West Bank. So it remains a terrorist group, but it's no longer the organized, larger scale fighting force that it was in October 2023.
Many of its members, including its leaders, have been killed. Significant amounts of ammunition have been destroyed. So how has Hamas changed the way it operates in response to all this?
I mean, it requires many fewer leaders and much fewer fighters to do these kind of pinprick terrorist attacks, as Hamas had done over many years shortly after its existence. So for that, you need much less material, and that is the capability that Hamas still maintains. Resupply is indeed a challenge, luckily for Hamas, because the borders are controlled, but no border is ever airtight. So there's always something that you can smuggle. Enough to remain a terrorist group, not enough to rebuild its fighting force.
Hamas's main backer, Iran, has also been arguably significantly weakened, as has Hezbollah, the other Iranian proxy. Is that having an impact on Hamas as well?
Clearly, it does not allow Hamas to rebuild in any shape and form right now. But what is also clear is that the international community, Europe, the United States, has not done enough to actually stop Hamas from gaining money, not only from Iran, but also from its investments and companies around the world that it has done and built up over many years to stop donations flowing from the US or the Europeans to Hamas, which means all Hamas would have to do is to survive in whatever small form it has in the Palestinian territory, wait until this conflict is over, and then use this money to rebuild itself.
We've talked about this in the past. There was always a fear that the kind of...
Ethan Klein responded to my video in his Instagram story by calling on his fans to compile potentially defamatory clips of me and his subreddit. He offered no response to any of my actual points, sort of saying the quiet part loud. Aren't we, Ethan? What was that about saying the quiet part out loud? I guess it's a really quiet part now because he literally fucking chopped it. In sheer terror. God forbid my audience actually knows what I think the most valuable course of action would be. Ugh. What is your response to people like this guy who claim you're not pro-Palestine? Bro, Gaza will literally give up on Hamas quicker than this white dipshit will. I'm sorry. I don't know how long it takes. How long is it going to take for people to realize that like supporting fucking armed religious dipshits trying to sacrifice their entire population so they can clap a couple of Israelis is not actually pro-Palestinian. It's not. It's pro-Hamas. It's good if you want Arabs, if you're pro-Palestinians dying, sure. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. No, I think what I've advocated for since basically the beginning is still actually feasible and achievable, and what they advocate for is a fantasy. And it's the kind of fantasy that you can try to achieve, but you're just going to have to cross a fucking ocean of blood to get there. I'm not for that.
Assault and the way Israel is carrying out its campaign in Gaza would lead to a surge in support for Hamas. A, has that happened? And B, does Hamas have more recruits it can draw on?
Look, I mean, clearly this military operation has radicalized large parts of the Palestinian community. We have.
I also just I don't see Israel-Palestine as a zero-sum game. So I don't like pro-Israel, pro-Palestine. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Because yeah, the way I see it is that like, it's a war of narratives. It's not really anything to do with trying to achieve a sustainable, realistic solution. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. It's just which narrative or which team you identify with. So you're saying it's complicated. I mean, it's not that complicated, but it's just a little bit more so than people would like it to be, maybe.
Seen how much anger there was on the streets of the US and Europe as well. But if you are in Gaza, you really have no choice because there's only the Israeli army and there's Hamas. So it's really hard to gauge how much conviction is there and how much pressure is there on Palestinians in the Gaza Strip to join the fight?
Benjamin Netanyahu had sworn to destroy Hamas. That is one of the stated goals of this entire campaign in Gaza. Does this remain realistic nearly a year and a half after the start of the war?
I mean, Hamas is an ideology. As I had said at the very beginning, you cannot destroy an ideology. You can degrade its military and terrorist capabilities. But what it would require for Hamas no longer to rule Gaza is to finally make a decision who should rule instead of Hamas, not just in an administrative sense, but also what police forces, security forces are going to be in Gaza. Is it going to be the Israeli army from now on going forward, or is it some kind of other international force that's supposed to be taken over? If that decision is not made, the situation...
Didn't Trump give a final warning to Hamas weeks ago? Trump has given like 3 or 4 final warnings to Hamas that have not actually resulted in him getting what he wants at the time that he wanted it. So it's almost as if Trump is a kind of useless negotiator who just throws his weight around and hopes to get what he wants. And if he doesn't get it, he'll just throw his weight around more. Or he'll get bored and move on to something else.
The virtual stalemate where Israeli fights and Hamas does terror attacks, this can go on for an extremely long time.
But how much influence does Israel really have on this, or for that matter, the international community, given that Hamas has proven resilient, it continues to be there? Is there really an alternative to Hamas in Gaza?
Well, it does require a very difficult political decision, which has potentially very serious domestic political consequences for Prime Minister Netanyahu, because part of his coalition...
What is this, actually? I never saw this. This is from the protests in Jabalia. I think. I don't know. I wouldn't... Yeah.
دول العالم تقف مع الانسان اللي زينا مع الشعب الغلبان اللي يعطيهم مع المظلومين يعطوا لنا دعم يعطوا لنا تعاون عشان احنا مالناش ذنب احنا مالناش ذنب انا مش ناطر من هذه انا زلمه بدي اعيش انا زلمه لساني انا زلمه بدافع عن الشعب عن الطفل عن الاطفال اللي بيموتوا علينا بصلاح
Yeah, well. Fuck.
Are hardliner, right-wing hardliners who would leave the coalition and therefore break the government if he makes a decision that anyone but Israel is supposed to secure the Gaza Strip. So he is in a bit of a conundrum. He can't really win in a way that Hamas is no longer able to do terror attacks, but he also has a political problem to decide what should be the future of the Gaza Strip.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Hans Jakob Schindler with the Counter Extremism Project. Thanks so much.
Wow. Where is it? Is that an accurate translation? Is there an Arabic word for like that translates cleanly into terrorist? Where is this one from? Many questions. Who's my OSINT? Can you even do OSINT in Gaza? It's just like, oh, piece of rubble. Rahabia. Irhabia. There. Okay, so just gonna check all my boxes. Okay, so expect stupid questions. They're definitely not saying Arabia. Then they're not just saying Hamas is Arab. Okay, if they're not saying that, then we're good. We're all good. Oh wait, this is the word, isn't it? Hia. Is it yeah, Hamas. Arhabi. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, because the vowel, yeah, yeah, okay. I just realized that. Fuck. Because it's this fucking letter. You're now on Yeet. Congrats. Hey. It's like reading about yourself in the newspaper. Yeet. I kind of feel like a vulture. Although maybe Noah. Maybe Noah was aware. I guess Noah was aware. Oh no, but this is the fucking Ethan thing. This is the Ethan clip that he's using. Gosh. All right, we have one more. He low-key loves it. What? What? What we got here? I've been streaming for too long. I'm getting
With
tired.
a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
Wait, what? Tell us what to do, you fucking cowardly cunt. Okay, so that's what he said. But then it comes after this sentence here. Is
worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis about the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully doing something to try and stop it. People living in the West have
and then that's where, so you try and stop it. People living in the West.
To try and stop
Why am I so
anyways,
quiet?
yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab.
Ah, there it is. He chopped it.
To try and stop it. So anyways.
Oh, really? So that's like, even though that's kind of like the most important part of the video, right? The call to action. I am absolutely doing a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Don't care. Cut. You're in a Yeet tweet. Shut up! I don't care. Can you play one more for the boys? No. We're done. It's going to cost you extra for these replays. I want to talk about Hamas, though. I want to talk about the protests. The fuck? No, not that. Not that one. I need the... Where's the here? Where is it? Downloads. This one? All right. Where was that poll that I had from October 6th? Loner Ethan cut the call to violence from his video. You mean Noah? I know. How do you know that? Because I know that. Lonerbox Twitter. Where was it? Poll Hamas ceasefire. There's a pre-October 7th poll that showed Gazans wanted Hamas out. Pre-October 7 poll. Noah cut. Was it a death threat? I don't know if it was a death threat. It was just a. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I think it was Washington Institute actually, but they might have been using a PSR poll because they don't do their own ones. Poll Gazans ceasefire. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There was a pre-October 7th poll. Pre. I think I cited it in my video essay. Give it to me. Give it. Give it. Bruh. Oh, here. If I just put in the text, it'll show up. Miller percentage 62% supported Hamas maintaining a ceasefire with Israel. This was it. It was here. But this was their own poll. I'll still use it. No, I highlight. Did you know that you're in the top 3,000 subscribers rank? What does that mean? What top 3,000? What? Of who? To who? What? You mean have that in my number of subs? Top 3,000 of what? Like in Scotland? What? Okay. Okay. Whatever. You guys are the best subscribers, just so you know. You guys are the top subscribers on YouTube. The ones who are subbed anyway and have memberships. If you're not, you're kind of useless to me. Don't need you. Get out. Get out! Do your part. Hang on. What do I want to watch? What's the news? Is there any more stuff with these? I'm probably going to talk. If these protests they seem to be renewing tomorrow. So far, there's one scheduled in Ramallah. There's one scheduled in Shujaiya with the local Mukhtars backing it. So I feel like that's going to be the coverage for tomorrow. It's so fucking annoying because like I don't really have that much interest in talking to like the on the ground journalists in Gaza, like the press vest people, because I I feel like it would be really hard to get that job and be allowed to do that in Gaza unless Hamas were like okay with what you were saying, which is really annoying. But I just wonder, like, if these protesters, like, I don't know what Gazans think. And I don't think polling shows you that much about what Gazans think. It's weird that polling can be like, before October 7th, they wanted to keep the ceasefire. They wanted a two-state solution. But then after October 7th, you find, oh, a majority of them supported a two-state a majority of them supported October 7th. A majority of them want Hamas to stay in power after the war. And it's like, what the fuck's happening? I don't know what they think. I want to know what they think. I know sometimes when you talk to Palestinians like in the West Bank, it's kind of true of Israelis as well a bit, but you get kind of like contradictory answers sometimes. I don't know if that's all it is, but yeah, but I don't know how I'm going to get access to fuck any of that shit. I don't know how I'm going to get people like that to yap to me. I know there are like Gazan exiles who have Twitter accounts, like they live in Germany and shit. But it's just, if you're in any kind of like authoritarian environment, polling is just kind of, it's got its flaws. That's all I'm saying. And polling data, even if you agree with it all, like it doesn't lead you anywhere anyway, because the answers are often contradictory.
Yo, hope you're well. Wondered if you could cover this leftist position on Israeli-Palestine that goes against virtually all of the third worldist progressive online creators and their type. Stream chat?
Oh, you mean in my Discord? The alternative to genocide, is that what you're talking about? Thanks for the 9.99. Is that it? A leftist opposition on Israel that goes against all the third worldist progressive creators and their type. Are you just talking about me? I'm sorry. That's a little bit too much hubris, okay? I don't think my positions are particularly fucking unique. Ugh! Whatever. Leftist / Marxist take, not center left. Oh, I don't know. Is it, where is it? Have you sent it in Discord? You mean stream chat in Discord? It sounds like you're saying you put something in stream chat, but it's not this article, is it? What is this? Oh, maybe it is. Is it this? The alternative to genocide. This is what you want me to read? You want me to read this? Okay. It doesn't look that long, so why not? The alternative to extermination is slavery, labor. The only reason for conquerors not to kill the defeated is to put them to work, to make them useful. If they cease to be useful or prove to be more trouble than they are worth, they will be killed. That's the lesson of history. Joan Robinson famously said that the mystery of being exploited by capitalists is nothing compared to the misery of not being exploited at all. All right, the terrorism of the Second Intifada, 2000-2005, brought an end to Palestinian labor in Israel, not entirely, but substantially. The Palestinians became disposable. That was actually the end. We have been living in its aftermath for the past quarter of a century. It is coming to a conclusion now. Hamas was elected, and that election is coming to fruition. October 7th was a no turning back moment for Israel. Palestinian terrorism is to be utterly crushed in a way that has never been attempted previously. It will succeed. The only alternative to this will be genocide, not rhetorically, but literally. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. Hamas calls the Palestinians a nation of martyrs. Palestinian activists loudly proclaim that they will never surrender. It's easy for them to say. In the meantime, mere survival will demand otherwise. The Palestinians will work or they will die. They will work. Before October 7th, there was a modus vivendi in which Israel allowed tens of thousands of Gazans to work in Israel, supporting their families back home, tens of thousands more. After October 7th, tens of thousands have been killed, with further tens of thousands grievously wounded. Hundreds of thousands more are left bereft. Israel is teaching a horrifying lesson, and it is the lesson of the modern world, if not for all of history. It is a lesson not worth the teaching, because it is already known by everyone, at least by every worker. The alternative to labor, slavery, is extermination, war. And what does Marxism have to say about that? What doesn't Marxism have to say about it? Nothing and everything. But the point is not Marxism, but socialism. And for Marxism, that means the working class. Tens of thousands of Palestinian workers in Israel and abroad. What do they have to do with socialism? They are the only ones, in fact, to have anything to do with socialism. Not upper or middle class or social climber radicals, not nationalists or Islamists, workers. What they can and should do will decide socialism or not. Perhaps not today or tomorrow, but the next day. Palestinian workers should have gone to the Israeli kibbutzim not for hostile reconnaissance, but labor solidarity. To work alongside Israelis and others, not target them for killing as before October 7th. Hamas killed that possibility, the only possibility for socialism in Palestine and everywhere. Okay, I will say one. There is something very annoying to me about people who just have to view everything through the lens of like, will this be socialism or not? I said, blah, blah, blah. Don't, okay, but okay, let's just, imagine watching October 7th and being like, oh no, this is bad for socialism. Bro, no one in this fucking country wants socialism. They don't give a fuck about it. Even when they did give a fuck about it, they didn't really give a shit about it. Like, yeah. Hamas recruits from the otherwise unemployed and unemployable, angry young men. It seeks not workers but soldiers, as with any gangsters. It does no good to point out that the same is true of the IDF. Israel is a state with compulsory conscription. Palestine is not. That's the point. But Palestinians don't need a state, and Israelis must overcome the need for theirs. This is not what Hamas wants. Hamas wants war. Hamas wants to be the state, and states mean wars. But the war is over. For a long time now, Palestinian state is either impossible or undesirable for the workers, but it is what Hamas might be getting them. The Israeli state is the Palestinian state, and the state means violence. Whether by Hamas or the IDF, the official or unofficial state, the state of war. Yeah, this is very dramatic. It's also very... I don't like it, but we'll see. I just want to see where they're going. The Palestinians are a conquered people. Perhaps not for all time, but at least for now. This is not going to change. No amount of protest will change it. This is the reality. The only alternative to extermination is slavery. The only alternative to living with defeat is not living with it, dying from it. But there is an alternative to death, life. Life as a worker. It is actually preferable to death. Every worker knows this. Okay. Pick your battles, live and fight another day. But Hamas denied Palestinians this option. Purposefully, if they cannot be lords, then there will be no subjects. Only there are. Will they be allowed to live? Or will their defeated lords demand their death to honor them? The idea of a noble death is an aristocratic one. Perhaps it is also virtuous for priests. The point is that it is not for the people to die nobly. The people can only die miserably. This is what makes them ignoble and dishonorable, clinging to bare life at all cost, no matter the compromise of virtues, good. What does Marxism have to say about that? It does not promise redemption, but only possible change in mode of production and exchange of miseries, and not out of morality, but history, objective necessity. The only good is life itself, and the only change is that that is possible is in how the good of life is to be achieved. There is no objective reason for an end to suffering, but only for transforming its necessity. Marxism is resolutely materialistic, placing happiness as the goal in the struggle for freedom, not principle. Marx wrote in his dissertation on Epicurus and Democritus. Marx was a democratic Epicurean. This is what is called socialism. Communism seems nobler, which is why Marx criticized it. Marx was not interested in the subjective communism of intellectuals, but the objective communism of workers. Well, they have it. I have no idea what that paragraph means, but okay. Marx found in communism the scent of religion, and not from the rose of the cross, but something baser and meaner. In the odor of priests and nuns wafting out of the cloister, the academy. Can we define our terms, please? Can we chill? What are the children doing in their tents but practicing their religion? It is best kept out of sight. The alternative to genocide is the working class struggle for socialism. Short of that, it is the struggle of the workers to survive in capitalism, and perhaps of intellectuals to abandon their illusions. Whether in communism or whatever else, their sentimental projections onto the workers, who they can only value in their misery and wretchedness of victimhood, the dire the better, but that is their psychology. Don't listen to the priests or shamans or holy fools, for they are false prophets. The world is not ending. Nietzsche was right about the priests tricking not only the nobles but the slaves into an evil. Is this basically just saying that martyrdom is like not socialism? Is that more or less where they're leaning into? Thankfully, this was never so successful and was mostly ignored, confined to the middle class of Nietzsche's own bourgeois milieu, that of today's enraged protesters. Nietzsche was right about them. Nietzsche was right. This guy must have been fucking. This guy must have had his fucking asshole wired to his mouth. Wired to his fucking nose. And just huffing so hard as they were writing this. My God. Nietzsche won. Nietzsche haters absolutely molding. It is in fact necessary to surrender to your boss. It is not just, but necessary to live. Workers are not privileged to do otherwise. They're not bosses, nor do they want to be. They just want to live. Shall we let them, or do we demand their sacrifice to our crazed ideas? Thankfully, they are not listening. Only the bosses are listening. Be careful not to make the workers' life harder in order to satisfy your own perverse desires and deranged visions. Keep them where they belong, in the monastery or nunnery. Get thee there and stay put in your chosen torture chamber for the measurement of souls, or else. A healthy dose of Philistinism would be salutary. The intellectuals need to get a job, make themselves, I know who else needs a job, make themselves useful in their labor. They can start by stopping their preaching of extermination as the only alternative to slavery. They can stop preaching a genocide which doesn't help anyone but themselves. It doesn't save anyone but their own beautiful souls, which is the world can actually do without. Thank you. What the world cannot do without is the people sacrificed to the worshipping of false idols, including those of true religions. Let us not have a democide. Let the people struggle for socialism. Let them work. There's an alternative to genocide. Okay. He's basically saying that, like, fucking Hamas and Gaza should fucking sue for peace, I guess, and fight another way or live to fight another day. That kind of shit. Okay. Yeah, well, okay. I have no idea what this thing even says. I just shitting on martyrdom, shitting on Westerners screaming about genocide. I don't know, fucking. But the Westerners don't want the genocide though. They don't want it to happen. They're trying to say that they want to stop it. Like, I don't know. A little bit of overlapping there. A little bit confusing one issue with another. Hmm. Hmm. Get a fade, bro. I need an entire haircut is what I need. But thank you. Did you already watch Bernie low-key snubbing Hassan? What, at the rally? When he's kind of like urging him onwards? What's going on here? Twitter drama. Hang on 1 minute. Man, I feel so bad for like fucking normal people. Jesus Christ. One thing Hamas failed to realize is that even with an agreement to receive aid, it's not guaranteed someone will come to your rescue. See Poland. In Hamas's case, they didn't even have any guarantees anyone would help them, and yet they still unilaterally launched their attack. I can't believe it's the 21st century and people like you are justifying child murder. Interesting. That's a pretty fucking reasonable response, isn't it? That's what happens. No one is safe. Chat. I'm not critiquing a political movement which failed. I am critiquing a political movement which failed to defeat its enemy. I actually don't want to lose against Israel. I don't know about you, but for me, losing has some real life consequences. Don't be such a partisan hack. And then Warthongs, I guess. Wait, before I even read what Warthongs is saying, am I the only one who can understand what he's saying here? You understand that, like, right now, with this Israeli government, losing to Israel means Gaza gets fucking emptied. Sorry, but Israel winning does not mean Gaza gets Hamas fucking lanced and then it's rebuilt into a prosperous, peaceful society with an alternative Arab leadership or Palestinian leadership. That's not what Israel winning means. That's not what Israel has stated as their objective ever, right? Israel has just said, get rid of Hamas for most of the year. Get rid of Hamas and then Trump puts a video out of an ethnically cleansed Gaza with bearded belly dancers, and then Bibi's like, yeah, that one. And Hamas, and we do that. The fuck? Am I the only one who's reading that properly? Or I don't think this is him saying that he wanted fucking Hamas to just like fucking wipe Israel on October 7th with help from... Am I wrong? Okay. So you wanted Hamas to succeed murdering and raping millions. But the reality says it won't, and it has consequences, so you're against it, and this guy calls you pro-Israel, lol. Okay, that's fucking retarded. Yeah, not losing doesn't mean winning. It's... what the fuck? I think maybe from what I've watched, Beast Process saying on Twitter and things like it, I know there's probably like the more like there's like the left wing pro Palestinian anti Hamas camp that might say something like they wanted the IDF to leave Gaza like very quickly after fucking October 7th. And if anyone's going to get rid of Hamas, the Gazans should be given the space to do it themselves. I guess something like that, like because the Palestinians should just determine their own fate, because like they should be treated like a separate, something like that. But it's not this. That's a different kind of losing than losing by Hamas, like not managing to fucking wipe Israel off the face of the earth. But just a guess. For more likes on your Twitter post, you should lock Discord chat and make them force them to like your post to unlock that chat. Isn't that kind of schemy? I don't scheme. I'm not scheming. Yeah, I think Warthongs is concluded. Warthongs is radicalized, bro. Warthongs what's this? Didn't Palestinians heavily support Hamas pre-October 7th? I mean, it's in terms of support for Hamas in Gaza, that was mixed. I think. Remember that Hamas basically, squashes the alternatives. Okay, I feel like people in Gaza still were not happy with Hamas. Like 2018, 2019, there were anti-Hamas protests. And if there's an anti-Hamas protest, that's usually a sign that things are really, really fucking bad for them. Because, again, you don't protest against Hamas like you're out for the day with your fucking kids, having ice cream, chanting, then you go home and don't think about it again, right? What alternatives? Believe it or not, there have actually been, like, liberal Palestinian leaders. They're just... there was the guy who was the guy? Nabil... There's two Nabils from fucking the peace process. There was Nabil Shaf and there was Nabil Amar, I think. I think it was Amar. I can't remember. Amar? Yeah, there was one of the Nabils from the peace process who fucking shat on Arafat for his, like, for snubbing the final settlement, either Camp David or Taba. He was like, there was a golden opportunity here, we didn't take it, and now we're fucked. That's the gist of what he said. And then Arafat's men shot him in the legs and made him into a fucking stump, basically. So yeah, the problem is that people, like, opposition is not easy to come by in Palestinian territory.
الشارع الغزي ينتفض في خان يونس في وجه الظلم والاستبداد من حركة.
Okay, so I do know that this guy is naming a bunch of areas in Gaza, and I think he's probably saying that we're doing this everywhere.
حماس الإرهابية في خارج الوطن التي تقامر في أطفالنا ونسائنا وشيوخنا وكبارنا. اليوم انكسر حاجز الظلم وانكسر حاجز الخوف. اليوم يوم الشعب. اليوم لا كلمة تعلو على كلمة الشعب. اليوم الشعب متلاحم. تسقط حماس. تسقط حماس. تسقط حماس. تسقط حماس. تسقط حماس.
He's naming Kfar Qasim. Seth mentioned. Okay, whatever. Yeah, they're saying Hamas is bad. Okay, why the fuck did he, bro? Welcome to Twitter. You know what? I think I might make a trade-off in the community. I'm not sure because I know Seabugs is back, and I know that there's this kind of thing where because my politics are kind of like not particularly partisan, like I'll have opinions on certain issues that are probably quite a bit more right-wing than what's usually popular, and then I might have much more left-wing opinions in other areas. And that usually results in something like in this kind of phenomenon where I attract people from different areas on one issue because I might have an issue, like a position on Israel or a position on fighting with fucking pro-Hamas people that results in a bunch of people who share that position with me, but they share it either for different reasons or they only overlap with me, but not on anything else. So I might get people who are like very anti-Hamas or like pro-two state, but they actually hold most of those positions because they just fucking hate Muslims, right? Or they just hold that position, but on everything else, they're right-wing as shit. Like Israeli fucking lefties, because Israeli lefties are, they a lot of them actually seem to believe, the ones that I spoke to, like Israeli hippie lefties, like hippies, old hippies and shit, talking about great replacement happening in Europe. I don't know, it's weird. So I'm just wondering if I want to make more like space for that kind of dissent in the community, just because I'd rather people maybe like get into the community over one issue, even though there's going to be disagreements in other issues. I'm probably okay with that. But the thing I really want to, and if I do that, if I make the place more open to right-wing opinions, the thing I want to get rid of, okay, the thing I want to fucking purge is people who assume other people's positions in the worst possible way based on fucking nothing. Like, that's what I don't want. I hate this, oh, so you actually believe in blah, blah, blah. I hate it. It makes me so mad. Hello, Mina.
Yeah. There's been a bit of an update regarding the bombers. There's been a no-fly zone basically announced, and supposedly this is about a nuclear deal with Iran. If they don't agree to it, there's going to be escalation. This is what the rumors that I've seen.
Interesting.
So yeah.
So Trump is basically saying, stop your
Yeah,
nukes
they're
or
trying
we'll,
to
we'll bomb your nukes. We'll nuke the nukes.
Yeah, they're trying to strong arm Iran into, I don't know, stopping their nuclear rearming.
Well, shit.
So yeah, this is kind of a. I really hope they didn't organize this on a fucking Signal group chat.
Hopefully.
I'll send you something.
Okay. You have way too much charity for Beast Process, to be honest. I have too much charity for most people, so maybe. Don't think I don't know that half of you fucking Zioids are sitting there thinking like, you know what? If Trump did actually, if they actually could just push 2 million Gazans into Egypt, like, I mean, I would feel bad, but you know, the problem would be out of the way. Like, I mean, it would be like long term, you know, it wouldn't be kicking the can down the road, you know, it'd just be like lancing a fucking cancer. Like, I don't think I don't know that some of you guys think that, okay? Don't think I don't know these thoughts enter your fucking heads, and you're like, well, I mean, like, I'm very charitable to all of you, okay? Fuck you.
By the way, like anybody that calls this a bluff, they quite literally probably dispatched about 50% of their available bombers. Like they have 24 bombers, like B2 Spirits.
Oh.
And the readiness rate of that is like 30 to 40%. The estimate is like at around like 5, 6, 7 bombers right now there. We don't exactly know how many are there. We just know like some that have been caught by like open intelligence. And
sorry.
Basically, yeah, this doesn't seem like a bluff. Like whatsoever. This seems like a pretty serious threat.
I don't even know why I know it, but you've heard me say before that I think Trump's going to bomb like Iran's nuclear shit. But it just feels like it's obvious. I don't know. I just don't think he can go 4 years without doing it.
Yeah. Maybe he's just trying to clean up his own mess by like, I don't know, fucking around with the nuclear deal with Iran. Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah. If there's anything new, I'll update you unless you're stopping stream soon.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll do. I'll probably talk about it tomorrow when we know more. All right. Take care.
Thanks, yeah.
Bye-bye. All right. This is got this translated by Steadfast people in Gaza, enough is enough. There is no longer room for silence or waiting for years of oppression, starvation, and destruction. Now our people are being pushed towards destruction without mercy or responsibility. In the name of the clans of Gaza, we call on you to a popular uprising against injustice and a march of anger that will shake the ground under the feet of those who sold our blood and exploited our suffering for their narrow interests. The people of Gaza have sacrificed their most precious things, and what was the reward? More death, more hunger, more humiliation. We will not accept to remain fuel for narrow calculations, and we will not allow this farce to continue. Enough playing with our lives and the future of our children, enough disregarding our suffering. Hamas must lift its hand from Gaza immediately and end this unjust siege imposed on us because of decisions that do not represent us. We call on you all to take to the streets and make our voice heard to the world. Gaza is not hostage to anyone. Gaza will be be liberated by the will of its people. Okay, am I being a total moron, or does this say Nun ta fa la lam? Does this say intifada? Is that what it says? Because that's what uprising means, right? Does this say intifada? Yeah. Okay. He wants that tweet so bad. I mean, it is Twitter. I don't give a fuck. It's kind of funny, but also just got off work and walked into an intifada. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. Is the fourth intifada against Hamas? It would be the third, wouldn't it? Wasn't October 7th the third? Does anyone actually call it that? I feel like October 7th was just a war, just a standard army versus army scrap. I don't really know if it's really if it counts as an intifada. Is that just me? Seems a bit different. The 2010s is a third intifada, but no one calls it that though, do they? Hmm. $2014. I know some people say 2014, but no. Hmm. These are like clan leaders, aren't they? Is that what you call them? These guys calling for this? Families and clans of the southern governorate's Gaza Strip. Hmm. There's only one solution, guys. Intifada revolution. I don't know. Yeah. The Sheikh Jarrah situation? Yeah, I know. There are people calling for it back then. I remember that. Just want to see if anyone else has come up with it. Okay. Okay, we're circling the drain. Circling the drain, guys. What the fuck? Who would lead the Palestinian people if Hamas was removed? I don't know, that kid who does the YouTube videos, and he's like, that's crazy. He seems cool. Why would you ask me that? What the fuck? The guy who posed the idea for the Great March of Return, is he still alive? Hassan Piker. Clearly, because if you oppose Hassan, you oppose the Palestinians. Same thing. Exactly the same thing. Does Marwan Barghouti have more clout in Gaza or the West Bank? I'd imagine the West Bank, but I don't know. What am I doing? Fuck. Okay. Some have already scheduled protest. Some have already scheduled protests for tomorrow. Okay. Your social battery is failing. I'm just tweeting. Chill. This is a big moment. And when it's a big moment, we have to tweet. That's the rules. Okay. Trump playing down the Yemen blunder. Based. Downplay. Downplay. Deflect. Talk about Biden and Hillary. And CNN.
After a reporter was inadvertently. Mr. President, are you going to change any of the practices that your national security officials used after a reporter was inadvertently added to a group chat about attacks on Yemen?
Well, I think it's a question I've been asked now, and I've given a few answers, and they've all been the same. We have an amazing group. Our national security now is stronger than it's ever been. We have had a very, very successful, numerous attacks on that area. These are people that shoot down ships, not only our ships, ships all over the world. They're shooting down right out of the water and damaging them badly, or they're going down. They're also shooting anything that happens to be flying in the area. We hit them very, very hard. The main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now, if it's classified information, it's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a a good person. The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag, so maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
But you are going to conduct an investigation.
Wow.
I'm going to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if
Sorry,
this
I want to watch it again. Too good.
information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information and could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not, are you denying, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you
of the
refuse to
deliberate-
acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because it's
Council.
all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is.
I've got a series
end-to-end decryption. So to finish,
I understand encryption.
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with those processes, and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful.
Oh God, am I getting quote tweeted by this fucking moron? Ugh. This is what I mean. That's what I mean. See, this guy doesn't oppose Noah Samson dipshit for the same reason I do. That's the problem, right? This guy just supports Trump and actually wants Gaza to be turned into Trump's fucking Riviera, or he just wouldn't care. Like, he'd make jokes about it. He'll oppose it until it happens, and then when it happens, he'll be like, yeah, but the bearded lady was funny. This guy wants you to throw your life away and commit violence to stop the genocide, but he isn't even willing to risk his Twitch account to call for it more directly. People in these audiences should ask why the content creators who push for violence never step up to lead the way. Blah, 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 blah. Because they're the leaders, you need leaders like generals. They sit back and...
and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive.
They just get fucking mogged. We've seen it all. Okay, I thought there was going to be commentary. The third intifada will be against Hamas. Well, we got our clickbait stream title tomorrow. Unless the protests have all died down and everyone's dead. I don't know. Ugh. Why aren't you leading a leftist uprising in Israel? Because fuck those guys. Wait until Elon Levy retweets you. If he does that, man, I'm gonna go and ape shit. God. The fucking Hasbroids. Israel bombed a village in Syria and several people died. Well, they should have stopped doing. Actually, oh yeah, Syria hasn't actually done fucking anything to Israel. Okay, wow, whoops, whoops. The Elon Musk retweet. True. Hello, Spider.
Yo, bro.
Hey.
Question: when is the Israel photos coming out? So like the trip, like the photos is coming out.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm working on it. I have
Alright.
concepts of a plan.
Second question: when is Lunar GG is coming out?
I have concepts of a plan.
You gotta have
That
me
one
some
will
pic-
probably be that one will be farther down the line. I don't think I'm gonna do that for quite a while.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Right now, I just want to focus on making good quality fucking videos, little content. Yeah, look up content,
Alright,
segments
number 3.
and such. Just making them
We
better,
gotta,
making them more clickable.
I think this is what everybody knows. All right, number 3. All right, are you gonna like let me really use the N word only for us, or like the whole server gotta use it now?
Obviously,
you,
not the whole server. What the fuck? I just don't. I just feel weird, like policing black people who say the N word. Just seems weird. Soft A.
Okay. All right. What's my fourth question? Chad, I need a fourth question, dude.
Wow.
All right, Chad's too slow.
It's a very intense stall. It's kind of embarrassing.
Oh god. Damn. Is it? Oh, will Scotland get the World Cup?
No. They might qualify if we're lucky.
All right, this is from another chatter. Are you going bald? Are you going bald?
Am I? Not really.
Oh shit. Damn. What makes you keep going? Doing your what makes you just keep going making your content?
I like it.
Is it fun?
Yeah.
Is this like your dream job?
I don't know if it was ever my dream job, but I like it. Yeah, it's definitely better than anything I've done in the past. So, yeah, it's my favorite job.
Interesting.
Wouldn't want to be anywhere else, would I?
Would you ever be open to do collabs later down the line?
What kind of collabs?
Like like the when like Dylan Burns came on your stream, or like other commentators.
Oh yeah, I might be going on Live and Learn tomorrow, but we'll see.
Interesting. Fourth question by Garrett. He said, "What's your thoughts on the Democratic Party?" I think he means like the U.S. wise.
I don't know.
He don't know, chat. What type of shampoo do you use for your afro? It's not an afro. It's like a curly afro. It's like a curly fro. All right.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't
the
know?
name. Head and Shoulders,
You don't know
maybe?
the
I
chat?
can't remember.
One chatter said, if I spam you or DM with resources to look through with regards to South Africa and their U.S. relations,
Oh my
will you
god.
take a
One day, okay, it's too much. Too much. Okay, I need to go. Fuck, I need to go.
all right, look up. Go to the gym or something. Some
Thanks,
bullshit.
will do. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, you too. Yep.
I don't recall. 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 Being ahead of time, that cringe. Go gym, get base, touch grass. True. Jesus Christ. My Twitter replies are disgusting. I hate them. I hate them. What do you call them? What do you call them? Like, yellow ribbon Twitter. Support the troops. Hasbro Twitter. Okay. Okay. That's a good tweet. Are they saying you're not going hard enough on Noah? No, I'm just making a good tweet. I'm just saying the downside of these protests is the amount of cringe lords who are going to be posting about how the third intifada will be against Hamas, and I'm calling it here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm good. You guys are sticking around. Why are there 600 people who have just stayed with me meandering for this long? What the fuck? Don't you have anywhere better to go? Don't you have anywhere better to go? Fuck. Is Keffels actually streaming? Or is she just talking about streaming? What? I'm going to get guilt by association for that AJW tweet. Well, she is actually streaming. Do you want to go raid her? I still somehow managed to keep good relations with Keffels throughout all this period. Whatever, why not? Raid her to assert dominance. Raid Queeman. She also stole charity money for drugs, her own words. Yeah, but she admitted it, didn't she? What? Are we just... I think she's basically taken the fucking damage for that, hasn't she? What? Someone did a bad thing on YouTube and admitted to it. That never happens. Call Ethan, he's crying. Oh no. Is he even streaming today? I didn't think he was. Is Queeman liked here? Bro, I don't know. Okay, I'll go Queeman ways. Why not? Forgive her because of the confession Catholic style. Well, I was raised Catholic, so it makes sense. Anyway, I don't know, I'm going Queeman. Fuck it. Let's go. Bye-bye. Take care. Go wherever you want. I don't give a shit. Bye.